Okay, so today with the beginning of a new year, I'm going to be playing a new game, Path of Exile 2, and what's weird about it is on Steam and on here, it doesn't actually say Path of Exile 2, unless, oh, maybe I just didn't get it. I'm a moron already. I didn't see that clearly on Steam, or it doesn't say it as 2. The entry is what I mean, like, it'll say Path of Exile, right? But it won't actually say it in text. It literally just says Path of Exile on Steam. And I started off with display capturing because I wasn't sure if it shows like a cutscene or something at the beginning. I hate when games do that, but thankfully it didn't, so I switched over. But I'm going to do an extended intro for this because of the reaction that my first session of my first playthrough of Path of Exile 1 got. Such a reaction to it passionately on YouTube that is both a good thing and a bad thing, but there's so many fallacies and stupid things that it brings out, similar to like the WoW community, where I always played WoW historically, and sometimes people just have this weird zero-sum projection of what, everybody's intending to do the same thing, and there's all this weird flexing and egotism, and the point is the majority of people aren't esports players or, world first clear people anyway. So the majority of people are just average, ordinary clowns like me anyway. Like, I'm not trying to prove anything a lot of the time with what I do, or if I am, then that speaks for itself. Like, world first permadeath runs or hard modes or whatever that I sometimes have done, that would speak for itself. But when it's just a first playthrough of a game and a first session at that, like, I don't know what it is that people are sometimes trying to prove. So I will sort of clown the community a little bit, because if you look at it, I'll even show some of the comments and stuff. So I'm not actually going to play for a second. But let me look at the Steam thing again, because I swear it doesn't say Path of Exile 2 on it. Like my entry, I'll even show you. I guess I couldn't see the icon clearly when I'm looking at it there, but when you go to the Steam page, right, that's just one thing that was odd. So I wasn't sure if it's like a remake or, I swear, whatever. It was just showing up as Path of Exile, period. But whatever, it obviously is part 2. The main difference is this is a $30 game. At least at this point, I paid $30 for it, and I bought it actually like a month ago, like right when it came out at the beginning of December. So I was kind of planning on playing it at some point, and I wasn't sure when. So I figured the new year is a good opportunity. But yeah, it's not free to play like the first game, so I'm not sure what the business model would be like. And again, my only experience with the series is that I played part 1 one time last year. It was about a year ago, like in February, and I just played one session. It was about 3 hours. It was also a first playthrough permadeath, and I played as the witch. I was trying to play as like a non-mage because I'm always known as playing mages in games, but I guess the witch ended up being similar anyway, or summoning stuff, which I always consider that cheese. I consider 2 layers of it to be cheese. Number 1, to use a ranged character is kind of sometimes OP in games and much easier than melee characters. And also, these must represent the classes, I assume. I totally didn't get the logo of it, though. It's so subtle in the background when you're looking at it like on Steam or something. Duh, I'm a moron. Like, you should see those comments. I'm actually going to show them in a second. But yeah, there's a lot of introduction worth doing here. So the title of that video, so I played it last year, Path of Exile 1 one time and one time only, in like February of last year, right? Then I got around to uploading it to YouTube in like October, right? It takes me a while because I don't always upload things right away, and I'm sort of, I stream every day, but I don't have time to always upload and keep up with that. So I uploaded it around Halloween or somewhere in October of last year. So it took me like 8 months to get around to it. But yeah, I played it in February. It was a one-off session, and sort of that was part of my Saturday format, where I'm not really doing that as much anymore now, and at all, in fact. But every Saturday I had a format where I would play a game called my Flex format, where I would play a different game that I've never played before, either one that's about to go offline, get delisted, maybe just before it updates too much and is unrecognizable from its original state, which probably Path of Exile was already in that state, where it's very different than originally because it's been out for like 10 years at that point. I think it came out in 2013, but still a less long wait than GTA 5 GTA 6 or Elder Scrolls 6. Like, 10 years is a long time to wait, but that's even longer, right? By the time we'll get GTA 6 or Elder Scrolls 6. But no, I played it there for just a one-off session, and it was meant to be like that. Again, it doesn't mean I didn't enjoy it or something, that I didn't make a proper regular series out of it. When I do things in that Saturday format, it was just meant to be to try it out, and then when I have time, I can make a series out of it later. But it's just so I get a chance to play something for the first time and get a general feel for it. So in that sense, yeah, I just did it as a one-off session, so that's the only time I've ever played it. But no, my whole history with the Diablo series is that my whole channel art is the Diablo icon, even doing the shush too. because in 2016 on my old channel, I introduced officially my first playthrough permadeath format, which means I play a game for the first time, kind of like what I'm doing here, or what I was even doing with Path of Exile in the last session. And I didn't die during that 3-hour session. Weird flex, but that's when I started officially in 2016 with my permadeath first playthrough format, which was the original Diablo. And the reason why I chose that was because it was a genre that I typically avoided and didn't like and kind of criticized, and I still criticize. And it was also made by Blizzard, obviously, and I'm a big Blizzard fan with how much I like WoW and how much I like Warcraft 3 and everything. So people were always saying that I should try it, and that was a perfect way to do it. So I did a permadeath first playthrough attempt of Diablo 1, which obviously I failed, but still. And I think I did it again on this channel as like my 50 follower celebration or affiliate celebration, something like that. I can't remember exactly when. Yeah, I think that was my affiliate celebration stream. I tried it again and I failed again, but whatever, dude. The point is, usually it's like where I play almost every game. So that was in 2016, so I introduced that as like a regular format. And so I do that with almost every game that I play. If it's a new game, I'll do that, obviously, but even if it's an old game that I've never played before, it's the same thing. Like, I'm playing it blind for the first time, and I will also, if I die, the playthrough's over, I have to delete the character, and either I won't play it again at all, or I set a rule typically that I have to wait 6 months to a year before I can even play it again at all. And it also has some major punishing elements to it, like with The Witcher 1, I do a first playthrough permadeath. That was last year. No, that was the year before, 2022. And, well, now it's going to be 25, so you know what I mean, though. 2022... I played The Witcher 1, and because I die there, not only did I not finish that game, but then I also didn't beat it and unlock the ability to play part 2 or 3. So I lose out not only on that game, whereas if I had succeeded, I probably would have done those two. So like I'd miss out on the whole series as a result of that. And so what was I gonna say? There's a lot of different topics I want to get to here, so this is gonna be a long intro. If you're watching on YouTube, just skip ahead. I'll put the little timestamps in there, but yeah, let's just embrace debate of what this kind of triggered people so goddamn much. But yeah, so I played the original Diablo in 2016, and that's when I officially formally introduced my permadeath first playthrough format. And oh yeah, some of the other considerations, maybe with a game like this, even if it's like a multiplayer game or an MMO, sometimes what I do is I will make a different format, which I won't say for sure because it won't matter, because I'm not guaranteed to play this again anytime soon anyway. But what it means is I sometimes will say I get 1 life per each class. So like, let's say there's 5 classes, like the Witch and the Gladiator and whatever, right? Each one gets 1 life. So if I die as the Witch, I can never play as them again, and then I only have as many lives as the other classes. Each one gets 1. So that could be a way of doing it like in an MMO, because sometimes it can be unfair and you might die unexpectedly and often. So every class could get its own life potentially, or you could do it this other way, or there was another way too, but I forgot what I was gonna say. It was like either every class gets a life, or maybe every race gets a life if it's that kind of a game. But yeah, that would apply to games like this maybe, or MMOs. But I'll treat this just as a raw first playthrough permadeath, or I could kind of do both. Like even if I fail, then I come back a year later, then I still can't play as that same class, or I would probably do that anyway just for class variety. So I'll try to play actually a warrior or something here, not to spoil it, because it's literally going to be the longest intro ever, and people are going to get triggered by this too, but that's why I'm using that title again. So when I did Path of Exile 1, I did the title Diablo Hater, like in quotations, right? Plays Path of Exile for the first time, because I was known as a hater of that genre, even though I'm really not, but I have my criticisms and qualms with it. So I'm saying the same thing here, is people got so triggered by that video, now, oh, I should be considered a Path of Exile hater, even though, again, I'm not. And I generally enjoyed that session and thought highly of the game within the genre. But yeah, I always use that as my channel art, as like a long-standing symbol of objectivity. Just that, like, even though I'm perceived as disliking Diablo, it's literally my channel art. And it's also the shush, and like 1 to represent he's shushing, but it looks like the number 1 to indicate, you have 1 life, and to indicate permadeath runs, and just to immortalize the fact that that was the first one that I ever did, at least in an official sense. I mean, I'm sure I've beaten games before that without dying, so you could count that as a first playthrough permadeath, but as an official regular format, I am basically the creator of that. Not saying nobody ever did that before, but nobody had ever done it like on a regular basis, probably like me. in such a committed fashion, and I love doing that because it almost makes it like real life in an immersive RP sense. Like you're literally playing for your life, and like and everything's blind and fresh and new. So you know, treat a game like how would you would treat it in real life, because you know if you die it's all over and that's it. You know, the character's gone, the progress is gone. So that's why I like permadeath runs in general of games, but especially in a first playthrough it's very memorable. Yeah, I don't really hate the Diablo series, but there's a few criticisms. I guess I may as well rehash that here as well. That there's a whole mental checklist of things I wanted to talk about because of how much that video seemed to trigger people, right? And I just love how predictable it is, because it shows you my self-awareness of the tendency too. Because I put the timestamp of where the gameplay starts, not where the gameplay actually starts, but where I go into my criticism of the genre, as if to deliberately, you know, make sure people see that and get mad about it if they're gonna be so inclined. And then also I put you know, the title Diablo hater, so like I already know what kind of reaction I'm gonna get, right? It's not like I'm unaware. A psychology expert, debate format creator that I am, like at least I'm aware of exactly where it's going. It's so stupid though, because honestly I don't necessarily hate them, but no, it suffers from a few different problems, right? So the first of all is the perspective of it. It's better if I could show it within the game, but it's like in this bird's eye top-down perspective that's more suited to RTS games, right? Coming from Blizzard, from Warcraft to Diablo, it makes sense even that they would be in that mindset. So they're making an RTS game where you only control one unit, right? Unless you have like summon pets and stuff, but let's exclude that because not every class is going to have that ability. So the point is you're controlling a single unit, but with an RTS camera perspective, which is inherently immersion breaking and separated from your character in a way that isn't justified the way it would be in an RTS game, because you're controlling a whole army. So how do they justify it then? Oh, because it's a quantity over quality enemy encounter game where you might not be controlling an army, but the enemies you're fighting are basically mindless hordes of an army of enemies, basically in the sense that you're able to, you know, have quantity over quality with enemy encounters, and also with itemization, that you're constantly picking up items all the time, like what Borderlands suffers from. You're picking up items all the time left and right and getting an upgrade every 5 seconds. That is not really something that is very meaningful, at least at the early game relatively. So in Borderlands and that, so that's the issue, is that because of this camera perspective, or that's part of the issue, it's less immersive than other games that are more zoomed in. And you might say, well, that's just arbitrary, but it's justified in an RTS game because you control other units and like a whole army. It's not justified when you only control one unit, because you are, or it's justified by the fact that, oh, you're fighting hordes and hordes of enemies mindlessly, and oh, it's a hack and slash game. And I understand these games have a reputation for having a good amount of depth to them, this and, you know, Path of Exile 1, but still I think that's a fair criticism. That doesn't mean the genre is completely bad, but it is at least suffering from a few of those tropes. So you have this bird's eye view that implies a large number of units being controlled, but you don't control them, only the enemy controls them, and you're fighting mostly quantity over quality with enemies. Again, at least in the majority of the experience. I know the end game and so forth might have a bit more depth, but that's to be expected. I'm just saying that the core gameplay of the game and the premise and expectation is you go into these games thinking, oh, I'm just going to mindlessly kill hundreds of enemies that you barely even notice what they are or what their mechanics are, and it's just mindless face roll hack and slash by the name of the genre. So quantity of enemies rather than quality, and the same thing with itemization when it comes to you're just going to get item drops here and there left and right. So those two tropes combined do lead to a bit of a shallow experience at the surface level, at least, that you look at. Again, I understand there's endgame, I understand there's other stuff that'll be deeper, but that inherent premise is a bit lacking, right? And I've always criticized that, and so that's the same thing I said obviously with the Diablo game. So what else do we have here? I feel like I'll look at those YouTube comments actually in a little bit here too, but this music is a bit overwhelming actually with the rain sound and everything. I'm not the biggest fan of this title screen, but I mean, it's nice aesthetically, but it's a little hard to do an intro on. You know, I like it to be really mellow. Although it is a nice little horizon view. What I don't want this to do is like spoil the story too much, because like I said, I only did that one session of PoE 1, so I might deliberately, I'll put a caveat, I might deliberately skip the story or not pay attention to the story, not to trigger people, but because I don't want to spoil the first game, because it'll make all these references to it, and then, you know, stuff that I'm not aware of, because all I did was kill Brutus at the very beginning. Imagine if they bring him back or make some reference to him of all random enemies that you fight, but he's like the first boss, at least, that I fought. I don't know if it was always like that in some other earlier state of the game, but I feel like what my point is that there's a lost art of the blind playthrough, because when you try to play something blind, especially a game like this, people will get triggered and have all this sort of hindsight bias, borrowed knowledge. People were trying to give me advice in that stream last year, and also in the video, people are losing their minds, acting like all this sort of thing that they wouldn't have come up with themselves, or that they just used from a guide or a wiki or an add-on and all this kind of stuff. They're acting like that's, first of all, obvious, and second of all, that you would want to know it, and third of all, that you would, you know, play it exactly that way even if you did know it. Like, there's too much of that sort of zero-sum mentality, which I can understand. Again, I'm not saying you're wrong for doing that. I'm saying you're wrong for outwardly insisting that on other people, assuming that they want to do it. What if you just want to play it blind, and if you don't make the optimal build, so what? If you don't you know, it's the sort of thing, the best way to compare it is, again, you see that with MMOs like WoW. Obviously I get triggered by that, because it's like, I'm not telling you how to play it, right? It's a fallacy this way. You know, I wouldn't tell anybody else how to play, but I'm not, you know, don't tell other people how to play, basically. So if you want to play it blind and just take it in and just enjoy it and take it where it will, what's the problem? But there is this incessant obnoxious quality that people have in some of these communities. This definitely seems a community like that, at least the first game, for what I saw of it. Like, a guy sits down and plays the game for the first time and everybody loses their minds. Like, it's not that big of a deal one way or another. And same thing with WoW. If you try to play WoW Classic now, or any version of WoW, people are like, oh, you don't even know how to do this optimal meta build that we used the Wikipedia article to, you know, the WoW wiki and stuff to figure out, or an add-on, or we watch guides and we watch streams and we, you know, metagame min-max. I'm not even criticizing the act of doing that if you choose to play the game that way. But and especially at the end game, I can understand it to a degree. But don't overextend. Don't assume that other people want to play the game like that. Don't assume that, you know, nobody plays these games really truly blind, right? That's number one. And then beyond that, you have the ability to consider that, let's see, I don't know, I just consider that a lost art, because nobody actually plays games blind anymore. And even when they do, this is the proper framing, right? Think about those same comments that I'm about to show you in a little bit, right? That, imagine saying that about a single player game or a new game that just came out. So even this game, I could use that as protection, but I'm sure people are already tryharding, min-maxing. That's why I wanted to play it kind of a little bit earlier, but I didn't get around to it. Like, a game that just came out. Like, what if, I even said that with that session, like, what if Path of Exile had just come out like yesterday or the day that I played it? Because to me, it basically did, right? When I was playing the original, or even now, like, pretend this game came out yesterday or today. Nobody would be so arrogant about it and snarky, like, oh, you don't even know how this works, you're dumb, this and that. Nobody would have that attitude, because it just came out. So you're expecting, of course you don't know what you're doing. But with that, because it had been out for 10 years, they assume just because they have borrowed knowledge and it's out there, it doesn't mean that I'm choosing to look at it, or that I want to, or that I know what I'm doing. So in some optimal metagame sense, that's not even relevant to the early game part that I was doing, and didn't hurt me for not doing it. But that's my point, is that pretend you say that with a single player game, like, oh, you're playing Ocarina of Time, and oh, you're taking too long on the Deku Tree, and you're not even using the optimal items at the optimal time. It's like, you wouldn't say that with a single player game. You wouldn't care. You would just say, whatever, you know, just enjoy it. You might give a little advice. The tone would just be different, right? Even there's a sense of honor with it too, like, oh, Dark Souls, oh, it's too easy if you use this build, or blah blah blah. So in a way, it's almost considered honorable not to look stuff up and to kind of, you know, play it blind and figure it out for yourself. So with single player games, you play it blind, and that's a norm, and that's honorable. But with multiplayer games, MMOs, you know, this kind of thing, it's the opposite. Like, oh, people take it for granted that you're going to look stuff up, and then they complain about it, that, oh, that makes it too easy, or that makes the meta stale. But you're the one who's looking it up. If you really want to play it blind or fresh, then don't do it. So everybody looks everything up and then says, oh, it's too easy, or everybody's doing the same thing, but it's not something you would have come to on your own. You're doing it from the collective community, borrowed knowledge. So you're creating kind of your own problem. It's like when people say games aren't fun anymore, but then games are more complex and larger, especially open world games, than they ever were before. So it's not the game's fault, it's your fault. Because they're so complex, you resign yourself to looking stuff up about them. Then you use that borrowed knowledge to make them easier. Then you complain about how easy they are. Whereas as a kid, it's not the games were more complicated or better than they are now. It's just that our approach to them was largely different. You might have a strategy guide, but it was generally considered a stigma to ask for your sibling or parent to help you, or even to use a guide. You would rather or you would have to use the internet, or you didn't have the internet yet, but you know, it was considered a stigma, so it's honorable. Oh, just try to figure it out for yourself. Knowing is half the battle. But that whole mindset is lost, and it's like, because games are so big and so complex now, and they're constantly being updated, you know, MMOs getting expansions and stuff, and because they're also on other people's time, like you're doing a raid, you would look up a guide to save other people time of wiping and stuff. I understand that perspective, but it also, you have to at least acknowledge your impact, that you would say, well, you're going to because you're looking stuff up, don't diminish the game and say, oh, this game is too easy, or everybody's doing the same thing and it's boring, or anything like that, or even denigrate the community, like, oh, you're better than other people who choose not to look things up, or whatever, right? Don't do all that, because you realize, oh no, you're looking stuff up, which means not only does that mean the game isn't too simple or bad or something, it means it's so complicated that you knew it would take a lifetime to try to figure everything out. So you resign yourself to that, of how complex it is, that you have to look stuff up and break that cardinal rule. And so you're kind of looking at it the wrong way, right? You'll mistake borrowed knowledge as your own and then act like, oh, this game is too easy. But imagine you do that with like Ocarina of Time or something. Oh, you could just look up a guide on how to make it even easier and then be like, oh, this game's a joke. It's too easy. It sucks. Not saying that being difficult is necessary for a game to be good anyway, but even if it was, right, you want to use borrowed knowledge and then complain about it like anything is easy when you look up exactly how to do it. Then it just becomes a matter of execution. But that's almost how people look at multiplayer games, is like, it's just a zero-sum process of doing the mechanic or something, not actually figuring it out, right? Nobody ever wants to figure anything out anymore. And so that wonder of knowing and one, you know, kind of wandering around or experimenting and doing things like that on your own, right, trying to figure things out for yourself, that art is really lost. People seem to not only take for granted that you don't do that anymore and everything is just obvious, and I just love that implication that, oh, games today are either too easy or they're too stale and repetitive in some way, but that's only a result of using external sources, right, and sort of collective knowledge. That, again, if just imagine you do that in single player games. Play Dark Souls 1 and in your first playthrough, look everything up on the optimal way to play and the best items to get and where to go and everything, and you'll be like, wow, this game's super easy and this game sucks. But maybe you might still not think it sucks, but you might say that and be like, yeah, but that's just because you're looking everything up. So like, what do you mean? I love the sort of double standard of that. But again, imagine it's a game that just came out. Nobody would take that attitude. Imagine if it's a single player game. Nobody would take an attitude like, oh, you're doing this wrong, or this is so obvious. How could they not know this? Because nobody would know it because it just came out. But they think they're geniuses and, oh, they know everything in their first time playing a game blind. But you know, they wouldn't have video to prove it or whatever. My point is, the game had been out for 10 years. So they're assuming that 10 years of knowledge is just inherent, like, oh, it goes without saying. But for me, it's like, oh, this game came out today, or when I played the first game, it's as if the game came out February last year when I played it, because I didn't know anything about it and I wasn't using any external resource. So that's the difference. Like, look at it from that perspective. It might not be new, but it's new to you, and if you treat it like that, that's fine. So again, and also, if it was just a single player game, people wouldn't be so concerned with that sort of egotism or whatever it is that they're, again, trying to make a big spectacle out of borrowed knowledge. So you got to ask that when people say, oh, games aren't fun anymore. Have the games themselves changed, or have you changed in your approach to them, right? Don't look stuff up and then say a game is too easy. You know, they're more complicated, but there was always that honor code and there was a stigma to look stuff up and stuff. Now you treat that as like a foregone conclusion and a preconceived notion, right? Just to look things up and use guides and use wikis and add-ons. And even in that first session of PoE that I did, right, people were telling me, oh, you should use an add-on to simplify the loot. Imagine saying that to somebody in the first, I'm not saying over the course of the playthrough you couldn't do that in the end game or something. No, it's literally the first session of somebody playing the game for the first time in their life, and people are already telling me use an add-on. But that tells you one of two things is wrong with it. Either that means the quantity over quality of itemization that I've already explained, and part of my criticism of the genre is real, that you shouldn't need to do that. It just means they're giving you too many items and stuff like that, right? So on one hand, it shows that issue, but on the other hand, it shows you sort of some other kind of community issue that, like, why should that even be a thought when somebody's playing the game for the first time ever, right? Like, just whatever the game is, like, just do it raw. Like, why should you have to do that? So it's something very odd about that, right? Literally your first time in your life playing something, and they're already trying to taint it with either some kind of min-max metagame. I don't know. Something just bothers me with it. But no, this tends to happen with online games, MMOs, multiplayer games, that on one hand, they're too complicated. So because of limits of time, people look stuff up, which is fine. You know, especially if you're working with other people like in a raid or a group. But also there's the ego aspect with respect to you want to show your stuff off to other people compared to other people, whether it be PvP or otherwise. People were saying PvP wasn't that big of a deal in PoE, but I almost thought that would have been a big part of the whole point, to show off your gear against other people and whatever. I would have thought that would have been epic, but people were kind of downplaying it. Maybe they're just saying that because they're salty about, like, they're not good at it, or it gets sort of stale, or people are saying there's one-shot builds and stuff that you can do. But yeah, it's very similar to the WoW community. And like what I said about WoW is interesting because I was always a completionist when I was younger, right? So when I played games like Tibia and WoW, like MMOs or even open world games over time, I always say the expression, like, it broke the completionist in me, that I realized these games are too vast to do that with. And most modern games are like that now. I mean, even single player games, but it especially was true of MMOs, that they're so big and so vast that you just kind of enjoy it and soak it in, and you stop even trying to be a completionist. But even when I was a completionist, I still wouldn't do it by virtue of looking stuff up. I'd try to figure it out for myself, and that could take a very long time. But you kind of give up even trying to do that, and it's like, just soak the world in and just enjoy it. But yeah, there's a lot of hindsight bias that people have with stuff like this. I'll show you in the comments here coming up, but I'm very willing to have this discussion because, again, to me, I just sat down and played a game for a couple hours. I do that all the time. I don't really care, you know, what the perception is, but it's so strange how some of these communities are, that I am going to kind of clown them a little bit, because it's just weird. I get it. It's a double-edged sword. On one hand, it's one of my most viewed videos, so there's a certain passionate quality to it. I can appreciate that, but it's also, people are getting so triggered and bothered by something in a way that is so fallacy-ridden that I have to point it out. Like, this is my placeholder debate format, that when things like this come out, it just has to happen. There's also a bottom feeder effect with it. Like, there's an especially low standard with respect to, like, oh, haha, I was better in my first session of my first playthrough of this game than you are. Like, even if that's true, right, what is the big deal? So you're trying to feel superior to somebody who's played the game, who's never played the game before, who's playing in their first session. Even if you are better, that's only because you played the game longer and you know it in and out, and you played it for 10 years. Or even in a raw sense, which again, I almost doubt, and they'd have to prove it, and they don't have video of themselves doing it. But even if I grant them the benefit of the doubt that, okay, they were better in their first session of playing the game, in their blind first playthrough, than I was in my first session, even if that was true, isn't that like the weirdest flex ever? Like, why does that matter? So you were better in your first playthrough, your first session, than I was in my first session. So cool. Like, isn't that the lowest standard possible? Shouldn't you say you're better than esports players at certain games, or you did a world first clear of some new content, or did a speedrun world record? That would be a high standard. Compare yourself to people like that, instead of, oh no, I'm going to pick the lowest standard possible of somebody playing the game for the first time, and even choosing to play it blind, and even choosing to, you know, play it just preferentially, maybe a certain way, and not like read too much or overdo it. But then I'm going to feel superior to them, again, based on borrowed knowledge, hindsight bias, etc., based on the fact that the game's been out for so long, using external resources, add-ons, wikis, guides, etc. Also just having played the game a lot because it's been out for 10 years. Based on all of that, you're going to try to feel superior to somebody who didn't have any of those things, or didn't choose not to use any of that. And you're also going to do something else, which is where you're going to assume sort of their intent, that they're trying to do the same thing as you. And what else? Just the fact that, again, even if you were right about that, which I totally doubt, and there's no way to actually prove it, but you played the game for the first time blind, and you automatically knew immediately how everything worked. You knew all the optimal builds. You knew everything, even though the state of the game that I would have played it in would be different than the one you played it in too, because it wasn't even, you know, it's been updated over time, so it's probably not even exactly the same anyway. But even if that was true, that's the weirdest flex ever, that again, you're comparing yourself and trying to act superior to somebody who's never done something before, that you're an expert at, or that you played for years, and that even when it came out, it would have been different, and I don't know, it just seems like a low standard, right? People who are really impressive don't need to do that. Like if you're an esports player, world first clear player, something like that, you're doing cutting edge, you know, top of the line content or whatever, you wouldn't need to do that, right? So if you're really good, that would speak for itself. So you wouldn't need to talk shit to somebody playing a game for the first time. But even beyond that, what is deeper about it is the fact that, what do you call it? The fact that, just imagine, you know, the majority of people are just average, right? No, you know, most of the people, like people who are talking shit, whether it be in WoW, whether it be in a game like this, they're not like esports players or top tier raiders, world first clearers, things like that, best PvPer in the world. They're usually just average, ordinary people who aren't even that good in the first place, but they're trying to feel better than somebody either just as mediocre as them or maybe slightly worse, or again, people playing the game for the first time that are, I'm sure they were better in their first time playing, even though if you put them under a microscope, that very likely isn't true. So you're trying to pick the lowest standard to pick on, like a bottom feeder effect, to try to feel better than that. And you have to do that because you can't feel better than anybody who's actually good or experienced, because you're just average then, right? Compare yourself to somebody who's played the game for 10 years. Oh, now all of a sudden you don't have as much shit to talk because they're just the same as you or better. And the thing with that first session is, on one hand, I'll even defer and be objective and say it has like 10,000 views. It's one of my most viewed videos. I wouldn't say it deserves that. That's just because, oh, the community is passionate and they like the game. So they're just watching somebody playing the game for the first time for that reason alone. So I don't do anything really that impressive in that session. So it doesn't necessarily deserve the 10,000 views or the 100 likes plus that it has. But it also doesn't deserve the kind of insane triggered negativity in the comments or some of the dislikes as well, like 150 dislikes, right? So it doesn't deserve either side of it. Nothing you could do in a first session would be that impressive. I could play it perfectly exactly how people want. It's not that big of a deal because all I'm doing is beating Brutus and doing the early part of the game, right? So nothing you do in that session would be that impressive, nor is anything in that session that unimpressive, because again, you could just use that as an excuse. Well, it's your first time playing the game, so right, it's not that big of a deal. Anything that you're doing wrong would be expected or negated by that. So it's not that impressive and it's not that unimpressive. So on both sides, it's getting sort of undue emphasis just because people are passionate about the game and some people take it in kind of a different wrong way. And I would even compare it to some of my other videos, for example, like, oh, if I've done world first permadeath clears, or I've done world first hard mode runs, like the PvZ hard mode with the 9 seed slots and stuff. So I'm doing stuff like, oh, this nobody's ever done before. Luigi's Mansion super hard mode, right? That was a world first clear, 200 HP ghost and everything like that. So some of those are genuinely impressive, or at least measurably different, that nobody's ever done it before. I was the first one to do it, etc. So those are at least kind of higher standards, but oh, that might only have 50 views, but this has 10,000. So it's kind of, you're rewarding sort of the wrong thing. Even as I'm looking at that, like, what would deserve more objectively, measurably? Just somebody playing a game for the first time. There's nothing really impressive about that, nor are you attempting to make it impressive. Even the fact that it's a permadeath first playthrough doesn't matter, because that's just I don't do that to really flex. I just do that to, you know, I just enjoy that. It's something I've done for a long time. I just love permadeath run. So that's just a format I like. I never use that to make any other point. But I could use that too to say, like, oh, how many people really do that? Or that sets a high standard, because even if I'm doing something wrong, then I have to pay a high price for it, right? Whereas the ordinary person wouldn't have to worry about that. So the way I'm playing it is very validated, because I can't die. I didn't die, and so evidently I did everything right. And that's my one criteria. Or like my two criteria would be number one, I can't die, and number two, I'm just trying to get immersed and just enjoy it, and I did both. So according to me, that was a successful session. So maybe I'm staying on the screen too long. I should maybe look at, I don't know, this intro could just go on for like literally an hour, but I'm fine with it. There's so many topics that this brings out. So yeah, nothing about that would be impressive. I guess I wish YouTube didn't remove that ability to see dislikes, though, because it's always, people will then use an add-on and then they'll show it inaccurately. It'll be more or less than that. And so I wish they just showed it. I don't even really mind. And to me, dislikes don't even tell me anything, or even likes. Like, it's just kind of arbitrary, like applause in a crowd. It doesn't really have much nuance to it. Whereas at least the comments, look how long I stay on here that they're even showing this. Lightning Stygian Glove, so that means it will have a shop system in addition to paying $30 for it, which is fine, I guess, but sometimes I question that. That wasn't here the whole time. There wasn't any other, unless I maybe didn't notice something as I'm rambling on. But Yeah, the point is that, yeah, they should show dislikes, and I don't even mind that. And comments at least give a bit more nuance and depth to what, you know, it doesn't give you a reason. When somebody likes something, it could have 100 likes, but I don't know why they're liking it. Or it could have 100 dislikes, you don't know why. So you gotta, unless they're giving comments as feedback, it's just sort of mindless applause or boos, right? The equivalent to that. But yeah, there is an obsessive quality with games like this, which on one hand is validating to its depth, that it must be very deep and complex and interesting that people take it that seriously, just like with WoW. But on the flip side, the negative aspect is the fact that people will become obsessive and define their whole self-worth and life by a game that they played all day, every day, or, you know, really played a lot. So when somebody comes in, they're playing it for the first time, and they're just trying to play it a different way. Maybe they're playing it casually, whatever. They're taking it in a different way. Like, not everybody has to be like you about it. It doesn't mean what you're doing is wrong, but it means that you shouldn't overextend and expect that everyone's trying to do the same thing that you're doing with it. That's the difference. You're defining your whole self-worth by it, but whereas somebody else is just playing the game and they don't care, and maybe they'll get to that point where they're obsessed with it later. It's sort of overly defensive fanboy effect too. But no, it's a case where you would see that a lot with WoW. You see that a lot with multiplayer games, competitive games, you know, games that have esports. Everybody has some delusion that they'll be there, you know, they'll be the next Shroud or Faker or something, so they get all snarky about it. I love that, like in League of Legends. I would be playing, I haven't played in a long time, but I would be playing an unranked, right? And people are talking mad shit, either not even necessarily to me, but just to one another, and it's like, bro, we're all in unranked. Like, nobody here is good. We're in unranked or we're in the low rank. Like, you're not a diamond player, you're not an esports player, but they're talking mad shit. Like, what are you trying to prove? That's the bottom feeder effect. You're trying to feel better than some random clown, but if you were so much better, you wouldn't be playing with them in the first place. You would be in some other god level standard. So again, all these people talking trash in any context are just ordinary players just trying to feel better about themselves by picking a low standard, I suppose. But yeah, like, let's see what else we have here. Like, the whole egotism with multiplayer games inspires a lot of this behavior, right? Whereas in a single player game, you wouldn't care. Just play it, just enjoy it. Again, if I rate my first session of PoE, assuming it's such a big deal, right? I had two criteria, like I said, I was trying to do. I was trying to not die, which I didn't die, and I didn't. I was just trying to get immersed and just try out the gameplay. So I did both of those. So on my account, it would be successful. That's my measure. But what it shows you is that people are talking all this trash and saying, you should have done this, you should have done that, you did this wrong, you did that wrong. Evidently, I'm validated because it's one of two things. Either I'm so good, I'm such a god gamer that I was able to do that early part of the game, just beat Brutus. You might say, oh, that's a weird flex. You beat Brutus without dying. Like, oh, that's not a big deal. It's a tutorial boss, tutorial area. But the problem is that people are acting in the comments because, again, the video only pertains to that part of the game. So that's evidently what they're talking about. So they're acting like you would need to do all these things. You're doing this wrong, that wrong, you're missing this, you're skipping this. I was able to beat that part of the game and not really struggle and not die at all. So evidently it validates me. So either I'm so good that I was able to do it without doing all of those things they suggested or demanded that I should have done, or it's just easier than you think, and oh, any idiot clown like me could just face roll through it with no problem without needing to do any of those things. So really what they're saying is, yes, that might be relevant later in the gameplay, that might be good for the end game and stuff like that, but that's not where I was at that point, so it's not really important, right? It's like a calculated risk, especially validated by the fact that, again, it's a permadeath first playthrough. If I decide not to worry about some deeper mechanic and then I die because of it, that's my fault, and that's a big price that I have to pay. I have to delete the character, restart, or just not play the game again. It ends my whole playthrough. So I'm making a calculated risk that the beginning of the game would not require you to really delve super deep in the mechanics, and I wasn't trying to eat up much of the 3-hour session that I had with just reading tooltips and stuff. Like, all I did was beat Brutus. So on one hand, people are saying, oh, I'm rushing and skipping stuff. On the other hand, oh, people have beaten the whole game in the amount of time that I beat Brutus. It's like, make up your mind. It's not a speed run. And then on the flip side, I wouldn't have had time. You could say, oh, that means it's bad that I'm playing like on the clock, that I knew I only had like 3 hours to play. So like I shouldn't play with that incentive or the fact that I'm streaming or whatever. But I think I did exactly what I wanted to do. I even say it in there that like I'm not going to worry too much about the finer points. I'm not going to read a ton of the tooltips or whatever. I can figure that out later if I make a full series out of it, which that was meant as a one-off session too. So not only was I not intending to play it again for a while, just because again that format was just to try the game once, and then I can always make a format out of it sometime down the road, which I hadn't gotten around to even till now. But the point was it was a one-off session, so it didn't matter that much as far as reading the tooltips and all of that, right? But number two is even early in a game, I typically won't worry about that stuff too much, especially in a hack and slash game. It's like their complaint about that session is you're playing a hack and slash game too much like a hack and slash game. You're doing too much hacking and slashing. It's like you're not worried about the nuance and the mechanics, which again, I'm not denying their depth, but you can't complain that, oh, somebody's very gameplay centric in an action game where you're trying to just play the combat and not worry about anything else. Like that's the kind of game that it is, even if you don't want to admit it, or even if it does have a certain layer of nuance to it beyond that. So again, I think I'm validated in that whatever people are acting like I didn't do right or I didn't do at all, it evidently wasn't necessary for that part of the game. You might say, oh, that's just because that part of the game is easy, but they're losing their mind about it too. Like, oh, how could you not do this? How could you do this wrong? Well, I guess I'm just so good that that's part of my hard mode challenge then, not just that it's permadeath, but then I'm ignoring all these mechanics or not doing them or doing everything wrong, but then I was still able to do exactly what I intended to do. I didn't struggle, I didn't die, I generally enjoyed the experience. So it's funny because again, like they're losing their mind acting like, oh, in order to be Brutus, which is all I do in that session, all I'm trying to do in that session is that early part of the game. Evidently there's all these things that you should be doing and that you need to do, but I didn't need to do it. So either it's not as necessary as they think, especially at that early part of the game, or I'm just better than they think and I'm able to bypass it. So either way, it's kind of stupid. So yeah, it's a weird flex that people would think, oh, they're better in their first time, even if they have no proof. And also there's like a different priority. Like maybe I'm just trying to play it differently. I'm just doing my own thing. I'm not trying to prove anything. The game would have been different too. So it's kind of hard to even measure that. Of course, this thing is obvious that just got released in an update a month ago. Like, I love that comment. That's probably my favorite one. I'll show you them soon. But like, people have beaten the whole game in the amount of time that it took this guy to beat Brutus. Like, so go play Ocarina of Time, and oh, haha, people have beaten the whole game in the amount of time it took you to beat the Deku Tree. Like, that might be true. I have no, problem with that. But like, is that what you're trying to do? Like, it's a permadeath run. It's not a speed run. I'm pretty clear. But it's just, I don't get it. And then on the flip side, people are saying you rushed it and you didn't read a lot of stuff. So mathematically, it would have been impossible for me to beat Brutus in a 3-hour session because it took the whole 3 hours just to do that, even if I'm taking my time and derping around and wandering around. Because if I had read any more tooltips, I wouldn't have had time. I barely had time as it was. So you might say, oh, I'm playing in a rush, but I kind of understood what I was trying to do, and I don't know. And on the flip side, people complain in the other way, like The Witcher first playthrough permadeath that I was just talking about earlier. It was the same thing. It was like, I won't even play the game. I'll just do the intro the whole time. I spent a whole 2-hour session reading like all the flavor text in The Witcher 1, and people are complaining there like, oh, just play the game, just get to the gameplay, stop stalling. Like, so which is it? No matter which I do, and that's more like my nature to do that. But even that was like maybe in the second session, or maybe it wasn't, but the first session I want more gameplay, especially when it's a one-off flex format like that where I'm trying to just play the game for the first time and try it, and then I might make a series out of it later. So when I made a series out of it later, I might have just restarted from the beginning and redid that part, or I might have just continued, but then I would take my time and get more immersed and dig in. But it's not something I wasn't planning to do in the first session. But no, for games like this, people treat the game like it's their whole life, right? Where on one hand, that shows its depth. Like, again, with WoW, that's very true. That, again, it's validating that people are so obsessed with it that it must have some depth and be really good. But on the flip side, you're not always trying to do that. Not everybody is going to treat the game like that, and it's very odd. So I'm not bothered, again, on a personal level, because it doesn't matter to me, right? I know what I've done. I know my sort of high standards, permadeath runs, hard modes, or whatever I do over the years. I know what I'm about. So when I'm playing a game for the first time, it's hilarious if you look at these comments. Like, it's just an amazing thing, and I will clown this community a little bit, but I get it comes from a good place that people are passionate about the game, but there is something hilarious to it. And there's a lot of assuming intent too. Like we see that in WoW. I'm doing a, you could be doing a run of WoW and it's like you're just trying to play the game blind, you're just trying to enjoy it. Or even like with me, I'll do challenge runs, like I'm using a hunter that can't use a bow, right? So like a melee only hunter, and then people would say, oh haha, this moron doesn't even know how to use a bow. But it's like I'm choosing not to use that. So I'm not saying that's the right way to play or that you have to do that, but like if that's a challenge run or some dynamic I'm trying to do, I'm not saying whether it's right or wrong, but that's just what I'm doing. So that my intent is different than your intent. That doesn't make you right or me wrong or vice versa. It's just a difference of opinion, difference of what we're trying to do. It's even the same thing like with there was something else in WoW like that where I don't know, like not everybody wants the same thing. So you could be min-maxing, I could just be trying to do it a different way. I could be RPing, I'm doing a role play character. It's like, I'm not saying that you have to do that, but you are basically saying that, oh, I can't do that, or I'm doing something wrong by doing that. Or, just in general, playing a game blind and making mistakes is kind of an organic, nice thing. Again, knowing is half the battle. That's sort of a lost art, that people just take that for granted, that you should know everything and have all the resources at your disposal, and now it's just a matter of mechanics and execution. But I feel like that knowing and figuring stuff out is a very satisfying and big part of it, and I always enjoy that, and I always try to embrace that, right? Even if, again, you might not be good at it, you might not always figure everything out, but that's okay. Or even if you do make like, oh, I make a suboptimal build for preference reason, like by that logic, like everybody should play the same class because one class might be objectively better than the other, so everybody should just play the same class when they're making their character. But they won't, because they have preferences, like I want to play a mage or I want to play a warrior just because I feel like it, right? Just because I enjoy that, not because it's the best. So the same thing goes for the gameplay. Like you don't always have to do everything in the optimal way. You might just say, I want to make a build where I only use fire, or I only do this, or I use a certain type of thing just because I like it, not because it's the best, right? The people are constantly doing things that aren't optimal for various reasons. There was one other thing with WoW that I wanted to say, but I kind of forgot mid-sentence. Is like people assume intent, and people treat it like a zero-sum process, almost like it's work, where again, I get that you're trying to do optimal things, but not everybody's trying to do the same thing. And again, making mistakes is part of the fun. Like you might not do everything optimally, but you can still get through the game. And also that'll create some identity to what you're doing, so everybody's not doing exactly the same thing. Or I would say you're free to do whatever you want optimally, but as long as you come up with it yourself and figure it out yourself in a blind sense. That's how I like to play stuff. Like, so if I make an overpowered build and I'm playing Dark Souls for the first time or something like that, and it makes the game too easy, that's fine, because at least I figured it out for myself and I didn't look it up, or whatever it might be. So yeah, it's a low standard when you're trying to pick on a first playthrough of somebody, and there's like no ego when somebody's actually doing it. Like you're just playing it just to play it. But no, it's sort of a weird philosophy. Like, it's a good thing to get stuck. It's a good thing to get lost. It's a good thing to kind of have a suboptimal build or whatever, because that's part of the fun of a game, that you're not necessarily doing it on purpose, but you're just, those things will naturally happen if you're truly playing something blind. So it doesn't matter what your build is. Right? I like how people assume that. I'm not denying that, oh, some build is better, or there's some optimal path. There's like that with everything. You could ruin any game by saying, oh, you should do this exact thing, but you don't need to do that to beat a game. That's part of the fun. So I might beat a game and have this really weird, wonky build, and it's like, wow, that was really fun. And it might be very suboptimal, very bad, but so what? I did do that in my first playthrough of Dark Souls 1, where I made my own character classes, actually. Like my mage can only get intelligence and attunement and no other stats, so they're very limited, but like high strengths, high weaknesses, like the expression I always like to use, that classes are defined not by what they can do, but what they can't do, or a good class design. So you limit it. Like you're really good at one thing and you're bad at everything else, so you feel distinct, right? That's how like WoW classes were in vanilla. That was very good. I'm mentioning WoW a lot. Let me think, what else do we have here? I waited a long time for this moment just to go over so many different topics and fallacies to do with this. But yeah, if you're truly a great player, you wouldn't need to talk shit in this bottom feeder effect. There's I'm playing Rocket League, and that wasn't like a first time playing, but I even say in the title, like, oh, I'm not very good at it or whatever, right? So I don't really care. But then people are bragging, somebody's bragging in the comments like, oh, I'm a high rank player and this is painful to watch. It's like, dude, if you're such a high rank player, but then why are you why do you feel the need to show off in that context? Why not show off on somebody lower ranked but who's still a good player, competitive player? Like, you're picking the lowest of the low where the person isn't even claiming to be good, right? So I don't see what you're trying to prove there. So yeah, the standard is pretty low in that kind of context. And then even like I state my intent, like, oh, I'm just trying to wander around and explore and I'm not really trying to do anything. Maybe I'll just be like the first boss in the tutorial area or something. I even say that. It's the same thing here. Like, I'm not going to focus on the story too much because I don't want us to spoil stuff from the first game. And I'm also not going to worry about the deeper builds and tooltips and everything like that too much, because I'll just play the game, beat the first boss, do something basic. And the reason why that's good is because I'm not committing to make a series out of it right away, because I don't have time necessarily all the time to do every game that I'm playing, like to make a series out of everything that I play. So I'm just trying it just to try it. So I'm even explicitly saying that, but then people still get triggered. And then what else? Like, we could just have different priorities of what we're trying to do. That's the whole thing. Like, especially with gaming, and gaming is not a zero-sum thing like life or like work, you know, where you're just trying to always get to the same outcome or whatever. There is a freedom in gaming. People, I was saying this to people in chess too. It's like, there's a preference, like, oh, this opening might be the best opening in the game, but not everybody is always going to do it because you have certain preferences or different priorities. Or so it's not that you're not trying to win, but it's that you're not trying to, you want to win your way, right? Or you want to play your way too. That can be more important than just purely winning, and that could even be more satisfying then, and fun and variety, etc. So let's see here. And yeah, when I address these comments, like, I responded to most of them. So I don't like the implication. This is like my long form postulate from my debate format from like 10 years ago, where if something's worth discussing, it's worth discussing fully. It's like, it's not about, oh, being defensive or something, because again, I'm not that bothered by it, but it seems like, oh, if I really was bothered, I could just make the video private, or I could just disable comments, or I could just delete comments. But no, I keep them, and I also respond to them. And so I don't like that being framed as a negative either, because it's like, there's nothing wrong with simply having the conversation. Now, you could still disagree with what I say, and you could still say, okay, I'm a clown and I'm wrong. That's fine. But simply having the conversation shouldn't be treated as a negative, as it sometimes is in debate. Like, oh, you know, look at him responding to every comment. That's not a bad thing in itself. Right now, what you say might be wrong, or you could disagree with that still, but I kind of encourage that. Like, there's nothing wrong with simply having the conversation. Like, even now, I'm willing to address it. And again, I'm grateful. It's one of my most viewed videos on this channel, so it doesn't really bother me that way. If anything, it's a good thing. If anything, if I would have played more of it if I was trying to bait for views, because I was shocked. I was surprised it got that many views. Like, I know it's a popular game, but damn, it's just out of the blue. I just randomly do it. And I don't even post it for like 8 months until after I've done it, because again, I never really can keep up with uploading stuff all the time. I would love it if this was just the whole stream. Like, I won't even play it. I'll just upload this and trigger people even more with that. I'll literally just do that. This is my first playthrough now, but I'll do something even if it's not that long. And then I'll rush even more. But yeah, let's see what our Brutus is going to be. It's got to be Cassius, right? Who's the other guy who's like the last one standing in Julius Caesar? I think it's Cassius versus Brutus in the end. And then somebody impaled themselves with a sword. I forget who. But yeah, pretend this game just came out, which it did just come out a month ago. Are people already going to be min-max broad knowledge metagame tryhard clowns, or what? Because again, it says more about the community than it does about me, because I'm always the same. I always do what I do. So if I'm a clown, I'm a clown. I even say it. That's one of my favorite words to use on this channel. I've always said that, because it's not a profanity, but it's still, except it's offensive to clowns to dare to compare you to them, as in you're something even much worse than that. But no, there's a lot of mistaking borrowed knowledge for your own, a lot of external resource use, a lot of add-ons, wikis, metagames, guides. And again, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, but don't do it and then use it like to try to feel superior to people who either choose not to use it or just haven't done it, right? So there's a lot of that in these communities. But no, when it's a brand new game, those things wouldn't exist. So suddenly you act like you would have known all that or been an expert on everything at the beginning, but you don't have any proof to show that. Like, show me when you played Path of Exile in 2013 and you knew exactly how everything worked or whatever, and maybe you did, and maybe you're a genius, so you can have the weirdest flex ever, which is, oh haha, I'm better in my first session of my first playthrough of a game than you are. Like, even if that was true, which is hard to prove, what does that really matter, right? Like, why is that such a big deal? Why would you care to flex like that anyway, right? Where you're always trying to prove something. But no, people take that kind of external resource stuff for granted, and again, it validates the depth of a game just as much as it exposes a clownish community, because yes, a game might be so deep that you accept the fact that you have to look stuff up, but then you want to act all superior by having done that, even though it's actually a shame and a stigma, the fact that, oh, looking stuff up is actually a bad thing. You shouldn't have had to do that. You should figure it out for yourself. And there's a tremendous amount of gameplay you can get out of that too. Like, imagine playing a game like WoW, or like which I didn't even necessarily play that fully blind or anything like that. How many thousands of hours it would take you to figure everything out, and you still wouldn't. Like, even collectively as a community, people were still figuring things out even years and years later. Yeah, just remember this expression. I said this like when reviewing movies back in the day. Like, just because something is new or isn't new doesn't mean it's not new to you. So like, if you're playing a game from 2001 for the first time, it's not new, but it's new to you, so it doesn't matter. Like, oh, this game's old news and it's settled science and everybody knows everything about it. But when you're playing it fresh and blind for the first time, right, everything is new to you, so you still would figure it out and take your time. And right, just because it's an older game doesn't mean that it matters to you, right? Like, just watching an old movie, if you've never seen it, it's brand new, right? It's as if it came out yesterday because you've never seen it, so it's fresh, right? So that sort of cynicality with treating stuff like, you know, the only thing that's valuable is something that just came out, assuming that you played every game ever in existence, or something that somehow being older diminishes, is stupid, even by this own premise. Like, if you've never played Path of Exile 1, does that mean you shouldn't play it now and you should just play this? Like, I would still say I would rather play that all the way through and then work my way to this, which, again, it could take a very long time to do that, but yeah, I like that sort of genre dissonance too. Like, oh, you're hacking and slashing too much in a hack and slash game. You're playing this the wrong way. Like, that's literally what I was doing. I was just focusing on the gameplay more, which I'll still do in this session too. So these games are so mindless that you can get through them, or at least that part of them, without doing any of the things that people are saying. But that's my fault for exposing that, not the game's fault for allowing that. Like, there wasn't like a proper difficulty setting either. So it was more just like a hardcore league or something, but I don't know how much impact that had. And then there's also some duality with this, like calling somebody stupid, like, oh, I'm dumb for not doing this or that. But then on the flip side, they're saying, oh, you're not reading anything. So it's almost like that's a challenge. Like, I don't want to read all the tooltips and flavor text and everything. So on one hand, you're dumb, but on the other hand, you should read everything. But it's like, that doesn't that mean you're dumb, the fact that you have to read everything? Like, no, I want to try to challenge it, and I'll figure it out on my own without needing to be spoon-fed even by the game, even by the tooltip. So which is it? Like, it'd be one thing if you read everything and then you can't figure stuff out, then you're dumb. But like, oh, you're dumb, but then you're also not reading stuff, and you should read stuff, but that means that you're dumb for having to have had to read it in the first place, right? Like, that could be an internal challenge. So even here, like, I'm not going to read every single last thing, or try to, again, get all the finer points, because it's not important at this stage in the game. And if I make that judgment call and I die, you know, I pay a hefty price for it. So yeah, that is sort of a duality, that by not reading stuff, that's a choice. So like, I'm even saying, like, even in my ARC playthrough, at some point I turned off the tooltips. Like, I want to figure it out for myself. I don't want to read everything. I don't want the game to spoon feed me. So what if that's just a preference? That's part of my playthrough, that I don't want to have everything spoon fed to me, even from the game, let alone from external resources. But and you want to try to figure it out for yourself. So everything that they were saying was obviously not necessary, because I'm validated, especially early on, and that's all I did. And also, I wouldn't have had time mathematically, assuming, you know, within that session, but I didn't die. And of course, everything I'm doing is high risk, so if I choose not to do something, then that would obviously be validated. Like, I choose not to do something, but then if I suffer for it, then the playthrough is at stake. So I think I'm, you know, calculating that risk pretty well. And so when I did that video, I put the timestamp not at the actual beginning of the gameplay, but at the beginning of my criticism of the genre, like, because I knew I was going to bait people in and trigger them, even though I stand by that. Like, again, the bird's eye view criticism that I was talking about, you're separated from your character. It's like an RTS game where you only control a single unit, where it inspires quantity over quality in enemy design and itemization, which I think even people who like the genre would agree with that is sometimes a flaw, as you see in other games too, like Borderlands. Although I didn't feel like that with the enemies as much there. I felt like the combat was more immediately fulfilling there in a game like that. I don't know why, like, just given the perspective, given the style of combat. You spend as much time moving in these games as you do fighting, as in, like, or at least that was always an old school issue. There's probably some other control scheme now, but like, you would click to move and you would click to attack, so they would kind of overlap, right? You'd be using the same button to move as you are to fight, or left click, right click, but there was always some overlap with that I found frustrating, or that people would complain about, right? So you're constantly clicking to move, but you're also constantly clicking to attack. What else do we have? Like the end game of some of these games, whether it be WoW or this, that people probably put a lot of time in and define their whole self-worth in life about it. I don't mind you doing that, but again, you realize that not everybody is like that, or not everybody who's playing the game is interested in that as much. And yeah, of all the comments there, very few of them actually rebut the core point of what I'm talking about with the criticism of the genre. They're more so just trying to ad hominem me and attack me and discredit me, but none of that addresses the core point. Almost none of them actually address my criticism of the genre, because there really isn't a great comeback for it. Like, and again, that doesn't mean that it's completely terrible, but I think those are legitimate criticisms. Like, even with turn-based games, you could say the reason why, even though I love turn-based games, some of my favorite games are turn-based, the reason why games were originally turn-based isn't for some mechanical reason. It's just, oh, it's easier to design that than real-time mechanics. That would be actually the reason. So it's an antiquated style. That doesn't mean it can't be done well or strategically or whatever, but it's a limitation that you could theoretically do the same sort of mechanic, but just in real time and, you know, with more depth. But, you know, turn-based makes it seem like it's an even playing field, but you could arguably do that even in a real-time setting too. So all I'm saying is, even though I personally love turn-based games, you could argue it's an antiquated thing of old, that it was just done because it was easier than designing full mechanics in a time when the technology wasn't as good. So it's sort of a shortcut that way. Yeah, most people are average, so just remember that when people are talking shit. It's like, these people need to feel better about themselves to, against the lowest possible standard of all. You can almost bait people and bait content that way too, like be deliberately bad or whatever. Yeah, my only measure and criteria is just play it blind, get immersed, don't die, right? Everything else is just preferential, so there is no right or wrong, but there's always this impression that, oh, you're playing the game the wrong way, and there's some sort of false framing with that too, that, like, it's almost like when I criticize that tendency of people to say that, they say it the other way, like, oh, like I'm telling them how to play, or that they're playing it wrong, but that's not really what it is, because, right, it's more so just hitting back at that. And you see, again, I'll keep bringing up WoW, that people say that a lot in WoW, like, the community is sometimes the worst part. Like, just let people play the game and enjoy it, instead of having this obnoxious thing over their head, like, oh, you're better than them because you're doing things a certain way. Like, maybe they don't care, or maybe they know that, but they choose not to do it because they just have different preferences or priorities, or they don't play the game all day every day, and it's not their whole life worth that they get from the game. Like, I get the obsession with it is based in its depth and how much you like it, and so in that sense it's validating, but you just got to separate yourself from that and be objective. Like, not everybody is doing the same thing as you, or trying to do the same thing as you. Like, it's a choice, right? Okay, I'm choosing to play it's like with Hardcore Classic itself, like, oh, look at this cool new add-on where you play the game as Permadeath, but people did that before. Like, before the add-on existed, before the hardcore servers existed, people could have still done that. You could have always done a Permadeath run. You could have always done a speed run. So people would ask then, oh, you're playing it wrong. Why are you playing it like that? You know, but, you know, it's just a different way to play it, that, oh, now that it's become established, people take it for granted. But so, I don't know, like, there's more than one way to do something. Not everybody is trying to do the same thing the same way. But no, this will, I'll treat it like there's no tutorial allowed, or there's no tooltips allowed. I should almost do that as a deliberate exercise. Like, don't read anything and just face roll it as much as possible, just to play into that. Like, because there I was doing it a little bit, but just like, okay, I wasn't super interested in the finer points because I didn't feel like it was necessary at that point and whatever. But maybe I'll do that. Like, I'll deliberately not read anything, especially story-wise, because I don't want it to spoil stuff. But that, I don't know. And yeah, there was a sense of finality to that. It was meant to be a one-off session, so why would I care that much about the finer points then? Right, but you just want to enjoy the journey, play it blind, which nobody ever does that anymore, especially with games like this, right? There's no such thing as a blind playthrough. If they say it is, they're lying, because again, even that session I was getting triggered by my own chat on the stream, like, because people were giving me a ton of advice, and I was even dissatisfied with that. But even getting that much advice, I was ignoring some of it, or I was even reading a lot of it, unfortunately. And it's like I was getting upset with how much advice I was getting, but evidently it still wasn't enough advice according to the YouTube comments later. Like, oh, I wasn't, you know, I wasn't still doing everything right, even despite the excessive amount of advice. Yeah, that's my long-form postulate, that I would like to actually address comments and debate and stuff like that, so I'm fine with that. We're going to look at them in a second here, and then I'll finally start. How long has this gone on for so far? Like, it's been basically an hour, it feels like. Let me think. There's a few other points I want to get through. I kind of make like a mental checklist to just go through, because there's so many topics that come out about this. Let's see. You know, it's early in the game, so it would be a weird flex for me to say, oh, look, I beat Brutus without dying, or I didn't struggle, and I did that. So people can say, oh, well, it's just a tutorial area. That's not impressive at all. That's a weird flex. But on the flip side, people are losing their mind and commenting all these things in a session where that's all I'm doing is the early part of the game. So it's not that I'm flexing about it. It's just more like they're acting like, oh my goodness, you did a million things wrong and you ignored all these things, but evidently I didn't need to do them. So on one hand, either it is impressive that I was able to ignore and do all that stuff wrong, but still not die and still not struggle and get through that part of the game, or so either it's really impressive on my part, or it just shows you it's not necessary. Maybe the game's easier than people are giving it credit for, or at least that part of the game. But again, that's the only pertinent part that I'm playing there. So again, I'm not saying that these things couldn't be relevant later, but then I would do them later as I felt it was necessary. But the point is that, you know, oh, any idiot can just face roll it. So maybe this game's a lot easier. These games are a lot easier than they're giving it credit for, right? That anybody could just get through and do that. So they're kind of expecting something different, that like all the things they're saying you're not doing or that you're doing wrong were not necessary to do in that session objectively, because you know, what could be more validating? Right, you can encapsulate that. I did exactly what I was trying to do. I didn't die, I didn't struggle, and I didn't do any of what apparently people were saying I should do. So they're wrong and I'm right, because I didn't need to do them. So maybe for the average ordinary player, but for an expert like me, for a god gamer like me, I didn't need to do it. Or again, maybe the standard is just that part of the game is so easy that you don't need to do any of that, right? One of the two is true. So that's very sort of objective, that you can clearly see that you don't need to do that. And it was still successful. So again, whether it's like I'm doing something wrong or I'm just not doing something at all. Yeah, let's look at the comments here, and then I'll actually play the game. That took a while. Okay, so that was a very long intro, like an hour long, but I'll actually keep that, but I'll put the timestamp so people can skip all this. So yeah, that was just me going into a lot of my thoughts about this and let's actually look at this. So it has 107 likes, 143 dislikes, so that's perfectly fine with me. At the beginning, it was mostly getting likes. That's how it gets suggested to people, and then it started getting a lot, even like with the comments. Like, it started off very positive, and then it started to snowball with a lot of negativity, so that's fine. Right, that's the price that comes with something being successful or popular. Like, that's fine. But yeah, I triggered a lot of people with this. So let's actually look at the comments. I'll rebut them. 155. See, I even was aware of the kind of reaction I get, though, because I call it Diablo hater. And some of the people took that the wrong way. It doesn't mean that I hate Diablo games specifically, like the Diablo series. It meant like the style of game, the genre of game. Not, you know, so some people said like, oh, well, Diablo would be a better fit for you because, oh, it's more simple-minded or whatever. But when I say Diablo hater, I mean the whole genre, and I don't actually hate them necessarily. But yeah, so we got 10,000 views, 155 comments. This was posted, yeah, like right around Halloween last year. I'll go through the comments and just look through them briefly. I responded to a lot of them, in fact, almost all of them. But see, it starts off all positive. So this is from like oldest to newest, right? So Talking about enemies in PoE getting to you fast, reminding you of the Soul Eater mod elites can have. Okay, I don't necessarily want to spoil stuff, so sometimes I'll like it, but I'll skip. I'm not even reading entirely. Nemesis. This is all mostly positive stuff. Volatile, dead ball. Okay, I don't want to necessarily spoil stuff. Cool video, maybe edit it down. You know, I believe in doing stuff in long form, though, like that, so it's deliberate. Cool video, enjoy your new family. See, these are being all nice and supportive. I'm sure you figured out by now, FYI, you created isn't hardcore character, just normal character, but I guess it's a hardcore character for me, because if I die, I delete them anyway. But play the game till the end, please. I guess I let this guy down. See if you like the game or not. Most people leave the game without completing Act 1 through 10. That's basically tutorial. Yeah, like they're even saying that. Like, I'm wrong for calling this the tutorial area. Whole campaign should not be tutorial. That's bad game design. What he meant by tutorial, PoE is a huge game. Okay, all this is just normal stuff. Hope to see you soon, fellow Exile. That's my biggest complaint. Waypoint. See, like, look how it just changes 180. Everyone's being positive and normal here, and then they start to lose their fucking mind. And it's hilarious. That's my biggest complaint. Waypoint. I don't know what exactly he's referring to. Probably something I said in there, but as well as it's a 3-hour video, so like 4-hour video. So how do I even know? I literally won't even have time to necessarily play this, but I'll do a brief session of actual gameplay. But this is more important because this is kind of a big, I don't know, it represents a lot of things that are wrong with certain gaming communities. So biggest complaint is the waypoint mapping system, resetting of enemies and map layout changes. I had to backtrack because I end up getting really annoyed. Plus I was bored. I don't know exactly what everybody's talking about. Map resets after 4 minutes. So these are mostly positive. Are you one of those Americans that don't know where your country is on the world map? If the answer is yes, then the video makes sense. Okay, so he's assuming, how do you even know whether I'm American or not? I'm playing games blind. Let's read some of these. What he meant is you're unbelievably closed-minded and stupid. I'm so closed-minded that even though I dislike the Diablo genre, I have it as my channel art, or maybe I even say that. And I agree. Your view on top-down hack and slash game alone proves it. But see, I'm willing to still consider them and play them. You lack the mental capacity to understand. So explain it then. Explain it. Skipping tutorial windows, again, dude, leads to you not understanding the core mechanics of the game. I understand the core mechanic of a hack and slash game. You run around and you hack and slash stuff, and if you don't like it, none of that stuff. Half-ass reading of descriptions of spells, I assume text is too much, overload your brain. Again, maybe I was in a hurry because I only had 3 hours to play, but really it's more like in that first session, I wasn't trying to overemphasize that, especially since it was a one-off session that I explained, right? I'm only trying to play it once. It's barely only about the combat. It's called a hack and slash game. What does that mean? You're hacking and slashing. Unbelievable depth. I'm not denying that, but it probably isn't that important in the early game. Item crafting, other things. Unedited coughing and burping. Like, dude, who do you think I am? A big channel that I can afford to do that? Watching this video was a big pain on the brain. Sheer ignorance and disgusting sound. I didn't really notice that either. I guess I just don't think about it as I'm doing it. There was no commitment to playing this game blind. It was 100% blind. Commitment into making a trashy video of you rushing. Again, all I did was beat Brutus. Apparently people have beaten the game in that much time, so I'm using one comment against another, though we'll see that later. Like, not understanding anything, made it to 30 and gave up. Okay, I mean, you can skip around. It's hard to say I'm closed-minded when, despite my repeated criticism of the genre, I use Diablo as my channel icon and primary channel art, and even use the original Diablo as a way to avoid playing a game I avoided to introduce first playthrough Permadeath. Basically, some of my objectivity, I'm still willing to play the games, give them their fair shot. I played these games, but people maybe misinterpret that. That doesn't mean I played them a lot. Like, I played them very briefly. I've enjoyed plenty of aspects despite having issues with overall design, philosophy, and genre. There's missing nuance in your interpretation. It's possible for me to have issues with, and I mean, obviously these are just my responses anyway, so I don't know if I want to read all of them, but what's missing is nuance. Criticize something without completely hating or dismissing it, as I'm even mocking in the title. The game is good of its kind. I'm even praising it. I'm even enjoying it. I normally very slow, methodical, read everything for the sake of time. I only tutorial intro. I didn't feel the need to do so much. Try a game I haven't played. Opens the door and make a series out of it later. I never questioned depth, even praised it. A lot of what you're saying is straw manning. I hardly think I was rushing. I spent 3 hours just to kill Brutus. Finished effectively what felt like just the tutorial area. I generally enjoyed the experience. I don't see the problem as far as editing. I don't have the time or resources. Yeah, I was 8 months late in even uploading this, although nobody seemed to notice or care. Maybe there weren't too many updates that would make that obvious, or I was being a bit snarky at the end. Sorry, I can't afford an editor, dude. Like, I'm literally not even monetized on my YouTube or nothing. No way you played any of Diablos. Again, not in great depth like this. There's no way. Actually, I take it back. Diablo games are so complete. Oh, yeah, I use this to troll him, too. Completely easy. I completely understand how you can close your eyes and play the game because Blizzard doesn't know how to design the games and literally beat Diablo games blindfolded. I agree. Diablo games suck, as I'm the Diablo hater. Thank you for agreeing with me. Diablo games and every game of that genre are just shit. This is painful to watch. I'm quite certain 1 + 1 beyond your comprehension, or you enjoy farming hate for content. I mean, as the title would suggest. Could you elaborate? I'm not sure. Yeah, you're not giving me anything to work with there. Holy shit doesn't understand a basic mode selection screen. And again, it doesn't matter. I was sort of making fun of it too, because it's like, oh, your character doesn't come back, because like I'm doing a permadeath first playthrough anyway, so it doesn't matter. Complaints ARPGs are what they are since Diablo is 1, are since Diablo 1, but I mean, that's a fair criticism I'm making. You're not addressing it. Can't figure out that move only makes you move. I still don't understand that, because that's how these games typically are made, like where attack and move are overlapping, but I'm sure they've improved that. I don't remember what that was really about. It doesn't find the obvious starting position of the skill tree. Yeah, that I was so flabbergasted by how much there was on there. Can you tie your own shoes? I mean, some of this is you're being a little overly obtuse. That one I'll agree with, though. Yeah, I kind of zoom out to make a spectacle out of it because like I'm so shocked by it, and then I can't find the starting. Playing a game for the first time, not immediately knowing how everything works, but they still fire back. Like, nothing I mentioned has to do with it being a new game. It kind of does, though. I mean, once you know it once, you'll know what to do. Selected league, they're explaining things that you would know through time. 2 UJazz colored banners, but it doesn't matter. I didn't even care about that. Left and middle, clear, who cares? If you open, like, yeah, because clearly I played the game so regularly that the league really matters to me. Passive screen, zoomed out, relevant part. No, you just need to ignore, zoom out. You ranted about potions right after the game told you they're recharged by killing monsters. I think I was just talking about generally how, like, I'm a potion abuser. I know you're trying to keep attention by talking nonstop, but you can stop and think about things instead of blurting out words before thinking. Keep your mouth closed. Yeah, I'm the quiet gamer, by the way. Ironic. Constantly complaining. And again, I don't consider commentary complaining. Like, I'm just talking. My main complaint is at the beginning about the genre. Most of the rest of it is just running commentary. So they're assuming that if I'm talking about something, I must be complaining. Like, about the game features here before he remotely understands them, like complaining about how the life flask tutorial was bad advice because he'd waste the flask, then complaining about the mechanic. I don't know exactly what they're talking about, but I'll assume that they're right. Complaining about the mechanic of 0 cooldown spamming life flask. But see, I'm just saying that in general, not saying that you can necessarily do it in this game, but just, you know, in general, that's a bad mechanic. Like in Skyrim, that's a bad, you know, how you can spam potions without understanding the flask work or not understanding how any of the skill gems work. You can't be bothered to read more than half the first line of anything before closing it, then subsequently complaining about how the game doesn't tell you how to do anything. I highly doubt I complain about that, because if I'm choosing not to read stuff, how am I complaining that the game's not telling me stuff? You know, I don't feel like reading everything right then and there. No offense, you like basic observation skills and critical thinking. Oh yeah, by the way, my most viewed video on my channel is me coming up with a deduction that maybe isn't that big of a deal, but it got like 50,000 views, and it's me deducing something in a game ahead of time, like something to do with the first case in Danganronpa. So evidently I have pretty good observational skills, and I've been known for playing the Ace Attorney games and stuff like that and coming to good deductions and conclusions. So it's a weird flex, but I could use that here. Like, watching an 8-year-old play the game for the first time, not trying to be mean, just cringy to watch. I mean, again, you don't have to watch, you don't have to like it. You're a pro gamer. I mean, this guy was getting triggered like crazy. Holy shit. How is it possible to think about so much about nothing, running around and talking? Yeah, it's called streaming. You should try it sometime. At the same time, not paying attention to the game, skipping everything, and then wasting even more time trying to understand. I might actually do this tomorrow. Like, I'm honestly already exhausted by this. I literally can't even do this. Understand what's going on. You pretend to be an experienced player, again, of games in general, not this game, but on the video you play as a person turning the PC on for the first time. See, this is the sort of lost art of the blind playthrough, though. It's like, you're not understanding what you're really saying, because you're just taking it in. You're not trying to prove anything, but I guess... And I didn't die, so apparently you can turn your PC on for the first time and beat the Brutus without dying. I'm not experienced in this game, first time playing. I like to take my time, soak everything in. I don't think anything really hurt the experience. Bite-sized session. So I'll probably play games for the first time, play it again. I'd read everything in more detail. I don't see what I skipped. I was just doing tutorial area. He's not talking about this game, but I'm only playing this game here. Right? I already know what my comments are going to be, so that's what you're talking about. You're not talking about my world's first permadeath clear of countless games, or my world's first hard mode runs, or doing GTA 4, 100% permadeath run, world's first. You're not talking about all that, are you? Because you don't see that in this video, so you don't know who you're fucking talking to. Even if I didn't have that to lean on, I could just say, okay, I'm playing the game for the first time, but come on, dude. Never played a single game, zero observation, zero comprehension, basic mechanics, and yet without all that, I did just fine. Spoiler alert, the 10 acts are the tutorial. How would I have known that, though? You don't start the game until you finish the 10 acts. Like, of course, I should just know that. Okay, I'm only playing this game. Painful to watch. Like, okay, dude. His audacity to say he's been playing for decades, I call BS. No one who plays this poorly and lacks this awareness, virtually everything. New doesn't mean terrible, and someone who's actually played a game before has been... Well, I haven't played this genre, I guess, that much either, if you were to use that. Figure out things extremely fast. What happens when I click this button? Oh, it attacks. I move like this. Let's see what happens when I use the flask. Oh, I can't use it on full life. Oh, I can use it when I'm injured. It's like you can be hypercritical of anybody in this sense. Like, I'm just talking as I go along. Basic observation, like I'm doing fine. And he probably thinks we're all just mean to him. I don't mind people making videos and such, but don't try to defend this absolute trash gameplay. I mean, but see, that's the thing. I don't have to say I'm experienced. I've been playing for decades. I mean, literally true, but then you've been playing Super Mario Brothers for decades and nothing harder. Well, those games can be hard at times. It's a gameplay preference. I just play differently than others, especially when playing for the first time. You're mixing up intent and ability. I didn't realize the egos of this player base are so fragile that they must pick on the low... this is pretty well written. The low-hanging fruit of somebody literally playing the game blind for the first time. It doesn't prove anything one way or the other. How about you try to do a world first clear or a world record speedrun or something of actual merit? It's only... And I'm not even using myself in there. I'm just saying. It's only... The only satisfaction you can get to pick on someone playing the game for the first time and using hindsight to do it. What does it prove? Yeah, egos. My point is you're dumb. Okay, so I am dumb. So what? Like, you argue like how women argue. Really, dude? We all made specific articulate points. Well, it's not intent when you're literally narrating your stupidness and inability to see things. This argument proves you don't understand what people are even talking about. You no further need to comment. Then he does keep commenting. Tells me everything I need to know. You're just a bad gamer who's only ever played easy and non-challenging games, even though literally I'm known as a hard mode gamer, dude. Even though, again, I'm not saying I succeed at every one. I failed thousands of runs too, but at least I try them. They don't force you to develop any critical thinking skills. It's a little bit different, though. It's an ego thing because clearly people are getting upset that someone is simply playing a game for the first time and not playing it perfectly or exactly how they want, even extolling some sense of superiority from it. Like, I'm better than you. Even if you are, even if I'm the worst Path of Exile player ever in my first session, so what? It's not really important because the intent is not to prove anything, just to play the game. It's about intent because some people play games to beat them. Some people wander around. They like to get lost, go wherever the game takes them. Gaming is not a zero-sum experience, not like work, not like life. If I choose to pick up a quest, not to pick up a quest, maybe I'm interested in exploring a bit first and doing something else. Somebody was complaining like, oh, you missed this very important quest. Someone else might pick it up immediately. Still, some others might not pick it up ever. It's a preference. There's no right or wrong with the whole point of gaming. The player's in control of the experience. Apparently it's not computing. No one cares about your choices. Well, evidently, then don't watch the video if you don't care about your choices. They're talking about your blatant lack of awareness, but the awareness is tied to that. Like, you're assuming I'm not aware. Maybe I'm just... Like, the third time I've explained this. This guy's getting really mad. Again, the game has a learning curve. No one is saying it doesn't. We're talking about your lack of awareness and comprehension. Indeed, if you played a game for decades, you wouldn't be playing like someone who's never had a PC before. You refuse to stick to the top and keep changing it to ego. Means you are not that bright, willfully dense. You simply lack basic problem-solving skills. But this isn't a problem-solving game. It's a hack-and-slash game. I've watched hundreds of YouTubers play for the first time, and none of them lack basic problem-solving skills. If we were... Did any of them die in this part of the game? Because I sure didn't. If we were trolling you, we wouldn't take time to articulate the issue. You just want to be offended. You could have just said, yeah, I lack awareness. But you decided to defend. I'm not a modern gamer. I've played games for decades, which is true. I mean, that part. I'm calling bullshit. Maybe you played games with the loosest sense, but you probably weren't good at them. And again, that's an ego thing, because who cares if you're good at them? Like, assuming you're always playing something to prove something. It's people who are skilled in games. Like, who is this guy? Who? And I don't mean to attack him either. But like, you must be the best gamer ever, because I don't get it. You have a decent amount of subs, actually. It must be one big video. Super beam. Okay. But no, again, I don't want to personally attack either back, but it doesn't matter that much. Maybe you play games in the loosest sense who are skilled, usually good at newer ones. It's okay to say, you can say whatever you want, but no one is fooled. But fooled in what way? Like, what am I trying to prove? Those are my choices. Saying something over and over doesn't make it accurate, and it's assuming intent, which I've said a number of times now too. You assume I'm trying to do what you think I should, what may be optimal, what may be intended by the game. I did what I wanted to do. You're a pro gamer. We're all delusional. You do appear to have trouble actually addressing what I'm saying, which is simply that if you do a world first clear, something that has no one else has done before, you're a good player. Otherwise, you're just a player like me, like ordinary average people. And we're talking about your lack of awareness, general skill. One of us has a comprehension problem, and based on multitude playing the same things, not you. That is true. There are a lot of people saying it. Okay, but that has nothing to do with the brief blind first playthrough of a game. There would be no way to determine from this. Even if I concede your point, so what? What does it prove? I even pose a hypothetical that I'm the worst Path of Exile player ever. Based on this first session, would that satisfy you? What does it matter? It doesn't change my objective criticism of the genre. It didn't hurt my experience because I enjoyed the session. And most of what people are saying is either hindsight or even things they concede I could easily figure out if I wanted to, or it took a bit more time, which I didn't have here. You keep saying the same thing over and over when your standard is low, and it's pointless. You think I'm mad, we get it. Point of the video wasn't to show that I'm good, it's just to play the game for the first time. Standard, and by my standard, nothing in the video would indicate whether you're good or bad. I'm sure the problem is, I'm not sure the problem I'm a good or bad player, but the fact that you talk way too much as the quiet gamer, and at the same time you don't read anything. Review your video again. How many times did you say... But see, I don't say it in a negative way. Like, you don't know what to do on the league selection screen. Everything's written standard sanctum. But for that, you'd necessarily speak less, understand what's reading. But it's more like whether you care. Like, it didn't matter to me what league I was choosing. And not read mechanically because too much absorbed by his blog. Then I like how I've gotten that reputation as talking too much as somebody who historically didn't do that. Then you start on the beach and pop-up says you skip the pop-up, spend time, a lot of time not understanding what you... But I think I understood everything just fine because I got through exactly the part I was trying to get through. Like, it's not a puzzle solving game. Like, it is the kind of game you could face roll, at least in the combat sense. The game says use your bottle and you say they're wrong, and 30 minutes later you read the text on the bottle and understand, as if you should understand everything right away. Like, you'll learn stuff over the course of the game. For any developer seeing a player like you, I don't understand. But again, I'm not using that as a criticism. I don't say the game is bad because of that. I'm just acknowledging, like, okay, I'll figure it out later. When we spend a huge time of writing, I don't like always reading everything though. Right, I don't want to have everything spelled out for me either by the game or by, guides or external resources. Just leave it. You're right, but the guy is deluded. But he thinks we're judging him for being bad, even though they are saying that. We're all saying it's not about skill, but it's not about reading. But that's a choice. I could choose not to read. I want to do a run where I don't read anything in the game. Zero focus on what's going on, even trying to play. But yet it didn't cost me dying or, the fact that he doesn't get it, it's terrible to watch. Zero comprehension, no empathy with his audience. I'm also the same person who spent entire first episodes reading flavor text, like The Witcher. So I was in a hurry in the session, as it was hours 5 to 8 of an 8-hour stream where I played something else in front of it, like DayZ or something. Rust, maybe, I can't remember, for the first time. And I wasn't in the mood to play like that. Is that allowed? Didn't hurt my experience with the game. It's my style of play. Alternative is I sit there reading every last bit of flavor text. So I'm sorry that I didn't read enough text in a game that isn't a story game and isn't a puzzle solving game or something like that. It's a combat focused game. So I'm sorry that I mostly did combat in my first session of playing a combat focused game. And people complain about that too. Did The Witcher... I thought I said somewhere here, like, my audience is whatever I want it to be. I kind of like that quote. Like, people can complain, enjoy the game, ignore the haters. Exactly. But I want to revel in it a little bit here. I'm watching the game. Oh my god. And I think I said that. Thanks. These are some good tips, but I didn't really read them. I'm just being nice, but like, I don't want to be spoiled. I don't want to know all these things. I don't want advice. So I'm glad you finally shared your playthrough. How does he know I posted it so late? Like, finally. I'm new to your channel, hope to see more. Well, I guess you'll finally get PoE 2 here, but you know, it is what it is. I like that you're focused on defense. Okay, I'm not even going to read it now. You're being too nice. I want to read the hate. So painful to watch. Dude plays like an idiot. Like, who talks so much about things they hate about a game without actually playing the game? I did play the game, though, I should probably say. Like, you barely pay attention to the game and talk about stuff you don't like. Sounds like you don't need to play them. You obviously don't like them. I don't like the premise of them, sure. Like, you just follow directions and read. Hell, didn't even read the first time playing the game. But common sense helped me with most things. You don't have that either. And then you said you don't even play the standard mage. You didn't even play the standard mage. You picked a witch. Well, what does that mean? Then you said you didn't even play the standard mage, but you picked a witch. Well, I don't know what he's talking about. I mean, seriously, basic things you did not do. You're painfully wrong. I can talk about the genre broadly, objectively, completely separate from my own gameplay and preferences. It makes no sense to say without actually playing the game, what else am I doing in the video? What you were doing wasn't actually playing the game nor understanding it. I'm just playing it wrong. Again, I look at the first time I played the game often. I swear the decisions you're making showed you weren't truly playing the game. Hey, if you feel you were truly playing the game, then go for it. Basically, I'm playing the game wrong in your opinion. You are playing like you don't know how to play the game or how to play games. Like, who doesn't see an exclamation and think maybe I should check that? But you do. But maybe, again, I will do it later. Like, I'm playing like an open world game, which obviously it's not, but too much talking, not much thinking. That's Gukesh's line against Dina that my friend joked about, like, talk less, think more kind of mentality, because he doesn't really talk a lot. Gukesh, world champion, congrats. But again, I like that they're defining all the worth from a first session of a game. Maybe you shouldn't use that as an excuse, but like, what does it really matter? And again, the same person is doing a permanent the first playthrough and they're not dying, so what more do you want? The worst player ever would have died multiple times, or you know, whatever. Something like that. But no, like the exclamation mark, like I'll get around to it eventually. You're assuming intent. Once again, I'm not trying to do every quest, or I'm not trying to do it right then. I'll do it later. I'll explore. I'll do other things. First half an hour, I was hoping real hard for someone to tell him to press Z, which like shows all the items, I guess, around like everything that's pick upable and stuff. You are really the worst player I've seen. It looks like you don't have experience with RPG games at all. I mean, different kinds of RPGs, not ARPGs as much. You really miss basic mechanics like clicking on the big, like, see, same thing. Like, I know that, but who's to say that you want to do every quest right then and there? On the map, or using, you see, you're assuming like, oh, he's trying to do that but failing, not just that he's doing something different. Or using the map to better navigate. I don't like using maps too much. And no map run. Not running against walls and just run deeper into the map and always through places where you've already been. Like I'm just exploring around, playing like an open world game. Don't complain about the game. I never said it was too confusing, dude. I didn't complain about anything aside from the genre at the beginning. It's just you not having any basic RPG gameplay. However, hope you keep it up so you can keep complaining about it. Use Z. Yeah, we got the item filter. Jesus Christ, modern. This guy was just absolutely. It's the same guy, right? From before. He just lost his mind. Jesus Christ, modern gamer, dog shit. Not a modern gamer, has been playing games for decades. Blind first playthrough, also permadeath. If there's a high standard, it means if a player dies, the playthrough ends. You are mistaking a thorough, deliberate pace for being bad. Is a player supposed to be good at the game first time playing or during the tutorial? Also, why does it matter? I didn't die. Is it supposed to be a speedrun? No. Is it supposed to be barred knowledge, metagaming experience? No. You're mistaking ability and intent. I judge things by the result. Again, my only goal is to not die, which I didn't do, even if it's the first session and a weird flex. Okay, let's just get through these. I don't usually leave comments, but the way you play has irritated me in a way I didn't think was possible. Your comprehension skills need work. First, you say you played other ARPGs. Again, I don't mean I play them a lot, though. Don't know what a league is? I don't. I still don't know what a league is. Like, why does it matter? It had zero impact on my playthrough at all. So why are people getting so caught up on the league thing? You then get into the game and completely ignore tutorials while complaining. I don't think I'm complaining. I think people misframe my commentary. I generally enjoy. I'm doing just fine. I don't think I'm complaining that I can't figure anything out. I'm just doing what I feel like. You comment about how it's your first time playing, but you have no patience. I have plenty of patience. I spent 4 hours just doing Brutus alone. That's plenty. You know, isn't that slow enough? Zero attention span and read 2 sentences. It's almost like I'm playing an action game, so that's how you could get away with playing it. Feels like I'm watching someone who's never touched a computer before play a game for the first time. But even those people take it slow and read through things, like how I spent 2 hours reading The Witcher. You completely missed when the first area boss changed phases, thinking that he healed because of distance. But yet I beat him just fine, so it evidently didn't matter. You're blind, it's like a blind playthrough, and have zero comprehension. Yeah, you can't smell that, haha. I could pick on you if I wanted. You completely miss when the first, I mean, it's kind of a fast-paced boss fight. You're in the middle of it, so maybe you won't understand everything. Watching you deal with the passive tree, with the skill tree was kind of funny because I lost track of where it was. I had a good time, didn't die. Thanks for watching. He doesn't listen, really thinks he's a decent gamer. Once again, the ego thing comes out. Like, who, you're defining me by this one session. So if I played it how you wanted, I'm the best gamer ever in my first session of a game, which really doesn't matter. Like, it wouldn't be impressive. Which is why he's fighting with people. But again, I'm willing to have the conversation. I don't consider it fighting. Your standard is laughably low. You cannot judge someone based on first playthrough, first session of a game. Even if I played it perfectly, it would prove nothing. I'm kind of repeating what I'm saying here without even reading it. Like, I just know how I think. How about a world first clear? How about doing something no one has done before? That would prove something, not this. I'm not even acknowledging the point, as it would be utter folly to draw inference one way or another based on playing a game for the first time. There are levels to meritocracy and having standards. This would be the lowest bar ever. You're a pro gamer. At no point did I say or suggested you're putting words in my mouth. On the contrary, I've only made the point that whether someone's good or bad at a game or in games in general, nothing in this session would indicate that. Any reasonable standard would require that someone does a world's first clear, etc. As I mentioned, to be considered good or accomplished. Everything else is negligible. I don't care anymore. I understand you have the need to have the last word, which I guess I do here. Have it again. Actually, I believe it's something worth discussing. A long form pause to it. I have given your comments fair respect and consideration. Always willing to have a discussion. I'm even willing to look back on the discussion like I'm doing here. So it's just a difference of opinion. Like, I'm not even saying like I'm right and these people are wrong, but think about what you're really saying. Like, it doesn't, none of this matters. Like, you're not proving anything, right? I didn't prove anything with the session. I didn't do anything that impressive. Unwillingness to do so as a concession, as a comment someone has no coherent rebuttal to follow with. I've described my standard nature of my session. If your only angle is to inject a different standard, then I've said it's preferential. Sanctum Lead was like 1 billion years ago. A good catch. This was from earlier this year. Didn't get around to uploading it. Not really relevant. I only go as far as Brutus, which I keep bringing that up. Like, I wasn't trying to beat the game in like one session. Get the impression you're terribly ignorant. At some point, you learn how to highlight items lying on the ground, and then you don't use it. Yeah, because sometimes I don't like using mechanics that spoon feed everything. You say you play Diablo, and you miss waypoint several times not activating it. Running around the exclamation marker, incomprehensible. Again, maybe you're trying to do it later, but they obviously have hindsight that they know that it must be a big quest that it gives you a good item or something. And not clicking on it even out of curiosity. You're wandering around the location, which I even say I'm trying to play like an open world game or something. Avoiding large markers, it's a shock for me. Overall, your gameplay style looks like that. Someone playing a game for the first time in their life. What a great comment. You're right. Looks like someone who is playing a video game. He means like games in general, but no, I am playing it like that on purpose. That's what a blind first playthrough is to me. You should play it like you've never played it before, and really soak it in. Apart from all this, I don't understand how you can read something works and then wonder how it works or why it doesn't work, even though you read about it a while ago, or when you use a portal scroll, saying it works both ways and then you don't use it. I mean, sometimes I will just choose not to use certain mechanics if I feel like they make it too easy or whatever. I always impose certain rules like that. I won't mention that you forget, but again, you're assuming intent and a zero-sum process. I won't mention that you forget about the map. It's not that you forget, you choose not to use it. Helps you plan your way. You play Diablo and you sell unidentified items that may be useful. And at the beginning, you notice, yeah, it has like identify scroll thing as well, I guess. Notice there's an identification scroll as you are really ignoring a lot of the things that you yourself are talking about, and explaining that it's your gaming style doesn't explain that you ignore the fundamentals of gameplay in this type of game. It's like playing racing games, but not racing because I like to drive slowly. But see, I could do that. I could absolutely get away with doing that as long as I still, well, in that context, I don't lose or I don't die. In my opinion, if you want to record such videos, you need to put a little more effort into it, or at least not mention that you have experience in this type of game. I didn't really say it like that, though. I think a lot of people misunderstood that. Just because I played those games like briefly 1 or 2 times doesn't mean that I, have played them a lot, because it's obvious that this experience is less than 0. You may get the impression that you completed the first task in Diablo and that was the end of the game. I love watching new players Path of Exile. Yes, it's a very difficult and complicated game, but I didn't think that you could ignore the fundamentals of the game so much with them in front of your eyes and still do so well and still beat Brutus. Best regards. I hope for more films, but with a little more open eyes. Don't treat my statement as anything personal. Constructive criticism. I like the way he ends that. More that I have certain preferences in how I play games. Maybe they're different from yours. Maybe I like to take my time, not do everything all at once. So can the experience, not rush it. This is very complex compared to Diablo. Okay, dude. Okay, that's more of a positive thing. Okay, are we almost done with this? Even I'm getting tired with my own comments. Holy shit, dude. How can it be this triggering to people? I love it. Okay, let's just do it. I love it. I'm not even going to play the game today. I'll do it tomorrow or something. This guy is the reason why we get so much hand-holding. This is on our ironic comment in modern games. Also, read some of the other comments. It's really impressive how someone can have such a big ego. Am I the one with a big ego and self-awareness? Zero self-awareness while still being this bad at learning and adapting. You have a lot of critique, but for it to matter, again, trying to discredit me, shoot the messenger. Be competent, or at least some rudimentary understanding, whereas I explain the genre, which has nothing to do with the game itself. Ad hominem is not an argument, it's typical, predictable. The objective observation of a genre are one thing, personal preference and style of play are another. I hate hand-holding and make an effort to play games completely blind with no advice, so clearly there's a contradiction there. The comment, like, this is why there's so much hand-holding, because like, oh, apparently you're bad. But if I'm choosing not to read even the tooltips that the game is giving me, I clearly reject hand-holding and I'm avoiding it. So how does that even make sense? Comment about ego is interesting, as I never said anywhere in these comments that I'm especially great. Even in the video, I say my record with this genre isn't the best. Like, I failed the first playthrough Permadeath of Diablo. I guess I only did it with Diablo 1 like twice, and I did it with Diablo Immortal, but I AFK'd out, but I still died. And Diablo 4 I started, but then I never finished it. I didn't die, but I just did one session. It actually seems that the player base of the game is very egotistical in a way that's sort of ungratifying. They want to use hindsight of a game they've probably played and studied for years, kind of like with chess, say, research, learned about, etc., to feel superior to someone playing for the first time, and clearly not interested in knowing everything from the start. Someone who enjoys gradual discovery and figuring things out over the course of a playthrough. Very strange that such a player would ever be described as wanting handholding. I see you've used the hindsight argument in other comments, as if not everyone who played the game started exactly where you were, knowing nothing, but they probably weren't this snarky about it, or they probably didn't know everything right away. Difference and reason why I seem to be annoyed, unwilling to learn, but over the course of a 100-hour playthrough that it would probably be if I played the whole thing, I would probably do all that, right? Why do you have to do it right away? You say that you enjoy gradual discovery, but nothing in this video demonstrates that, but that's probably what I say. Gradual would mean over the course of a playthrough. In fact, you seem completely set in your ways and completely incapable of being humble, trying to learn something new. Then you flail against people pointing this out. No, I don't feel that that's my nature of my comments. Maybe this game isn't made for you. There's other games kind of gatekeeping the whole genre. This is exactly how people are when they start playing a game blind, knowing absolutely nothing. I'm not unwilling to learn, but rather not in a hurry to learn everything right away. I like a sense of discovery and wonder, which maybe is just me, but it's always how I play things. Sometimes I will avoid reading things in the game if I feel like it gives away too much. I would rather be surprised, figure out by myself. I would play this game in a long, slow series and really take my time if I was to do it. Let's look at it like this. Nothing I did not understand caused me to die in this session. If it did, I would consider it a failure. In the next sessions of me playing the game, the same would be true. Whatever I did in this very brief and early portion of this game evidently worked. On one hand, people might say it's just Act 1, as only the tutorial, of course you shouldn't die, but on the other hand, they act like I'm playing so terribly, so you can play terribly and get this far, which isn't far at all, but it's apparently far enough that I should know a lot more according to many comments, or that it should be considered a big deal because of how passionate they are getting. You're correct, nothing in this video demonstrates the gradual discovery of figuring things out, because that would imply a log complete playthrough that would take dozens of hours, not 3. I'm experiencing a new game altogether, so that is why I'm certainly willing to learn and try something new. There's been a lot of ad hominem, which I expected, as even my title shows awareness of, but it means nothing to me. I haven't criticized anyone directly, but more just the folly of some arguments, but it simply get so upset about and draw a strong conclusion. Or wait, I missed a line. Put it simply, I could say, sir, this is a first playthrough, And the first brief session at that. So if it's something to really get so upset about and draw such strong conclusions from, fair enough. I would not look at it that way. There's also a strange sense of gatekeeping. If I played the game how I wanted and enjoyed it, what's the problem? I'm not your boyfriend, so I won't be reading that. I'll answer your final question and say that you can play how you want. No one cares. Don't expect anyone to watch. You have a shitty attitude for 3 hours, even though, again, I generally enjoyed it, so I think people are misframing some running commentary as complaining, but also it's one of my most viewed videos, so TLDR, finest argument ever. Apparently people do want to watch this, one of my most viewed videos on the channel. People apparently love getting angry and feeling false sense of superiority for playing the game for the first time. His comments make it funnier. You have zero self-awareness. The gall in calling others sense of superiority takes the cake. Usually when I'm playing a game for the first time, people don't get so angry about it. It seems to say more about the community, which I would stand by that. But again, it has a positive side too. I just can't get over it. This is one of the funniest things I've ever seen. Like, the amount, dude, like all I'm doing, I mean, you can watch it for yourself. Like, I'm just playing the game, dude. Like, it's not that big of a deal. When I do badly at stuff, I talk trash all the time. Like, when I'm playing chess, I'll say I'm trash. Or, you know, if I fail a permadeath run, I'll say I'm trash. You know, some false critique to a system you don't understand. People get mad over that. Usually people are nice on YouTube. You're the second person that people got mad over watch like 30 plus. That might be true. There is maybe something about my style, but I even identify, I sort of predict that. That's fair, but the only thing I criticize is the innate nature of the genre, as I've done with other games. So oh yeah, this guy keeps straw manning that I'm criticizing stuff, and I don't even know what he's talking about. I deliver those criticisms at the beginning. It honestly has nothing to do with understanding or not understanding. That's a terrible defense, because I'm criticizing the genre as a whole, so it has nothing to do with this game particularly. I even say I enjoyed the game and thought highly of it based on my experience in the video. It's like good of its kind, good of its genre. So clearly people are being irrationally overly defensive because I criticized it on its face, on the inherent flaws as I considered the genre itself. If it is, I'm kind of speed reading, so I might not be getting everything right, but kind of like how I was reading the flavor text apparently in the first game. It's possible for two things to be true. The genre itself can have its flaws, and some games can be buried beneath them while others can rise above them. They still exist, however. You made criticism on things that wouldn't be a problem if you had read the tutorial. I see this. I don't even count. Like, I generally wasn't criticizing stuff. Not a defense. It's the thing that happened. You didn't just criticize the genre. It does have some understanding. You wouldn't be complaining. You read the tutorial, blah, blah. Yeah, I'm treating you like the tutorial. I'm not reading you. Really enjoyed. Wouldn't be complaining. Untrue. He's getting mad. People are never just irrational on anything, not especially literally the only one out of, okay, that might be a fair point. I'll give you that most people don't have this reaction, but everything have a reason. You're just in denial. A lot of your critique is something that was solved in the game. I think generally I'm not complaining. Like I said, if you look at, I'm not just even saying that in hindsight, like I genuinely enjoyed the session and didn't think too negatively about the game. So people are acting like I'm complaining. It's possible for it to exist, but people are not angry that you criticize the game or the genre. It's that many of your criticisms are solved, have nothing to do with discussion. People are not, I'm telling you though, people are mad at you not because you criticize the genre, even though that's literally what my history with Diablo is, and that's literally what the title was even based on, so I predicted that, which is untrue because we all saw and heard you criticize the game as well. But people are angry at criticism, something that doesn't exist in this game, and you would have known that just because stop being in denial. You're wrong. If I seem to criticize specific elements in the game, people are overreacting because I distinctly remember enjoying and saying it was good of its kind, and I enjoyed it. So if people are getting upset over minor gripes and running commentary, that's their prerogative. People have been irrational with me every time I play a Diablo style game because of my long-standing criticism, hence the title of this video. I respectfully disagree. People are definitely personally attacking me because of those. Trust me, it's happened before. Or it'll happen again, probably when I upload this one. Honestly, that doesn't... Maybe I should upload this separately as a precursor, but no, I'll just do the whole thing maybe together. Doesn't bother me as much as my lack of rebuttal for it. As a lack of rebuttal. Instead, they seek to shoot the messenger. Only thing I get from this is that people are being overly defensive over minor mechanical observations, preferences. Are you blind? For the 10th time, those criticisms don't apply if you had just read the tutorial. But which ones? He's not telling me. This, people get mad. This isn't people getting mad for no reason. There's a reason for everything. We all saw it in the comments. You're denying it. We're saying two different things. People are overreacting then regardless, or framing them as major criticism. It could just be giving a running commentary. So either people are mistaking as a criticism or exaggerating how big of a deal. Once again, when I explicitly said I enjoyed the experience, why does it matter? You're saying to you, or he just keeps coming back with the same thing I say. I've literally been saying you gave false criticism that makes people angry. No, it's not an overreaction. People are making stupid assumptions. It's not just a commentary. You said on multiple occasions in the comments that it's a criticism, which we all say is untrue. Most of the comments related to my opening criticism, which you agree is invalid, like the criticism of my opening point, because that's separate. You'll have to be specific about what you're referring to, because I do not believe I was very critical throughout the video at all. The whole purpose of the session was to get to know the game, and I both think highly of it and reserve judgment as well. Just a small bite-sized session. The ones passing quick and harsh judgment seem to be people in the comments in hindsight of their own longer experience with the game. What exact criticisms are you talking about? For the 100th time, he's not once said what the criticism is that he's talking about. Not all your commenters in the video is talking about your opening criticism, but I think that's what triggers them, especially when I put the timestamp like that. I literally never said that those people are invalid. A bit too much effort to comment someone who's clearly just being an idiot like you, IMO. But I trigger people because I'm willing to reasonably have the conversation. I'm not just dismissing them. I'm really literally having the conversation all the way. And then they want to do it, but then they get mad. Doesn't even sound like English. Wait, what? But someone who's also giving you genuine tips. My man, you literally said on multiple occasions in the comment section that you were giving criticism. Mainly, I'm talking about since you're saying it's my words, I can tell you what they mean, like about the genre itself. That's mainly what I criticize. Obviously means you're being critical, yes, about the genre. Reserve judgments my ass. If that were the case, people wouldn't be pissed in the first place. There's many in the video. Name one, dude. I won't go back 4 hours. One on top of my head, mentioned in the comment. Which one? In the video, before you go to Mudflats, you criticize the game by saying you can't level up in other areas so that you can progress. You can't not realistically double negative. If you played RPGs any game, I don't know what this criticism even is. I even say it in the video that generally you're picking on every little minute negative thing I say. Like, relax, dude. They're being overly defensive. 8 days for you to be 10 levels over the act boss if you're just playing casually. So obviously most people rather somehow over leveling, rather get good and try to understand the game, unlike you because you're ignorant. And another commenter at one point says you complained about how it's flawed for the game to have a tutorial that makes you use flasks. You're about to die. The tutorial only appears when you're about to die. You could see some of this I might genuinely have misunderstood, but that's fine. It doesn't mean you have to be perfect. They're taking like any sort of minor comment as an absolute, like I'm just hating on the game. And you also get your eyes, and you know that every time you kill an enemy, a flask refills. Yeah, I didn't notice that. I'll acknowledge it. You also I thought you would just use it as much as you want, or you had to buy them or something. At the beginning, always. You also criticize that you can just spam flasks, but yeah, I was wrong about that. No cooldown, I get it. They only refill when you. That point I even agree with. I was wrong about that, but that's why you play and you learn and all this kind of stuff over time. Let's see what we got. I mean, I hope I'm almost done because I'm getting sick of this. But reading is hard, but look at how much I did more reading in the comments of this video than I did apparently in the game. It is when you're like me and you enjoy reading every last bit of text in the game. I also want to make some amount of progress and you only have a few hours to play the session. This guy was kind of nice, I think, in the end. I'm glad the community is so passionate. I'm sure they'd enjoy a full playthrough where I read baited, but I never did it. That's how I normally do things. I'll admit I was snarky dickhead towards you. That's fine. See, I like this guy though because... But not gonna lie, it's rough watching when you mouse over text. But as you said, playing a game on stream is different, and I don't like using that as an excuse, the fact that I'm streaming it. But whatever, like at least time constraint. I understand I always hate using streaming as an excuse, but at least my very intent was to make a certain amount of progress, such as beating Act 1 or at least Brutus. If he isn't the final boss, I don't even know that much. So I didn't take as much time reading as I would normally like in another session. What's funny is I had a hilarious session where I played the original Witcher for the first time and people were complaining because I love this. I always use this in the lore of my channel. My first episode was me just standing there reading flavor text for like 2 hours because the game gives you so much at the beginning. The difference is it's a dedicated series where I was playing it on a regular basis. This was a standalone where I opened the door for making a regular series, but I haven't done so yet, and I still haven't done so. I love the first Witcher jank combat and all. Oh yeah, I have a really dumb moment at the beginning of that too, where I don't understand that it's like an auto attack system. I enjoy watching people take their time rather than feeling like they gotta rush it. I'm sorry, you seem like chill. See, I like this guy. He comes around and what a stupid title. Why? Oh yeah, such a stupid title. I'm totally not considered a hater of the genre or something based on the comments. Lol. Why? I have a history of being called a Diablo hater, as explained in the video. Put it simply, I've been critical of the genre of games numerous times over the years, and my channel art is partly inspired by that. It's more so inspired by the fact that it was the first one that I played in the Permadeath first playthrough format in 2016. I don't know what this does. Doesn't read it. Probably some passive thing. No, that's fair, but it's also, I normally do, but isn't it more fun to try using it for hands-on? But you didn't use it, you put it back in the inventory. That's fair. Personally, it's much more interesting seeing someone read something, learn the complexities of the game. Oh, I see, I can use it for XYZ, guessing. That's just you. But see, that's just one moment. I can acknowledge that, but it's not the end of the world. I'll figure it out eventually. That's fair. I'm not saying I use it properly. Just in principle, I tend to avoid reading too much aside from flavor text. It was so early in the game. I was playing it very raw, just wanting to play. Certainly, as the playthrough goes on, I would be much more thorough. No, read, at least trying to. But see, that's my choice. I'm choosing not to read. Babies figure out stuff with no instructions. Who has the time to watch an adult act like a toddler? Know your audience. Yeah, this is the line. My audience is whatever I want it to be. I play games how I choose, not how others tell me to. Maybe next time I'll turn it into a reading simulator, which has commonly been my style, and watch people complain about that too. 280. I love this. This is my favorite comment probably of all time. The 288 subs checks out. No one wants to watch an idiot fumble around after purposely closing all tutorials and not reading anything, as if that couldn't be a choice. I want to do a no reading run, not the game for you. 288 subs. That was pretty good. I was pretty happy about that. I'm at like 330 now, but it's like, he doesn't realize what that means. I've done content online for like 10 plus years, and I never had that many subs because I normally didn't post stuff to YouTube. So like, he's saying that like as a negative. 288 checks out. That's good. I'm happy with that. Like, what do you mean? That was awesome. To get 288, like he's looking at it from such a sad, cynical perspective. That's a good thing. I'm happy with that. It's too many water in this video. You come to test the game and see mechanics and all over. Stop speaking so much water. I have no idea what that means. Maybe just I'm talking too much. Why did this guy spend 2 hours walking back and forth before the final clip, or not understanding support jumps because he skipped the tutorial in the first 5 minutes? It's painful. Thanks for watching. Whole 2 hours anyway. All things considered, none of that hurt my experience. I enjoyed the session. I watched the whole thing and enjoyed it, but did spend some time yelling at the monitor. It's the exclamation point. By the way, in the case no one has helped, Active Gem. See, I don't want to know this. I'm not reading it. Anytime something can help me. Too much talking, not much thinking. You copy the other guy's comment. Just read the things. The two aren't mutually exclusive. This guy does not read anything and expects the game to do everything for him. But see, this is a contradiction. I guess I pointed out. I don't have to come up with my own take. I can just read my comment. I don't expect the game to do anything. If I did, I would have read it and relied on it telling me what to do. That is a contradictory statement. I don't read it, but I expect the game to do stuff for me. If I expected the game to do stuff for me, then wouldn't I be more likely to read it? Incredible, the shit-talking person that no look in the mini-map and doesn't... and look into map, and second later forget what he searches for. Not even notice gold objects, and maybe more interesting than white ones. Oh, like the rarities, I guess. Path of Exile 2 will have WASD movement. Interesting that you should mention that. Wonder when that's coming out as an additional option for movement. But people were saying that like with this game too, that you didn't have to use the mouse just to move. Okay, are you almost done, dude? Oh my god, there's too many, and I want to read them all, but I may as well just do it. God, it's painful to hear your opinion on things you have no understanding of, but try to make it sound like you know a thing about ARPGs. You just make assumption after assumption, telling it like it's truthful. I do have a tendency to do that. I can sound like I know exactly what I'm talking about, even when I don't. People would say that in the debate format, like, and I'm coming up with like a new concept that I'm discussing for the first time, and it's like, wow. It sounds like I've talked about it for years. The talent tree, because like you're not saying it from a personal perspective, you're saying it from an analytical, like as a thought process. It's hard to explain. The talent tree was in the beginning, didn't get bigger due to updates, so I couldn't have known that though. Energy shield is not exploitable. I mean, hey, you don't know who you're talking to. Life and mana potions are not exploitable, in fact, rather weak. For the love of God, if this is all the intelligent capacity you can muster, read the tutorial. Yeah, because I haven't upgraded my intelligence on my witch character yet, so it is all the intelligence I can muster. It's made for you. You're not smart enough to figure the game out, and yet I was able to do just fine without that. You first say I'm stating opinion, then you claim it's being stated as the truth. Give your opinion, I guess, as if it's truth, which is it then? It's not about being smart. I have a long-standing position on the genre, generally been backed up. Even if Path of Exile was the exception to the pitfalls of the genre, it doesn't mean the objective criticisms are unfounded. Quantity over quality in enemy encounters, items, upgrades, enemies, RTS perspective of games where you generally control a single unit, those characteristics are facts. That does not mean each game is bad, but those aspects are irrefutably present. I didn't die, so it apparently didn't take a genius to get through this very early and easy part of the game. This comment section aged well. What a terrible YouTube recommendation. I mean, fine with me. I'm not the one who controls that. People evidently liked it too, because it got so many likes is the reason why, you know, it gets suggested in the first place. For a decade, PoE community welcomed and supported a lot of awesome content creators, and then after a decade, they became dicks, I guess. Some stayed, some moved on. Refreshing to see an idiot play this game. Amazing. There are people, yeah, this is one of my favorites too. There are people who beat the game in the amount of time it took me to kill Brutus, but also I'm rushing and not reading all the flavor text. Talks about WoW the entire time. I know the exact type of classic WoW boomer this is. Well, welcome to Path of Exile. Maybe if you keep playing, you will make it to yellow maps and you might even kill a boss. I guess I killed Brutus, counts as a boss. It's not a speedrun. What's wrong with WoW? Blizzard, who made the game, were the fathers of the genre, the original Diablo. Like, the point being exactly that, though. Some people are saying, oh, I'm rushing and skipping all the tooltips. He's also saying I'm playing too slow and I only killed Brutus, and people have beaten the game in that much time, so am I playing too slow or am I playing too fast? It's incredibly painful to watch. PoE isn't a casual game. Watch me turn it into one. But the lack of paying attention, subsequently blaming the game, I don't think I really do that, but people misframe my commentary. Just because I'm talking about something doesn't mean I'm criticizing it or complaining. I don't really think I blame the game much. I acknowledge certain aspects seem quite complicated. That does not mean in my first time ever playing that I want to read everything right away. I mainly just want to try the gameplay and generally enjoy the experience. Diablo would be a better fit. This is the guy who misunderstands the title. Like, when I'm saying Diablo hater, it doesn't mean just Diablo. He's so dumb, it's not even funny. I find it pretty funny how people react to it, at least. But he wasn't paying attention to anything. Huge exclamation point. No, I actually read it right. Huge explanation point. They're on your screen for 10 minutes. How can't you see it? Saying going in blind is more fun than complaining. I don't think I'm complaining, dude. I'll even tell you I didn't dislike the experience. Like, I hate this sort of misframe. You're saying I'm complaining, but I don't think I was. That you can't understand anything is kind of dumb. Next time you play, give yourself 10 minutes, go through the tutorial, fair enough, but I wasn't really complaining. I enjoyed the experience. Full inventory, let me sell some stuff. Closes the window, reads trade was canceled, moves along. Something is off with this dude. Never seen a more obnoxious playthrough of anything ever. Burping and being gross throughout. This is the second guy who mentions that. And this is just the first part. Like, at some point I facepalm. I start even being a bit of a troll. The top-down third person means RTS. There is no RTS, therefore it doesn't make sense. It's a moronic take. It's an accurate historical footnote to connect it to, thus lacking depth and justification for it, leading directly to quantity over quality in both enemy types. This is like the best response to a comment like this. Like, you're breaking down objectively in great detail why you're saying that, right? Top-down RTS is, and this is not RTS, so that means it's a moronic take. And I'm giving such an in-depth response, right? Treating it with such respect. I'm not just dismissing it. It's an accurate historical footnote. It lacks depth and justification for it, leading to both a very true statement, quantity over quality in both enemy encounters and itemization. Even fans of the game would acknowledge that by even telling me, you are the reason shampoo has instructions. I wouldn't read them anyway, just like I wasn't reading the tooltips in here. Painful to watch, hardcore first play though. Okay, dude, okay. So do I even have the energy to play this right now? I guess I should always do some of it. Yeah, these are my most recent videos. I felt like that was worth doing because this is just something that's kind of been so... That's my most polarizing video besides the other, like the WoW one that's like... What's it called? It's... like, he was right, but that's not what it's called. It's like... WoW Classic... I can't remember what the thing was. It's my most viewed video. I could just go here and look at it. Lifetime, or no, it's not. World of Warcraft Classic showed why we can't have nice things, and that is going to be, you literally said nothing in this video. I wish I could say nothing and get 30-40,000 views then like that. I'll say nothing all the time. But no, this is a situation where this one got like 600 likes to like 200 dislikes, and so those are the two that have like the most polarizing amount of comments and stuff. So okay, maybe I'll play a little bit here, at least make my character and stuff. I'll upload this too along with it, just to show my intent to trigger people, I guess. Okay, so after that very long, exhaustive intro, I just went over some things I had been thinking about over the last year since I played that, and since it had such a crazy reaction. And obviously, I looked through all the YouTube comments, so that was just something I was thinking about doing for a while. I don't know why it says Texas when it should be more like, well, if it says it, auto select, I guess I'll trust it, but it should be like maybe Washington, D.C. is closer to me. I'll just leave it, but yeah, we're gonna go in here. Did I mention that these games, that this genre of game is like an RTS game where you only control a single unit, and it suffers from quantity over quality of enemy types and itemization as a result of that? Did I mention that? Because that kind of triggers people so much, I guess. All right, let's go ahead. It had this as the loading screen when I first opened it too.
Your sentence is to be hanged from the neck until dead. Let your souls feed the first ones, and your bodies feed the land.
I like how they showed the character creation screen in the first game too. So you're about to be executed here, like there you're just about to be sent into exile. I'm choosing a character that's already about to die, so let's read through if we can everything. Sorceress, okay. I want to be like a melee character actually.
By your Akara for experimenting with the elements. Arrogance has led you here, and arrogance keeps you on those gallows. Speak your peace.
Coming soon. So in the first game, it would just show you what the guy's saying here to also describe it, but here it's different. Elements are mine to control. I know why the lightning strikes, why fire burns, and why cold freezes. They do so because I command it. The vengeance of the Maraketh will find those who have transgressed no matter where they run. Create large explosions, set your enemies on fire, watch them burn. Slow your enemies down, freeze them in place. Crowd control, of course. Lightning spells, balance lightning around your foes. Good for AoE, shock them for even higher damage. So that would be the class I would like to play, but I'm not going to do it. I like how it assumes your gender, too.
It is a pity to see you like this. You arrived on our shores a whipped and broken child. Our people made you strong. How were they repaid? Sedition and lies. Speak now if you choose.
I wanted very little for myself, a forge, a bed. They took all that away when they burned down my home. Give me one good hammer, and they will find that there is nothing more dangerous than a man of peace roused to war. This guy seems kind of justified, though. I wanted very little, a forge and a bed. They took that away. So he's pretty, you know, not a criminal. He's aggrieved with good reason. She's a little egocentric. Let me rehear this, actually.
Keeps you on those gallows. Speak your peace.
Yeah, she's said to be egocentric.
Foundling, it is a pity to see you like this. You arrived on our shores a whipped and broken child. Our people made you strong. How were they repaid? Sedition and lies. Speak now if you choose.
So it's just propaganda that they didn't burn his home, and you know, oh, it's lies, but they're not lies actually. So this doesn't adequately explain these either, because you know how people are getting triggered in the first game that, oh, I didn't understand the format or whatever, those little banners. So yeah, he wanted very little, so he's very justified in his anger here. Oh yeah, let's look at these. Heavy slams, hit hard, slam your mace on the ground, crack the earth, stun your enemy. But see, like with this, it always gets confusing. Like, what if I'm not using a mace? Right? Would it be limited to what item you happen to be using in the game, or you just do it anyway, like with a fixed set of abilities? Stuns and knockback. Stun your enemies, push them back, knock them to the ground. Seems like the sort of thing you'd almost be doing with a shield, but defensive, like knocking them with your shield. Shrug off small hits with heavy armor. Block big attacks with your shield. Use your large life pool to absorb the rest. Okay. I might actually do a warrior. Or I'll do a melee class of some kind, because I always play mages a little bit too much.
Ranger, an outcast, lurking among the shadows of the trees like an animal. You murdered one of my soldiers in the name of a filthy thief. Your guilt is clear. Plead for mercy, if you must.
In the name of a thief. So you were doing it as like a contract killer for somebody else. But yeah, this guy chose the wrong profession in both games, assuming it's even the same guy, which is probably not. These guys shouldn't be executioners. They should be fucking, you know, or maybe it's not the same guy talking in the back. It's just the headmaster about to chop our heads off, but, or I mean, hang us or whatever. But the person talking could be somewhere else, just leading the whole proceeding. But this guy is so eloquent and amazing with the way he explains all of this that he should have chosen a different role in life. All I need is a single well-placed arrow. I'm fleet of foot, and I have eyes of a hawk. Put a bow in my hand, and they'll die trying to catch me. I guess not this time, though. Long range, let the arrows fly from afar. Kill them before they arrive. But does this mean that everybody else dies who I don't choose? Right, if I choose to play as one, we'll get saved, but not everybody else. Kill them before they arrive. But this looks all like magic. What am I looking at? Obviously some ability, but shoot on the move, jump over your enemies, leap away from danger. My kind of mentality with just being sort of stealthy and, or I mean, whatever, being a coward and kiting stuff away. Even as a mage, I like to do that. Crowd control, slow your enemies, freeze them in place, don't let them reach you. Wait, am I looking at the wrong thing? Why are these... They're referring to the elements too much that an archer you think more of as like a melee type of class where it's less about that, right? You're using magic a bit too much.
Foul witch! Your very own coven cast you out for your forbidden pursuits. Your twisted necromancy ends here, at the end of a noose. Speak your last.
You should have said like, oh, this time you won't be able to play with death. Like you won't be able to bring yourself back from the dead or whatever. I love the necromancer's puns in Diablo Immortal. That we can, yeah, she's in grave danger and stuff like that. They were almost playing into it a little bit. But yeah, this is what I played in the first game, which I still have that playthrough ongoing, which hopefully the game wouldn't have changed too much, so I'd be able to still continue that. I almost want to do that instead of playing this, but I'll do this as like a first session, but maybe I'll catch up and do that because I don't really care the fact that it's new. Like I'm not trying to rush ahead. I'll just do it as a try to get to max level without dying on every class, which that would take a whole lifetime anyway, but it's not like I'm interested in end game content or anything like that. Hardcore solo self-found. It seems like maybe they're locked out in... Why is that one highlighting? Oh, maybe my mouse was just hitting it. Standard hardcore, solo self-found, hardcore SSF. So I don't actually know what those mean, or it'll... Yeah, it doesn't actually tell you, so don't blame me this time. I do not fear death, I am its master. Darkness and the dead are my weapons of war. My enemies will rot from the inside out, as my army of corpses tear them screaming limb from limb, and then you raise them too. But then they'll be of no use to you if you tear them apart too badly. Minions, send forth armies of the dead. Command them to do your bidding. Which, again, is always a cheese on top of... It's not enough to cheese by being a ranged character. You have to cheese by summoning stuff, too. Chaos magic, let loose plague and withering afflictions. A slow but painful death. Oh, like damage over time. That's something I actually always complain about in RPGs. There aren't enough classes in games that have damage over time effects. Like a warlock in classic WoW. Ever since I didn't really even play one, but I saw that class and thought it was such a cool idea. I always crave that style of play in other games sometimes, and there really isn't a way to do it, or it's not like a committed style. There'll be like one or two abilities like that. A lot of games don't actually do that yet, right? Osteomancy sounds like a medical thing. Spikes of bone grow at your command, which it might actually be. A fast and deadly magic. Some of these seem so limited too. Like this whole style of play is just to do with bones, nothing else. Like this is to do with summoning in general. There'll be a lot of different summons you can do. This will be to do with curses and damage over time. This is not to do with a certain style of play. It's to do with bones, just literally bones, right? Like that sounds like one ability. It doesn't sound like a whole style of play.
Crossbow has kept your coin purse full. Here you are judged and found guilty. What say you?
How do you know I use a crossbow as my style of play? He's assuming both my gender, that a mercenary would have to be male, but like, you know, when your character creating a sorceress and a witch have to be female, and even this chick, but like it'll be like, oh, unequal gender distribution. But no, it's like he's assuming my spec too, in addition to my gender. You've got a weapon, I'll wield it, just tell me where to point it. And that's kind of a good line he said there, like, every life has a price. Like for you as a mercenary or a hired gun, that you would be able to associate with that. Like, yeah, every life does have a price, just pay me the right price and I'll kill them for you. You've got a weapon, I'll yield it, just tell me where to point it. I've seen the highs and horrors of war. I'll go and I'll do whatever it takes to survive. If you got coin, I'm your man. Ammunition, switch between varied crossbow ammunition, or maybe that's all you use. I thought you'd be using a sword too. Adapt to enemy behavior, exploit their weaknesses. Elemental rounds, use cold to freeze them. Use fire rounds to set them aflame. Unleash cascading lightning bolts. Those are like the three primary schools, of course, of magic. But then there's obviously like the shadow and the curses and stuff. Versatile range, adapt to enemy behavior, pick them off from afar, destroy anything get close. The range, elemental, and ammunition. That sounds sort of weird as a style of play. Like you're going to use ammunition in all of them, but
Pagan, you failed to liberate your brothers, just as you have failed in poisoning my subjects against me. Call out to your dreamer. Let us see if he answers.
my life has been naught but discipline and focus, preparing me for this. I fight for the benevolent dreamer. Free my hand. This is almost like a druid. Free my hands, and those who seek chaos will fall before me. Or I guess maybe I'm somebody who's choosing which one to free. That's how they're sort of talking to me. You have a weapon, give me it, and I'll be yours to command or something. Quick strikes, overwhelm them with a ceaseless flurry of blows. Don't let up. Weave through hordes, dodge out of danger, close in for the kill. Quick strikes, mobility, and combos. Build up power before unleashing devastating finishers. Or maybe I'm wrong about this. Maybe these are all things you just do at period, but I'm acting like these are specs that you would choose from, right? Like you could be only combos, only this. It could just be showing different mechanics, but I'm not going to do the sorceress. I almost wouldn't mind doing this guy, but I kind of want to be like a raw, just straight up melee character. So I'm not going to be a ranger. He's kind of like a ranger too. I thought he'd be like a duelist, a cross between the two. Isn't there one that's like that in the first game? Like these two stood next to each other. I was almost shipping them, like, oh, they look like a couple because they look different than everybody else. I guess I'll just do the warrior, because I don't typically play melee classes in these kind of games, or it makes it a little bit harder. Let's do you know what I'll do. Oh, it doesn't really fit with this character, though. I think there was an NPC in the first game called Aral, and I was so mind-blown because that's one of my old RP character names that I had done in short stories and stuff. And he's like the world's first trillionaire, and he cures cancer, and he terraformed Mars and stuff. Like, he's like this very gifted young character who's just like able to get away with being an elitist victim blamer dick to everybody. And there's like a classic scene in one of my short stories where he's like talking shit to all the world leaders at a table, and they have to take it because they know that, oh, they need his technology and they need his this and that. Basically, I'm describing Elon Musk, but not really. He's even beyond that. Please note that dead hardcore characters cannot be restored for any reason, including game bugs and internet lag. Are you sure you want to create one? So you're telling me like if I AFK like in Diablo Immortal, that'll count? But no, it's almost like I'm doing that anyway because it doesn't matter. What? Bro, that's my name. What do you mean, dude? I can't remember who the NPC was that was called that, actually, but you can't do that. What is this, dude? And what is it shared with? Just the server region that I'm playing in, or just overall? Why does it matter if I'm playing this basically as a single player playthrough anyway? I don't know what that means, solo self-found. But whatever, I'll just go with this one. What did I do in I guess I've used this for some characters. Okay, this is gonna be like Albion Online, where every name possible is taken. What is another good RP name that I have? I have so many, but I like to hold them back at times. Or you can always just add a little thing to it. or like combine them. Let me see. Come on, you can't have this, dude. It's not possible. Oh god. All of my RP names, bro. This is totally like, what name did I use in Albion Online? I should totally look at that because I had such a hard time. Every name in existence was taken. I don't know. I can't come up with a good name now. That sounds like a good female name. What is this, dude? Explain to me who these people are that are taking these names. It's obviously just people making bots or something and using like a randomizer. Descent into madness. Oh, really? Really? The different kind of descent, like what we just did here. So everybody else actually died except for us. I like the intros to these games. So I don't know where this ties into the events of the first game. Like, some of the classes are pretty similar, but in fact, I'm trying to remember what was different. They all seem the same except for the ranger guy. The guy with the crossbow was like more like a duelist or something in the first game where he had a sword as well. That seemed like a hybrid melee / range or maybe magic as well. Use the mouse wheel to zoom in and out. Yeah, let's play it like an immersive game where we zoom in all the way, but then it won't work. Movement type can be changed. Yeah, I want to do WASD because I always complain about the mouse thing. Right, they literally did that for me. So now I just use the mouse to attack, I guess. But then again, I would be using... these games don't have like the super long action bars, like I expect from like an MMO. Oh, I actually am zoomed in. Yeah, like try to play the game like this. And without reading tooltips. And without... You can't play it like that, though. There's no point. But my point is that that'd be kind of fun as a challenge run, but not with this game. Actually do it like this. Do it like this. And we're doing it with the WASD, and we would do it like where we can't read all the any of the flavor text. We just have to figure it out. But no, like they don't have the super long action bars, like 1 through 12 and F1 through F12. Like, why not? That's always the cool thing about these kind of games. I'm not going to do that, but it feels like such an appropriate format to do. It feels right. Like, should I do it? That'd be kind of funny. Like, let me try to play it. Like, can I like rotate it though at an angle where I can actually see?
I'm glad to see another living soul.
Probably. It's like in my MMO challenge I tried to do.
About a strange sickness plaguing our men. I was fixing to go after him till that bloody thing got to me first. Now, all those who drowned in the flooding, suddenly they ain't so dead no more. I would appreciate it if you could...
Wooden club. Left click to pick up items.
Find the pillar.
Now, we don't have any personal stake in this, but we're actually a decent guy.
Best hurry.
We just escaped, but we were kind of justified in what we were doing. I love these kind of inventory systems that are spatial based, like the size of the item. It's kind of a cool thing that not enough games do that. I mean, this genre tends to do it. So see, I'm praising this genre. I'm not just shitting all over it. I kind of want to play it like this. Let's actually try it. But of course, if I die, it's all over. So Mace Strike, we don't have anything else. I really don't know if you can rotate, though. That's the thing. I can rotate myself, but if you could rotate the angle of this, I might feel more validated about it. You can do like a dash back or no? Oh, here we go. And again, I'm going to do a no tutorial. I'm going to limit the mechanics a lot, and people are going to complain about it. I'm going to zoom in. I'm going to limit my thing as far as let's backpedal like a clown. I'm not going to read any of the tooltips or anything. Let's just try to do it like this. I don't know what sort of dashing capability we have. I know there's a way to just do it sort of base. But no, melee characters are especially punishing too. This is playing it like an actual over-the-shoulder normal RPG that would actually be more immersive, like Dark Souls or whatever. It's too bad. There might be a way to rotate the camera, but I don't know. Like, if I could look in front of myself, it would work actually pretty well, despite quantity over quality of enemy types. Let's see how much we can play with their poise, where they can't strike back. And again, this is on hardcore, high difficulty, whatever, but that's more so just whether the character can come back or not. Like, who actually plays the game like this either? See, and the way he's moving is weird, because you're not meant to be... Well, I guess you're sort of not meant to be using the... Oh, it's like your mouse is controlling the way he looks, but also I'm moving with WASD, so it kind of conflicts with it a little bit. Portals are disabled here. Those little scrolls that you can abuse. Isn't this convenient that we're fighting things that in melee aren't an issue? But what if they were using range too? Then, you know, I always say that range is so much easier in these kind of games, or just in RPGs in general. So I need some sort of ability where I can strafe or move away, and if I can do that, then I'll be very satisfied. I like this perspective, but I mean, it has a lot of disadvantages, especially when you can't see in what direction you're going. I don't necessarily even want to use a shield, but grant skill raise shield. Okay. Is that like with right click? Okay, that feels intuitive enough. And can you move these things around? I guess you can choose whatever you want. Punch. Yeah, let's leave punch on middle click just because. You put your weapon away. Okay. I actually will play it like this. I'm being dead serious. And it's so dead serious. Yeah, let's just trigger the community, dude. Like, they have this in the game. They have the ability to zoom in like this, right? And so you're allowed to play it like this. It might not be optimal, but fuck it. I'll tunnel vision and still do fine. But I better not get cocky, but we gotta... Let's test how the shields work. So is there a limit to that? Is there like a stamina bar? I'm not really sure. Like, doesn't really seem to be an issue. I want like a roll. Oh yeah, there we go. Like space bar, of course. You know, I lost some health, and you... Okay, I'm looking in the wrong direction there, even when it's so zoomed in. See, now I'll say, oh, I don't want to waste the flask. It's tutorializing, but now you can abuse that where... Or maybe it works differently here. It doesn't look like it consumed anything at all, but... Okay, so space is going to be the thing. We're playing Dark Souls. This isn't Path of Exile. See how much of a difference the perspective makes. If you don't like the genre, you got to manually do it like this. But no, I use it and I can barely tell that anything's been used, so I don't really get it. Look at that. We got our mid-rolls over here. This is immediately more immersive than any other... But again, you can do this with any game. That actually kind of scared me a little bit. So it doesn't like hone in on them as well as I thought. Like, I'm kind of sometimes striking in the wrong angle, the wrong direction. I love how I suddenly just decided on this as a genre aspect to do, or like a challenge. It's the first playthrough Permadeath. It's a blind playthrough. It's also a zoomed in playthrough, and it's also a no flavor text or no like tooltip thing, right? Like, let's try to read that as little as possible. So yes, yeah, mouse away. Let's compare this to the other game. Like, is this that much bigger than the first game? I can't remember now. It does seem a little bit bigger. You start off right here where your character is, and you're literally a blacksmith. You're not even a warrior. You're a blacksmith. What are you, the smelter demon, where it gave me such a hard time? Lost to a blacksmith. Okay, so let's pick between these two. That thing is very sensitive, actually. The up and down. Holy shit. Up and down of the screen. 10%, kind of boring. I don't know whether I should be damage or defense. I mean, it seems like a cowardly thing to do defense-wise. Let's just try to avoid getting hit overall. Let's actually do damage for now. I'd be fine with that. Which maybe seems a little counterproductive, but that's okay. Apply points. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to try to read as little of the tooltips actually as possible as well. This is a great way to play it as representative of my face rolly tendency, apparently, in these kind of games. You're playing a hack and slash game, and all you're doing is fighting stuff. You're playing it the wrong way. You're not reading enough. Like, what is it, a story game? Like, especially at the beginning. Again, I'm the type to do that sort of thing anyway, but rolling slam. Oh yeah, you get like your abilities from gems too. So let's not read it though. Let's not read it and let's just figure it out. So we'll put in the gem somewhere into... But where are we putting it? Are we putting it into an item or what? Where is this? In a socket, but where's the socket? I don't get it. Skill gem, left click to bind a skill. Or wait, what did I do? Okay. You can put it on Q. Why don't we just put it on middle mouse, since I don't really need the fist, or I'll put the fist even on here for now. I don't want to use the keyboard too much now, since I'm using it also to move. Yeah, let's test out the ability and try to figure out for myself what it does. I'm deliberately not reading the flavor text, which I'm going to be more clear, or not even flavor text, the actual tooltips.
Steel yourself.
Oh, you do like a double move, or did I just do it twice in a row? Yeah, way to announce your presence like a true warrior would do, I guess. You're a bit of a clown. You do a 2-move motion, but you can easily miss there. And I do like the rolling capability that we have. These things are a little bit small and kind of hard to see, even all zoomed in like this. Yeah, and it no longer feels like a bootleg RTS game. We're going to just be so super thorough with this, like you wouldn't even believe. I might do it again tomorrow, actually. This wasn't a satisfactorily long enough session, and I'm going to be unable to get too far because I feel like... whatever, that intro was legendary and one of my longest intros ever, but I also like to take my time, so I want to actually make some progress. Or I could just make a full series out of it and trigger people all the time, but I swear I don't really do it to troll, but I just have I get a good sense for how people react to something like checkpoint. There are no checkpoints. If I die, I die. Don't need to look at the map. Don't need to worry about any other mechanic. We're only playing it like a face roll kind of game. That's actually part of my format. I'm not allowed to read anything. Like, I didn't read the ability on purpose. I just have to figure it out for myself manually, hands-on, like a true warrior would be, right? Like low in intelligence but high in resourcefulness or whatever. And you're in a position where, like, it doesn't quite lock on though, so you got to aim that a little bit in a way that isn't bad, but I'm just not entirely expecting that. So far we've fought mainly just you know, melee things that are... See, if you enjoy the game like this, they'll criticize this, like, oh, why are you playing it zoomed in? Doesn't he know you can zoom out, dumb idiot, clown? But I mean, they let you do this for a reason, like playing first person in an MMO. My first person click to move playthrough, you're only allowed to click to move and you play in first person. And see, that was like greed though. I should have waited, and then fuck. Sometimes you actually are missing. I don't know if there's some lock-on sort of capability. I mean, even doing that kind of does it because you're... Oh shit, I'm gonna get surrounded. But yeah, sometimes I keep facing in the wrong direction because of the conflict between the mouse and the thing. Right, the mouse and the... You know, does my health auto regen? Because this is sometimes an issue. I guess you should just use the potion when you feel like. I'm going to be stingy with potions, but there's some... And I won't even read that. I'll just figure it out. But I assume it comes back based on the first game with something else. This will be like the identify scroll. Even that I read, but I assumed it, I guess. But I'm already reading too much. I shouldn't be allowed to do that. I literally just cheated. I should have to invalidate the whole run. I love it though. I'm using that as an actual format. I'm playing a hack and slash game as if the hacking and the slashing is the point of the game. Wow. And people get all offended when you do that, and I'll do just fine, and I won't die, and everything will be fine. This might be hard to do against the boss, or I mean, it might be hard to do in general because you can't see entirely what you're doing. But these things are really no threat at all. Or this is actually the same thing that they were called at the beginning of part 1, drowned, right? Because you start on the beach and everything. Is this where I came from or what? I guess it must be, because you see the checkpoint there. I'm using the mini map, but I won't use the big map, and I also won't use or maybe it's a different checkpoint. I'm sort of backpedaling the majority of the time. What is this, an MMO where I just... This actually doesn't seem like the same one, because wasn't that... Oh, it was, but I went the other way, I guess. I don't know how respawns work either. Every once in a while you'll get that. But yeah, let me review the format. So it's going to be zoomed in like this all the time. I'm not going to read flavor text or anything. I guess that I should have just guessed what it does and try to use it on there. So I'm not reading any sort of tooltip text at all, right? Bare minimum. So don't read anything. We're just a dumb warrior. So we just figure things out by swinging shit around, right? And then we're also going to zoom in like this, face roll, tunnel vision, whatever you want to call it. So those are the main formats. It's obviously also permadeath. It's obviously also no advice, anything like that. Yeah, see, we introduce formats even as we go along. How fun is that? Let's look for something behind here. We'll just be extra thorough. Play it like an open world game or something like that. So how many hours would it take me to beat the Brutus equivalent here? And the answer is, I feel like I missed something here, like maybe a chest or something. Each of these sections has had a chest, kind of. Sometimes the environments of these games get a little repetitive and dreary, though. Like, they're all to do with undead, and they're all to do with, you know, demons and stuff. Like, we get it that that's sort of the... But that doesn't have to be the case. I mean, you know, why not have a ARPG like this that's all colorful and sunny, and it's... You're fighting flowers and cute enemies and, you know, whatever, just weird stuff. Like, it doesn't have to always be to do with death and demons and all this kind of stuff. Oh yeah, and I won't use the map. So we're doing a no reading challenge run in keeping with how I, unironically though, that's actually part of my format here. Now these guards aren't against me though, apparently. That's a greedy first thing. The bloated miller. Spacebar to avoid the attack. Yeah, now you introduce that. This looks kind of cool actually when you're up close like this. Like, I wonder what this would look like in third person. Like, he'd still be big, but it's just you don't get to appreciate all the detail of it. Oh shit. And yeah, see, stuff like that's really hard to catch out. Can you like do an attack mid-roll? I can't even tell. I should probably use my ability here. Or I mean, just, oh shit. Yeah, that did quite a bit. Problem is I can't see him. Fuck me. Oh my god. You probably shouldn't even bother using abilities like that. I'm already gonna get fucked, aren't I? It is very difficult to see. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. You gotta just get a feel for, like, here you should go. Hit him once, get out of there. My abilities aren't really doing much for me here though. See, that one I could get hit by and it's not even my fault because... Oh, I hate the fucking aiming of it. Losing the aim with melee, like... It's not fair because you're like off screen. I don't mind doing it so... Ah, fuck. I'm gonna run out of my potion here. This is actually really hard when you can't see anything. You might think it's best to then do it close range, but I like when he does that little close little flick. Oh, it's so hard to avoid that at this sort of camera angle. Oh, come on. Oh, fuck. The rolls are a little bit slow. Looks like he kind of flicked me there a little. I can't get the aiming thing down. Like, we're expecting like some sort of lock on, but I just don't have it. Oh, I can't do it. This mouse and come on. I can't do it. I gotta remember to keep that's so annoying. Oh wait, we're getting ads now? Does that mean I can refill my potions? Is that why it gave me that? Oh man. Damn it. You don't really even have to roll there, but... Refill my potions, please. Ah. No way. Ah! Fuck. No way. Okay, that is really hard to do from that perspective. So maybe what I'll say is, we certainly can't resurrect. What I will say is, I will accept that as a defeat. Okay, dude. Now, you know, this one I deserve to get clowned by because, whatever, between all my formats, it's very hard to see that guy, so I don't know. No, like now I can't play as that class ever again. So I'll make the hybrid format where it's still permadeath. I still have to do with the character, but also we lose the class with each one of those. So I'll accept the end there. I mean, I am so bothered by that because I want to do, the trick is keep him at the top of the screen because then you can see him. Don't let him go to the bottom because then I can't see what he's doing. Maybe it's just some angle issue I'm having, but I couldn't see him because doing that attack when it's going upward, so I should have figured that out, but whatever. See, at least this one I deserve to get clowned, but even within the format or to whatever extent that that's relevant, I deserve to get clowned, and the reason why I deserve to get clowned is because at least I failed. Right, so that I can accept, unlike the first game that I did just fine. So by comparison, I played much better there. So again, would reading stuff have helped me more, or is it just that the perspective is so difficult to use? Okay, so I'll continue this, but that was a little bit disappointing. I actually didn't get to see that logo last time. I don't know why. It was showing this in the loading screen, but I actually missed that. So today I'm going to do the second part of my Permadeath first playthrough of Path of Exile 2, of course. Last session yesterday I just did a super long intro, one of my longest intros ever, where I'm just talking about different things to do with this sort of genre and how I have a history with it, being considered a hater of it, and a lot of fallacies to do with online games and hindsight bias and borrowed knowledge, which clearly my YouTube video of me playing the first game for the first time and the only time I've ever played it hilariously brought a lot of that stuff out. But the point being that at least this time I deserve to be clowned for something because I actually did die the last session. So there are different few layers of hybrids to how I do my Permadeath first playthrough format. The original and true form of it, like what I did with the original Diablo in 2016, was that I play a game for the first time blind, and I've never played it before, or I guess I could get a second try at a first playthrough if I don't beat it, even if I fail. But the point is that I rarely do those, but if I die, the playthrough's over, I delete the character, but also I don't play the game again for another 6 months to a year, and a lot of the time I don't get around to ever playing it again still. Right? I have a lot of those from 2022 that I did, like The Witcher and Danganronpa and stuff that I thought I would come back to play after dying, but then I never really got around to it, like LA Noire even. Right, so that's the true form of it. First playthrough Permadeath, if I die, the playthrough just ends and I don't play it again. Then the second layer could be like what I'm going to do with this, where every class has its own life, or I guess there's an in-between too. If I die, I can just try over and over as many times as I want, but I just have to delete the character and restart, like a normal Permadeath style would be. But then the other one, which I sometimes do for MMOs, is every character, every class gets their own life. So for example, I played as the warrior last time, and I'm going to play as the other melee class this time too. I only want to play as the melee classes right now, and if I die as this one, I'll just end the run. Even though I have the other classes to come back to potentially, I'm not going to do more than that. So I shouldn't have even died there. See, that kind of moment I don't mind clowning myself for. Like, I actually died, unlike in my Path of Exile 1 first session where I didn't die for 4 hours or whatever. So at least that's validation. Like, whatever I was doing wrong there, according to people, didn't cost me my life, whereas here it did, even though it really was just basic mechanics. That the guy's attack pattern wasn't that bad, and I'm not going to blame the camera. That I'm playing it with a few other rule sets. Like, I have the camera zoomed in all the way, so I'm playing it like a third person, you know, over the shoulder type of game almost, but it restricts your vision. But again, that was my intention, so I'm not going to use that as an excuse. That's what I like about my formats too, is like it's very anti-excuse making, because if I was to make an excuse, I would say, oh, that doesn't count then. Like, so then I won't delete the character and I didn't die and it doesn't count. That would be an excuse. So you can't make an excuse if my character actually is gone and now I can never play as that class again ever in the history of the game, right? In the future of the game, if I ever come back to play it. So it's weird though that there's four range classes and only 2 melee classes, if I'm not mistaken. There's the sorcerer, ranger, witch, and the mercenary, which I thought the mercenary should either be a hybrid or it should even be a melee class, like a hybrid as in the like how it seemed to be in the first Path of Exile, like where he's holding a sword, and so you might be able to use a hybrid amount of stuff like magic and the sword, or a bow and a sword, or some kind of balance of it. But it seems like he's just using a crossbow. So you have 4 range classes and only 2 melee, which one is the monk and one is the warrior, which obviously we now deleted that character, so that's sort of a hybrid though. The point being that I like how it doesn't really spoil the story from the first game either. Like, I don't know what the connection or continuity would be, but it doesn't really bother me at all. So This guy has some very iconic lines about the. It's got to be the same voice actor too who does it in the first one, right? Who's announcing all your sins. Yeah, out of 6, the one that I was surprised by is this. I almost feel like it really should have been a hybrid. This is all that. So we'll have to do monk. Like I said, I only want to play as a melee class for whatever reason. So even if I continue with the other ones.
Just as you have failed in poisoning my subjects against me, call out to your dreamer. Let us see if he answers.
So it's a permadeath first playthrough. It's also blind to what that's worth. It's also going to be where I'm zoomed in all the way with the camera, and then it's also going to be a no tooltip run where I'm deliberately not reading anything. So it's like I'm some sort of a, you know, I'm having this epiphany, like pretend I'm, you know, you're the character in real life. Every time you level up and as you get more experience, you're having these epiphanies of new abilities and spells and stuff, but you don't get like a magical tooltip to tell you what it does. You just have to experiment and figure it out, even if you're using it suboptimally and stuff. So we'll do it like that. The hardest part of the session was just coming up with a name, because it absolutely was not it absolutely wait, I don't know, I don't want to be a ranger. Yeah, there's, it's like the Albion Online issue. Sometimes he'll say it too many times where I'm not meaning to hear it again, and I raised the voice a little bit, so I'm not sure what, like, let me compare, because it seemed too low last time. This is like minus 22 decibels. This is minus 20, and he'll keep saying it over and over. Holy shit. This is minus 20, and that was like minus 22. I think once you get in the gameplay, for the most part, it won't matter, but probably this is okay. All right, so. Can you just let me do this? God damn. It's so hard to find. I keep not meaning to click on her either. She's just in the way. Let me think here.
Just as you have failed in poisoning my subjects against me, call out to your dreamer. Let us see if he answers.
Like, who would ever pick that name? Even I don't know what the hell that name is as I'm doing it. I have so many RP names from the past that I've done either in games or in short stories and all kind of stuff that I've done, but wait. Oh, I was gonna say this guy almost looks like the warrior, but what's weird about stuff like this is you don't get to customize your character's appearance too much. Like, you look like a fixed thing, or I mean, you will with the gear, of course. I just mean, like, what if I want to be a female monk or a male sorcerer or something like that? Especially in these very progressive times where that sort of thing is apparently important to people. But no, I like the way it starts. It's sort of nondescript. We're going to be zoomed in the whole time. We're not going to read any tooltips. Those are the formats that I'm doing. So once again, you'll trigger people because it's like, I might actually use the mouse one, because even though I'm the same guy who always said that, oh, the clicking aspect can be cumbersome, right, having to click to move and to attack, something was bothering me last time. Again, I'm not using it as an excuse, but I think I'm not going to set a rule set with that, but it's like, let me try to understand, because what was happening is I would move in a certain direction, right? I would move in a direction, and then I would be unable to turn around. So like, I'd be here, and then I'd move with WASD. So like, I hit D to move left, and then I would attack with the mouse, right? But the problem is that it would attack in front of me, and I'd be expecting to hit the enemy behind me. So now I'll test how this works in comparison. You start off with the fist ability, which suits with a monk. But no, I like playing it from this perspective. It makes it 10 times more immersive, even if...
Clear fell about a strange sickness plaguing our men. I was fixing to go after him, till that bloody thing got to me first.
There's a bunch of zombies around here.
Drowned in the flooding. Suddenly they ain't so dead no more.
Exactly how the first game starts, too, with the drowned. Or you have a weapon there, but not when I want to use it here. Just the punch ability. So look at my inventory, move this up. I mean, I can look at stuff like this, but it doesn't really matter right now. Yeah, the Miller was the boss that we died to again. I was getting kind of, on one hand, yes, you can say the camera, whatever, but my bigger picture point was the fact that you get sort of psyched out in a moment like that. That used to be, that was sort of my strength. Like, I might have my mechanical lapses, but always historically in permadeath runs and hard modes and stuff, I would always have a pretty good sense of you know, staying the course and being psychological fortitude and not getting psyched out. I was doing like these early rolls and just I was panicking because I'm playing in a perspective that, you know, is a little jarring. So again, I'm not blaming the game for that overly defensive fanboy clown kind of community that this seems to be. Yeah, this is actually more smooth for me somehow, even though I would be the same person to criticize this. Oh, you have, I mean, at least it has the option of WASD, so I will praise that. And the potions will refill when you get kill enemies. Of course, we know that from the first game, but I'm not going to read it. That is actually part of the run and part of the format. I can't read anything aside from just very basic, you know, if you're almost forced to or something, but no reading, no whatever kind of run. Or I mean, all zoomed in as well. Let's go ahead and put that on quickly. Or maybe I shouldn't be allowed to change my gear in the middle of like combat, which I guess we're not really in the middle of combat, but how you would define that is a little vague. Like, you're actually getting more flasks, which I don't fully understand the meaning of that, because if you keep refilling the flask, then why would it matter unless it's just a base bigger size? You can roll like all Dark Souls style, and it feels a lot like Dark Souls with this zoomed in perspective and stuff too. I feel like the whole goal would be like I would hit the boss once and I'd roll away, but the problem is you can't see their attack patterns at certain angles, so it makes it a little bit difficult too. Another new sliced bread is just bread but sliced. We weren't really seeing that last time. This game is super popular on Twitch too, which I'm maybe a little surprised. Like, I get that, again, the passionate fan base, whatever, but I don't know, it just seems a little... I thought you were going in here. I'm trying not to use the map either, right? All these sort of things I choose to do, and again, I'm not blaming the game or saying the game is bad because of it, but oh, see that I was getting psyched out too and scared, like, oh, I'm gonna, not that it would let you just run in the water, but you could barely see that shit. The point is that if I'm choosing to play it a certain way, that's neither, I'm not blaming the game or criticizing or complaining about it, but I'm also saying, how can you say, oh, you're playing it wrong or something when that's a choice? Like, I'm telling you how I'm choosing to play it. That doesn't mean it's the right way or you should play it that way, but it means that, you know, that's just a preference. So if you're you know, if I'm choosing to if I'm choosing to play a hunter and I can only use melee or something, the only thing that confused me here is like, what is it going into? It's not going into my weapon socket, and that's an ability, which again, I don't care. I'm doing this deliberately now, almost as a, okay, now I should use the keybinds more because I am using this click to attack, to do the base attack. So it kind of complements it this way. I don't mind. That's kind of a similar animation to the one thing I was doing as the warrior, the sort of jump, but I kept messing it up. So we are still a melee class, but we're sort of a hybrid in the... I don't know how I even avoided that. It's sort of a hybrid in terms of you're using magic, but you're using it at a close range, basically, so I'm fine with that, but I kind of like that class. I just wasn't... I don't know. It's easy to get psyched out by stuff like that. What else are arrow keys for? Who the fuck uses arrows? Or, I mean, does he mean WASD or what? But no, that is a feature I sort of asked for or just thought was a good idea. Why does this beginning area seem somehow a little different than it was before? I don't get it. This was here. Did I find like a secret area that I didn't even go to last time or what? Huh. I mean, I just went through this, but no, I didn't get very far, and so let's make it a more meaningful session. If I die on this character, though, like I said, I'm not going to play anymore because that'll be good enough that I really shouldn't, but what could right-click be for, I guess, if it could be for a core ability like this, but I kind of don't mind using Q right now, or I could do it on both. If I get, like, another ability, I could do that, but... I can certainly see the appeal of WASD, and then you have all these buttons right close to it, but I also wouldn't mind just seeing 1 through 0. Get used to using the keys around them, you won't really be gimping yourself. Yeah, see, that guy has the right idea. I'm trying not to use the map, but I also don't understand where I went here. I feel like I came at a different angle. Is it like somehow randomly generated in a way? No, I guess Probably not. I don't really remember this exact pathway. Or is it like somehow different based on what class you play? But that wouldn't make a whole lot of sense. Yeah, the Miller is going to be obviously the boss. So we got to watch out, and you got to kind of favor certain parts of the certain angles. Like when he was on the top of the screen, I could see the ability better. But when he was on and I was just sort of panic rolling like all the time. It was kind of a stupid spectacle. Right, where you're getting all psyched out and stuff. I am using the map a bit here, but I won't use like the proper big map. This seems somehow like a different area. The setup looks just a little bit, I don't know. Maybe it has some random generated element like that, where it's like same general sort of area, but these things can be a little, you gotta not panic roll the way that, oh shit. Not panic roll the way that I was doing against the dude. Lesser life flask. Because you're clicking both to move and to attack, which kind of has ups and downs, but I don't know. Sometimes it'll let me get away with what I'm doing. Oh yeah, let's see what these abilities are. They're going to be boring passive skills. 0 out of 10 game, all right? But despite how big this skill tree is. But supposedly it's shared, or at least that's what people said in the first game. Plus 3% skill speed, 8 evasion, plus 5 to maximum energy shield. I don't really care too much about the skill speed. Apply points, like that much I'm allowed to read, but anything like sort of in depth I'm not going to. How did I lose that much health if I just leveled up? What is that? Okay, let's just concentrate. I want to beat this boss at the very least and see what happens. The keyboard I find wildest is QWERTZ. These things have no poise at all. They kind of just take it like a clown. 19 to 19. Anything more detailed than that, like I said, I won't read. So now I'm playing into it more, whereas in the first session I just did it. Oh yeah, the energy shield is really what is going to save me, because right, I can always abuse that in a way that people will even say, oh no, it's not abusable, it's not abusable. That is kind of the vibe I got from that whole session. Like, I could just be talking about a subject. Like, I'm a pretty objective guy. I'm not somebody who digs in hard on one side or another of something, right? I'm very self-critical at times, you know, everything. If you see me play chess or do other series, right, you would know that. So my point is only to say that it seems like the kind of thing, like anything you say is taken as like, oh, you're criticizing it. Like, bro, I'm just playing the game, in the sense that also, even if I was going to be critical of something, I wouldn't even know, right? Because I would reserve judgment. I would have to play the game for a very long period of time. Sometimes I'll make a snap decision, like Marvel Snap. I hate it on the first session, but I would still give it the benefit of the doubt before completely dismissing it. But like, you know, I'm not going to judge a game too harshly or praise it too much based just on the first session alone anyway. But if you're going to, and you can kind of teleport from the waypoints and stuff. So I don't know if this is where the boss is going to be. Somehow that pathing I took was a little bit different, so that's interesting to think about. But yeah, that's my point. Is like, just because I'm just commenting on something, that's what you see with certain communities, that they're like overly defensive. They're taking it as if it is a, slight, right? That everything must be an insult. Okay, let me really try to focus here. You got to stay almost a little close, because otherwise I cannot see what he's doing. Dodge spacebar to avoid the attack. Yeah, you got to time it though, which I wasn't doing. Or if you just stay moving, that should almost work. But look at the angle. Like, I could not see him. So what am I supposed to do? Oh, I'm already fucking up. What happened to my energy shield, bro? That's where it's kind of messing me up a little in terms of... Or I guess he just got through it. Okay, how much did that really do? Okay, is my thing come back or what? Oh, come on, come on. Ah, I'm so bad. Wait, how did he end up there? You don't even have to roll. It's just, see, sometimes you're hitting him when you don't mean to hit him. Oh, God damn, that attack just kind of gets me somehow. Now he does the adds, which might allow me to refill my potion, but... Oh, God, I keep hitting... I get it. I get how it works, but... Sometimes it's attacking him when I don't mean to be attacking him. Go like that. Okay, okay. I feel like I keep interrupting my own ability there. Oof, I almost just walked right back into it. Oh, shit. But he took away my energy shield there. Oh, shit. Okay, fine, I'll take it. Oh, I went back. I knew. You really almost got to go by the sound of that. Or is it doing like a little damage over time amount there? Okay, just concentrate. Okay, get out of there. Really feels like a Dark Souls type experience when you when you're with the rolling and stuff. Okay, it gives you a chance there, 20%. I don't really care about doing combos or anything per se. That always gets me. Oh, fuck me. Oh, no. Okay, I have a little bit left in my potion tank here, but... Oh yeah, quantity over quality of enemies, like I always say, that even in a boss fight. Fucking... Okay, just chill, dude. Just chill out. Do your little shit, dude. Sometimes you'll do these like negative affirmations too by talking like you would be doing fine, but you keep tilting yourself by even saying how pissed you are about something, whether it be the camera or whatever, right? Even if it's not that bad. You gotta go by like the audio cue almost more so than anything else. This guy's actually kind of scary though. I mean, he's no joke. For a first little encounter. Something about him just bugs me, or that attack just gives me like some kind of PTSD. I guess because I already died to it, but see, I kept rolling early and getting hit, but this character somehow, maybe it's something about the monk class, or maybe just the movement with the thing. Oh shit, I'm getting overly greedy. Use the potion there. I feel bad for abusing potion. It should be a no potion run too. Now he'll have like a second phase. Or no, he's not even dead. I gotta figure out how to abuse the energy shield a little bit though.
Skill always beats raw strength.
Holy shit, bro. Why was that so hard for a first encounter? Is it because the camera zoomed in, or is it because I'm a total clown? That was actually hard, bro. Or I'm playing on like the highest difficulty, assuming that even affects that. But no, I am still playing as a melee class, like I promised, but it's just, I say these are the identify scrolls. I'm not going to look at it to know that. I just kind of instinctively know it. 25, 25, 16 has some other effects on it. Don't really care what they are. Talk about a blind first playthrough, am I right? So that's like a two-handed thing, or I could use that and the shield. I'm not entirely sure which of those two I want to do. In fact, this is going to bind you to a different capability. Oh, that's going to be cool. Kind of like what we were just doing. Let's use the two-hander for a second, and I'll keep that in mind, though, for later. So did we get, like, a new... Wait, that icon was there before, though. Even, like, that was there the whole time, and I was just ignoring it. But I hadn't been within range of the town, so I wonder what would have happened. The one thing is, so I don't have any other abilities besides just the Mace Strike and the Falling Thunder still.
Well done. Please come inside.
Bro actually got heated on the first boss of the fucking game, dude. What is this, Brutus? Even though that didn't bother me too much, or that came much later. This was like the guy on the beach that we fought and killed in the first game. Obviously. How have the Ezomites fallen this far? Renly. Don't really care about the waypoints, the stash I'll get obsessed with. Yeah, give us one of our other RP character names. Now what I'll do is I'll just ignore everything and wander around, and what's the problem with that? Or I should do like an RP friendly thing where like I take off my weapon in a town, right? Just because it's kind of a disrespectful thing to do. To have it out. So this guy doesn't even have a name. Clear felt. See, you get to appreciate in my playthrough the visuals of the game in greater detail, which they are actually pretty damn good. Because nobody plays it this zoomed in, but look how good it actually does look. Wells are used to replenish everything, life in flasks. Okay.
By decree of the Count of Orgum, able-bodied men capable of excavation must present themselves at the manor at once. Failure to do so will constitute a crime.
Okay, like conscription, basically. But that's not like a particular wanted quest, right? That's just a general notice. I won't necessarily use this mechanic a lot. Act 1, I don't want to spoil or give away stuff from later in the game. I don't want to see any of that shit. See, I'm doing it truly, not only blind, but I want to be surprised. I want to soak it in. Oh, did I skip something?
Be your humble provider of useful and diverse objects that are most definitely not scrounged or stolen. If I don't got it, I can get it. You just let me know.
Survival introduction. Let's see it again.
Have we?
No, I guess not.
No, we haven't. Hard to tell monks apart. You lot let me stay in your enclave one winter. I was, unfairly asked to leave under suspicion of thievery. Wasn't me, though. I'm well known as an honorable man around here. Ask anybody.
This is the same introduction where he says his name. Okay, I get it.
And I shall be your humble
Skipping dialogue already. Survival. Buy or sell items.
This is a wooden tomb, if you care to see it objectively. We're not quite dead yet, but food supply is dwindling, and I've seen what hunger can make a man do. The monsters out there are not the ones that will get us in the end.
Okay, buy or sell items. I don't think I have very much gold to be able to even worry about this, so I don't care. And again, the identify aspect, I wonder, why do they even do that? Like, just so you can be surprised and not... I would say, like, it's like what Anthem does, where, oh, you can't change your gear in the middle of a mission. So if you get a really cool item, you have to wait till you go back to town before you can change back to it, right? But it's not even like that, because you could have the identify scrolls with you. So maybe that should be a rule. Like, I'm not allowed to do it until I go back to town to identify stuff, or I don't know. Because, yeah, what's the point then? It's like, if you identify it right away, then you may as well just get the item. Like, why even bother having that mechanic in the game? You got Renly. See, people would be like, oh, you missed that guy. You're such a moron. It's like, I'm deliberately... There is a principle like that was summed up very well by, I think, Far From Subtle was originally who said it. Like, I need waypoints to tell me what not to do. Like, I don't want to talk to him and then advance the story, and which it won't do. It's not that kind of game, but this is kind of a small town, though, if that's all there is to it. Una.
The camp of the lost. I am Una. This may sound strange, but I recently had a dream about a pagan arriving here. Perhaps you are here for a reason.
But I'm not a witch.
All this began
Pagan.
the night Count Gino took his most loyal men into the Grellwood. After he returned, a madness grew in him. Something happened out there. Please, I beg of you, travel into the forest and begin your search. There must be some clue as to what took place.
Let me get this straight. Somebody went in the woods and went crazy, and everything bad happened once that happened. So you're sending me into the same woods, go in the same woods that made that guy crazy, and you won't go crazy too? Like, what do you mean, dude? You're sending me in there as like a guinea pig something bad happened when we went in the woods. So what do you mean? Like, I'm just gonna do the same thing then.
These over time.
I don't have enough gold probably for any of this. But the loot issue is gonna become a problem. So is there some rule I should use with the stash, or should I just not even worry about it? Like, I'll just you have plenty of room. Like, let me just keep what I have, so I could either sell it or I could deal with this. I just won't even worry about it right now. See, there is an urge to do that, especially in a first session. Like, I just want to get to the gameplay, but I also want to be thorough with the story and stuff. Mainly, I don't want the game to give me too much advice, though. Like, I'm happy to figure it out.
You're skilled with the violence, if what you did out there in the riverbanks is any sign. Another refugee from the Count's justice, I take it.
Thank you for giving me credit for that very difficult boss fight.
This place is something of a hideaway for many of us now, and we could sorely use your skills in these dark times.
We gotta abuse the shield, and I'm not talking about...
For you what I can, if you're willing to bend your violence toward our defense.
I'm a monk, though. I believe I'm a pacifist monk. Uncut skill gem.
There's a beast of particular dark power stalking us out in the felling. It moves unseen under the dirt and attacks without warning. We can't leave the walls to find food, and I've been unable to corner and slay the beast myself. Now, if you could channel your violence against this devourer...
Stop calling me so violent.
We'd be indebted
The
to
Devourer. Okay. Accept quest. Clearfell, Ogham, the Miller. The Devourer, buy and sell. Okay.
Well, this place was never meant to house this many people.
Really? There's hardly anybody here.
But there's nowhere else to go. The monsters creeping out of the forest keep us locked within these wooden walls, and the Count's tyranny has made outlaws of everyone here. So nobody's coming to save us. I don't have the heart to tell the others I don't see a way to survive this. I put on a brave face, but it's the truth.
Okay, patiently waiting for the end.
Farrell has been a fair home for many an Essamite generation. The clans didn't always get along, but we had to settle our feuds when the Eternals laid their savage boot upon us. We weren't able to take part in the Bloody Flowers Rebellion, but we had our share of conflict with them here. Their ruins run over the top of ours, fighting a silent war in stone.
But Ro should have been a poet instead of a blacksmith. But no, it's like, I can feel these people's pain, because see, this is the immersive aspect of the Permadeath first playthrough. Like, if I die, it's all over. Not only my run, my character, my whole life existence, but also whatever hopes and dreams you have rely on my survival as well. It's such an amazing thing that I always have loved. Like, I like Permadeath runs in general, but especially in the first playthrough Permadeath sense, it gives me like such an RP immersive thing that's hard to explain. Even in like a completionist way, like, you're treating it like it's real life. So like, oh, why would you be so thorough and read everything? Not that I'm doing that here as part of the format. I'm deliberately not, but like, it's hard to explain. Like in The Witcher, why am I sitting there reading all the text for 2 hours? Because there might be something in there that could save my life later that, oh, I'll look back and say, if I didn't sit there reading that for 2 hours, I might have missed something that could have helped me later. Like, you're very invested.
He was a kind man in life, but I can't say I'll miss the creature he became. Oh, he tried to batter his way in for 5 full days once he rose again. Well, we thought we were done for. But then you came along, and I'm glad you did.
How would you have stopped him? You stopped him for 5 days just with your clown behavior? Like, or maybe there should be a selling rule. Like, I can only sell stuff to people who... yeah, kind of like what our warrior character was just a blacksmith. Like, what was it about this wall that was capable of holding for 5 days? Like, really, dude? What was that? What was that? That looked kind of scary. Probably somebody's teleporting. It's cool when you get to see the kind of gear and stuff people are showing off. See, I could play this game for literally hundreds of hours. Not because I like the genre even, or not because... Oh, I don't mean to be doing that. Just like, you don't get... I hate communities like this in a way, because... It doesn't matter, but you don't get it. Like with WoW, you know, you can get so much value out of it. Like, oh, I don't want to get every class from 1 to max level, and I kind of explore every little thing and want to collect every piece of gear and be like a super completionist, and I don't know. And again, I'm not saying other people have to play it like that, but okay, if it's going to make such a big spectacle out of it, I'll do it. But generally, I'm trying to avoid whatever tooltips and advice is giving me. But no, like, I'm not even saying that you're playing it wrong, but I'm just saying... okay, so this is gonna be like your talent tree, basically. Coming soon. Holy shit, dude. What is this? Select skill to play video. I have no idea what... Wait, which one was the one that had the damage over time stuff? It must have been the witch. Right? That wasn't us, I don't think. I'm so confused, actually. These are things I don't have, right? I'm not even reading what they are. That's the thing. So I'm gonna get something and it would trigger people that, like... I'm assuming if it's even showing it, that means I can get it. So what if I get something weird that would be... that would be like something you're not even meant to use, like Contagion, Flame Wall, Spark, Unearth, Killing Palm. I honestly don't even understand what's going on, but Elemental, but I mean, I'm guessing this is what you should get, but I'm actually kind of curious to see. Why don't we wait? Like, let me get that for now, and then, because that's going to be like a damage over time. I have to guess and infer what they're going to be. See, I don't get everything spoon-fed to me the way that people would want. Spark. What I have right now is Falling Thunder. So it would let me get that, though. That's the thing. I'm going to get it. And maybe I'm somehow wrong for doing that, but I don't really fully understand how this mechanic works, but also I'm not reading it, but also it doesn't matter. Let me try to do this here. And again, we'll figure it out, and I might use it suboptimally, but we'll figure it out from use of how to use it. Isn't that more fun to play games this way? And again, I'm not telling other people to do it, but don't tell me how to play it, because again, when I'm telling you my intent, that's like just an impossible thing to measure, right? It's like in real life. Like, don't tell me not to drink or smoke if that's what I enjoy doing, and I measure that, oh, I might live shorter time. It's called hedonism. Like, I'm willing to make that sacrifice. So who are you to tell me I shouldn't do that? If my intention was to live as long as possible, like the longevity process that I talk about, then you'd have a point. So it's the same thing. Like, my intention might be different than yours, but I'm clearly laying it out. Now, my intention is to not die, which I'm very disappointed that I died on the first character. So let's see what this ability does. It's gonna be like a damage over time ability. What the fuck is this? Oh, you know why? Because I don't have my... Well, actually, that doesn't explain why. Wait, what? Skill gem requirement not met. To equip this, remove the following Falling Thunder. Well, wait a second. I had that in the first place when I... Oh, I don't know what's going on. How do you even open the skill menu without... Skills panel... Incorrect weapon type. That's so weird. Oh no, maybe I didn't have it. Wait, but I thought I equipped that before. Oh, I can have it in the other hand and it counts as both? Isn't that kind of weird? What's the point of that? So you can't use Falling Thunder with it, but I can still use this weapon. Or I can use that with this shield. I kind of just wanted to see what this is like using the two-hander for now. Yeah, somehow I actually enjoy this a lot more. It's working a lot better for me, the mouse. They kind of complement each other using the keybinds and stuff, but that's going to be Identify Scroll, which I don't have. But no, that guy had an insane amount of health. Like, maybe I was being a little passive, but I'm also kind of careful. See, like, what is the thing, dude? What do I do? Like, they're hitting me so hard. These things are insane. I don't get it. Or I guess they're pretty squishy too, but they were absolutely rolling me over the first time I walked up to them. I could actually get immersed in this a lot. Like, I would honestly want to play like this too, though, for the aesthetic quality and everything. You know, how to turn Path of Exile or a Diablo-style game into like a Dark Souls game, and it lets you do this perspective for a reason. One thing is sometimes you'll be trying to move, but it'll attack or vice versa, but I can deal with that. It somehow feels smoother this way, honestly, than using WASD, which I'm surprised by. In the long term, I might like that better, but actually, this is working better for me now. Because I was struggling with that before. Like, Well, I guess I'm struggling sometimes now with moving when I mean to attack, etc., and vice versa. But it means that so whatever this W is not going to be very good for me. And the reason why is because it's too, like, it might be damage over time, but it doesn't matter, right? Like, everything's going to die so fast. Quantity over quality of enemy types. It's trying to use a damage over time build like I did in Pokemon Y. Like, what's the point? Just for the novelty of it, but it's like, what's the point when it comes to wait, what? Oh, I thought that was, I thought I could use those two together. Huh. It does. You would think this is a two-hander, that's a one-hander, but whatever. But yeah, people were complaining you hug up against the walls too much, but I have a reason for doing that. Like, I'm trying to push the boundary of the map or whatever, like, especially when I'm not looking at the map, because I tend to avoid doing that. I'm not allowed to use the bigger map either. I am an expert if nothing else in immersion and, you know, formats, just making something more interesting by the way I play it. Not saying it isn't interesting on its own, but mud burrows. I always like to explore these kind of things. I would just go around and I don't want to even look at that. There are microtransactions, as we saw there on the little pause screen, but it's also a $30 game. Oh, is this going to be like the Wind Fury? Oh, shit. Now, how long does the shield take to come back? It actually takes a while. What? Okay, that you kind of have to hold down or something. I kept doing that against the boss, too. Vile Hag. But my mom's not even here. Ha ha. You could come up with a better way to say that same joke, but you kind of poise lock them a little bit where, you know, that can help you, but I should maybe just use the potion, just top myself off, and I'm using that as though it's a ranged spell. Yeah, I like these sort of slower lumbering type enemies, as it's even called. Let's see what we can do here. So if you maybe just move this over, you might have room for it. Maybe not. I mean, I should at least be able to compare these. Armor 10, armor 21. So, well, how is it unidentified though? If I literally have it, like, if I can literally see its stats, how is it unidentified? Look how I did like a little weird sidestep strafe thing there. I don't like relying on the potions too much, but as a melee character, you're kind of always in the line of fire, so it's kind of hard to do anything else. Oh, I might have actually taken a certain amount of damage there if I didn't. I like this one because you can do it even when you're facing the other direction. As I often am, given the movement of this game. Oh shit, I thought that thing might go off even though she's dead. What is going on with the... These things hit you so fucking hard. Like, leave me alone for a second. God damn. Oh my god. Why is that not doing more? Like, that should just one-shot these stupid ass things. Or gets them low enough to where you'd almost be within one-shot range of doing that. What was that? A circlet? Is that going to be better? 19, 19. Maybe it just looks a little cooler. And see, your inventory is going to fill up this fast. So what did people say in my first time ever playing the first game? My first session, blind first playthrough. Oh, you should use an add-on to simplify the looting. Like, bro, you don't realize how much that makes my blood boil. Not that... You know, I know they're just trying to be helpful, but what does that say about a game that, like, oh, because the game is so complex? But doesn't that show you, like, maybe a deficiency or a flaw in the game that you're even acknowledging yourself, saying, like, oh, yeah, you're playing the game for the first time, you're in the tutorial area, but you already want to use an add-on and min-max metagame, some kind of shit, like... I gotta get more confident in the rolling. I keep not really trusting that it's going to be useful. Use a portal to go back to town. I don't really want to do that, actually. I'd rather just walk back myself, frankly. Oh, yeah, I kind of missed something, too. The Grellwood. Oh, we're already there. where the guy went crazy, and she's sending us to our death there. Alright, that was actually the wrong direction. Okay, okay, dude. Okay. I mean, I could do this all day. I could do that once, and then I can run a little more, and then I could do it again. And they still got through a little bit of my shield. Do it again. Just rely on the abilities all the most. Right, don't even have to do anything else. That's actually the correct way to play it. See, like, what I did is... Who is singing? Is this supposed to be part of the music or what? Yeah, every one of these games wants to be a horror game in disguise because they're always, you know, dealing with very demonic and weird stuff that sometimes I get a little tired of it in terms of, you know, I want to see a game like this that's a little more colorful. You're dealing with sort of more just ordinary stuff that doesn't always have to be demonic. Just because you're fighting hordes of enemies, it could be, you know, there could be other ARPGs that don't always fit into this mold of stuff. I'm sure there's areas later too that embrace that, but you kind of can spam that a little bit, and most of these things aren't really tanky. I'm kind of ignoring the chat too. I almost want to turn it off, but I'm not really even looking at it. There's a lot of checkpoints. Yeah, just play this like you imagine you're playing Dark Souls. And in a very literal sense, the roll and everything makes it feel so similar. And maybe the arguable difficulty.
Hiding at the Clearfell logging site. Travel there and convey my order to return. Anyone refusing my authority should be considered a traitor and a criminal. Deal with them as you see fit, but bring their bodies back to the manor.
Hiding at the Clearfell logging site. So that's us, right? Like, this is the guy being a dick amidst all this going on. 45 armor. I don't know how, like, armor classes and stuff like that work in terms of what I am allowed and not allowed to wear. See, so much of it is, like, I'm not even trying to avoid that guy, or it feels, like, sort of inconsequential right now, what I'm doing. I don't know. Everything just feels sort of face roll. So this we don't need. I don't know what I'm even worrying about with this inventory. This is trash. This is trash. Or there'll be like one really cool effect. Oh, whoops.
Hiding at the Clearfell logging site. Travel there and convey my order to return.
Rusted Cura, so you would need more identity scrolls.
Deal with them as you see fit, but bring their bodies back to
So yeah, I'm ignoring this on purpose, but whatever. So let's explore the rest of this. We saw like one witch somewhere else. Maybe that was the voice we were even hearing. And I don't know how respawns, how often they happen, but in a large area like this, I would prefer it if they didn't happen, because you, it'd be kind of fun if you just could do it like this, like where you're super thorough and you kill every last thing, and then you'll know that you've like sort of cleared the area out because you, you know, because there's nothing left, so you can tell that. Okay. Now I have no shield, so I should play it super defensively. You know, genius level strats that typically that applies more in sci-fi kind of games, where it'd be like Anthem or something. Second time I brought up Anthem here for some reason. You could abuse the shield and stuff like that. Yeah, I'm gonna hug the wall again at the top and see like if I missed something there. Oh, I did too. But maybe this is a dead end. Okay, so yeah, I won't use too many mechanics like the portals, I guess, even though people take stuff like that for granted. I often like to set rules like that in a play, you know, just that anything that seems to make the game too easy or too straightforward. Oh, shit. What is this? Can I just leave this area or what? What is this? How far are you going to chase me? What is that? Gold suede bracers. Okay. What is this? Do I have to fight you like right there on your home territory or what? I mean, I'd be more than willing to run away because I cannot even look at you for a second without you doing something. Can you just like chill out for a second, bro? I could just rely on the contagion thing alone and just chill. What is this, dude? I'll literally just do that and just ignore you the whole time. And I'll still fail to avoid everything. What am I looking at? I just... What is this, a bullet hell kind of boss? Oh, you get your shield back though too. I don't know about this, dude. I need to study the attack pattern as long as I want though. Yeah, I feel highly uncomfortable with doing that right now, but okay. What the hell is going on? One passive skill point. Yeah, give me a better shield. Just do it again. Wow, this is driving me kind of crazy. But oh, look, I kind of cheesed it a bit because I cheesed it in the sense that the damage I had done to them stayed. You have to be maybe a little aggressive with that too. I'm trying to prepare that preemptively, but it's also very unfair because, you know. But see, this is cheese because the damage I'm doing is sort of staying on them. Okay. But I mean, you can kind of go as far as you want. But I'm fighting it in an honorable 1v1 way that you're clearly not doing. So what about that? I'm not summoning stuff like a bitch. Or I mean a witch. But no, I like how the amount of damage I've done to them stays. So like, oh my god. Oh shit, where did you come from? Yeah, I'm trying to abuse the shield as much as possible, and if I can do that, then I'll be in good shape. And again, the fact that her health is staying the same means I can abuse this area as much as I want. But you're maybe gonna keep spamming that now. Did they like interrupt my hit or what even happened there, dude? Even, you know, the boss fights can't help but turn it into quantity over quality with just spamming ads, which can help you in some ways, whether it be a necromancer raising the ads from the dead or whether it be using them to refill your potions and stuff. Okay, can you just let me actually get in here and do something or what, bro? Like, how would you do this normally? If you weren't running away like this, what would you do? I would love to see it. It's just ridiculous. Maybe I'm waiting too long in between. Where are you even coming from, dude? We are still making a net gain on her health. I mean, I can get in approximately 1 or 2 hits before this shit happens every time. Like, yeah, without the shield, really, what would you do, too? Because what are you going to do? A hitless run in this game? Like, you can't not get hit. Or, I mean, you could be a range character and try to do it that way, but... I'm surprised I feel so much more comfortable with this kind of control style as far as... Oh, my God. It does let me farm out the potions again for what it's worth, but... I don't know if I'm even doing any meaningful amount, but you're summoning that shit non-stop. Like, I don't understand how this is even a fair encounter at all. It's totally bullshit. Like, I can't even get in there. There might be some mechanic in there that you can do to clear these out easier or something, but... Even doing that's dangerous because they're all hitting you at once, but... Yeah, that was good. We get them all. There's still somebody hanging around there. So yeah, you're just gonna keep doing that shit forever, huh? I mean, I guess you are given a little more time than I'm realizing, but this is a cheese encounter, and so I don't feel bad about doing this. Like, I don't know what the hell. You're probably not meant to fight this trick yet, but... Okay, they actually interrupt me, break my poise. Oh, did she reset? No, she didn't. You saw for a second her health was full. I don't know what happened. What is this, dude? Like, what am I looking at? How did they not die there either? Okay, I just don't want you to reset of the rotten pack. More like the infinite pack. Oh, you're at about half health. Now you're going to summon a million more of these fucking clown things. Okay, dude. You kind of throws me in place with that little spike thing. Very impressive. Very good maneuver. I mean, you're going to give me carpal tunnel or some shit from this encounter. Like, what is this fucking thing? Clearly not something you're probably meant to do right now, but if you are meant to do it, I'd love to understand how. Like, oh yeah, just fight a million ads that I can't even deal with one at a time. Like, okay, bro. Okay, we're making a little amount of progress, but there's nothing I can do besides run away every time. And I don't care if her shield even comes back. I mean, maybe you could be a bit more aggressive would be the solution, but I feel obviously outmatched. Okay. I mean, we get it. You like summoning ads. We do understand, but can't you like earn it or wait for it a little bit, or they're going to trap me in here or something? So we're at least past her name, which is a good checkpoint of progress there. I'm totally cheesing it, but I don't even feel bad about it. Or did she only summon one that time or what? This is the sort of thing that the dot seems good for. In fact, in a long-term boss fight sense, I might do that where like I won't ever actually commit to attacking them. I'll just do the same thing over and over where I decide to like I'll just keep putting the dot on and I'll never actually do anything. And so I'll let that finish them off and I'll just focus fully on trying to dodge, which might seem cheese, but it is what it is because that might be the practical way of actually doing it, which is maybe almost what I was doing here, but I don't know, dude. Show me the god gamer who's done this fight in a normal way, unless your character is much more overpowered, of course. You know, but it's considering it's in this area. I don't know exactly what to make of it. Certainly you can abuse the potions, though, over with how they refill and stuff. All right, let's try to finish her off with a sense of honor here, but I won't even be able to do that. Absolutely nutty. I don't know what even happened. I think she killed her own with that, and I was spamming the potions. I literally just stood there and got cocky because the moment before victory is the deadliest, like how we died in Albion Online. Finish you with a contingent shit. Okay, I feel like I almost deserved to die there too. I was sort of spamming the potion, but
I carry few possessions.
I don't know.
I don't have room for that.
I carry few possessions. You don't understand who's playing right now, dude. Rough Greaves, unidentified. 26%, 25%. Let me just toss out some of this. 13 to 18, 19, 27. Makeshift crossbow. I don't know to what extent I'm limited in using some of this. Head of the Winter Wolf. Is that... What is that? Quest item. I don't know what I can do with it though. Like supple hardwood targe. Let's see what it is. 21 armor, 18 armor, 26%. I don't know why that one just looks so good because of its size. And I'm still using this dinky one-hander, or what seems like a one-hander just because it's small. Or did I go to this side too? I must have been around the whole area, but I didn't go down from there to fight her. Yeah, that was disturbingly... I think this game is trying maybe a little bit too hard, or maybe it's something to do with the setting that I chose. Why did the first two encounters feel so bonkers? Like, I just feel actually stunned by them. It's not that you can't do them and abuse the health and whatever, the shield and regen or potions, but something about those two fights make me feel uncomfortable. Like, but I guess your character will get stronger too, so it won't feel like as big of a deal, but I don't know. I just feel weird about it. So this is a dead end. So maybe I'm satisfied with that. We made it far enough, but this is very fun. Which clearly means I hate the game and suck at it, because this is how I'll never get over how people mess with that first session. But no, I felt like I had a moment of death right there that I got overconfident because she was about to die or whatever. And I felt that, see, like, this thing is on the screen for this long and I'm deliberately ignoring it. Like, I don't even want to click it to get rid of it. Like, I'll just let it be there. It really doesn't matter to me. There's a little unexplored area there. Pilgrim vestments. Yeah, it's almost impossible to avoid getting hit by those when you're going in as a melee character. I'm pretty happy with this character, actually, because I wanted a melee character, and even though this guy's using magic and weird stuff, you know, it still feels pretty much like a melee character. I mean, it is. It just has elements and whatever to go along with it. Imagine that's like a one-shot mechanic if you stand in that thing. Yeah, these ones you can kind of just poise lock, poise break as much as you want. I don't have anything on right click and the mouse so far. I just have the attack. I'm mostly using this just to move. Yeah, that's fine. What do we got here? Wooden club. Let's see if that's any good. But yeah, I don't know what the real restrictions are with, that doesn't seem very good with what weapon types you can actually use. Get a taste of your own vile magic here with the contingent, which is a damage over time, obviously, that we use like spammably on the boss. Mainly, it doesn't, like, let's use it on him and see what happens. Right, I'm not saying it won't do a certain amount of damage, but doesn't this feel like a waste? Like I said, trying to use a damage over time build in Pokemon, like when you're just spamming the A button and just one-shotting stuff, or it's just not worth the effort, right? To do it. Because everything's over so quickly at this stage in the game, you know, mainly just makes sense on a boss fight. Maybe I should go back to town now, and then it'll reset all the mobs, but then I don't care, because at least I've done it for a completionist sense. How did I miss this one? This was so close to the...
I carry few possessions.
I don't really get how this works in terms of that, but if it's just better, so maybe I should be allowed to use that, but... Or to read that. Lesser, lesser, lesser. So it doesn't really matter to me then. What's the point in having so many of them if you can only have one equipped at a time? Or maybe, oh, maybe I could do it like this. I could switch it out. Ah, so you could have like two maybe of the same one, since I don't use the mana flask at all. Like, I don't really care about that. In fact, I'm not even noticing really what the mana is. Like, if I'm using an ability, where does it even come into play? I can just do it as much as I... Oh, okay, never mind. I'm a moron. But no, it doesn't matter to me as much. Right, because I'm thinking, oh, I'm a melee class, or that would be like Rage or something else as a different character, but... it's the case where okay, how do I get back to town? Probably here. It's a situation where they'll have like different resources, but it won't necessarily be mana, or maybe it will be, just so everything is uniform. Yeah, let's go ahead. I'll sell some stuff. I'm almost satisfied with that since we beat 2 bosses for the price of 1, but let's explore the woods, I guess, too. Or I don't really even have to sell stuff. I can just, you know, do this and not even worry about it till later. 19 to 27 versus 7 to 12. Like, it would seem like I should use this, but I'm not, because... And I want, like, a one-hander that I can use along with this, but I don't care about any of this, honestly. This is a quest item, which I don't know if that means I have one to turn in now. I forget who asked me for that.
Sorry, I was just elsewhere.
Or
Stay safe.
wait a second. I thought I talked to all his dialogue options. Fatherhood.
Back bad enough I have all these folks to protect. I've been worried sick about my son ever since the Count's men arrested him. I was hoping you might have seen him when you were in their custody. He's a big lad, but you can't miss him because, well, he's not from around here.
He was.
I found him washed up on the riverbanks when he was just a child, a Carrowy foundling, perhaps lost by some raiding party. Nobody ever came for him, though. Every day here in Clearfell, I keep my eyes on the river, hoping he'll miraculously wash up on its lonely sands just one more time.
Like, that was the warrior class that the smelter son that we could have played as, right? So we are directly responsible for his death because both because I just played as them and died, but also because if I had chosen them, then everyone else would, you know, every other class you don't choose would die.
Hello.
They keep giving you new dialogue options now.
It's all right. Only man in the village that didn't run me out of town whenever he saw me. Well, maybe it's because he didn't have a daughter to protect.
Really, I like how self-aware he is of his own sleazy personality. Clearfell, Renly, and home.
Brings the strength, Finn brings the wit, and I'm doing my best to keep spirits raised with my songs. Hope is the only thing we have now, but it's in short supply.
Do I bring out my RP quote for that? So what exactly did she say? Let me, like, Renly,
Finn brings the wit.
Renly, Finn, and Yuna. So this is one of my favorite RP quotes. Like, it's sort of hard to explain, but like his body is weak, his mind is weak, and your spirit would be weak if there was such a thing. It's like when a character is saying to somebody that they're insulting them in every way, but they're also diminishing their religion and faith that they believe in. Like, you know, your mind is weak, your body is weak, and your spirit would be weak if there even was such a thing, right? So they're not only roasting them in every way, but they're also diminishing what they believe in, right? Not even letting them have that. So you would have a weak spirit if spirits even existed.
But I know he will find a way to protect us. He is a good man, and I am thankful for his presence. In many ways, he reminds me of my father.
Okay, we get it. Everybody likes Renly.
But all that I was is gone. Count Gino has only been growing more and more cruel with his justice. He arrested my father for bringing in the harvest one day late, and the rest of my family scattered and fled as the soldiers came for them. I was away when it happened, but my neighbors warned me on my way home, and I fled. Clearfell is as far as I could go before the dangers of the forest closed in. There is scant hope.
Oh, she keeps going.
But I must believe my mother and my two younger brothers escaped, even though my heart tells me that they are just songs now. I keep longing for a ray of light to cut through the darkness of these bleak days.
Sis just wrote a whole book, but no, this music is pretty great. And what was I saying? Oh yeah, this game exemplifies something I said in Skyrim or in countless other RPGs and stuff. Is like when in games that, or maybe what you could do is you could fill each one. Like you could let me test that. Like, okay, I'll do this and I'll fill it with this, but it's still a magic thing. My point is, like, it's hard to take seriously sometimes a universe in which there's more enemies than there are people. Like, oh yeah, everything's fine and we're going around town and we're just happy. It's just another day in Winterhold or whatever, right? And meanwhile, there's literally thousands of enemies out there, right, over the world, and there's only 100 or so NPCs or in this area or whatever, right? So like, there's 10 times the enemies as there are NPCs. So the whole world has gone to shit and it's the apocalypse and everybody should be freaking out, but everybody's chill. It's the same thing in this kind of universe. Forget about the count and all this kind of stuff, right, being cruel. Like, literally there's a million times the enemies there are people, so why would you not be more worried about that? Which I guess they can't really do anything about it, but or oh, I didn't even, maybe you can't even put that there. Okay, fine. I don't really care too much about the mana potions anyway. Why did I fill one and then it went away? Like, it emptied on its own. I just filled one and then I put it back. Okay, I don't want to do that though. I just want this shit to go away. Like, I'll keep that there the whole game. Okay, so we emptied out of my inventory, and it's a quest item, but it howled alone on the eve of the first snow. Now it snarls forever, heralding the cold. Crush it, undoing the curse. Does that mean that I now have that on my person forever? Alright, fine. I'll do the stupid portal thing just because I want to get rid of that prompt. It'll never go away. I'm not even going to use it. No portal run. Honestly, I don't want to use mechanics like that too much. But those wolves hit like crazy. A nice foreshadowing of the fact that we would have had to do that. Like, yeah, imagine that. Like, not only, it is a weird thing. Like, not only did somebody like to play games blind, potentially like me, but they also reject certain mechanics that make it seem like, oh no, I don't want to use a portal. That feels like Deus Ex Machina or some, you know, if it's so immersive story kind of thing. No, I want to have to walk there myself. Like in Skyrim, I don't like using fast travel. So you need to identify scroll is going to be here, and I'm basically saying I can read the name of stuff, but not necessarily the flavor text therein. Like even the abilities, I don't want to know what they do. So we got Contagion. We could get Flame Wall, Spark, or Unearth. Let's do Unearth. Again, I don't even know what it does, but let's just do it. And something is going to conflict with all these. So these games are obsessed with gems, which I don't mind that, but it seems at times maybe a little contrived, or it's meant to be like within a weapon, so I don't get that either, because these are all like separate things. So let me see what we got. We got E. So we got Unearth, Contagion, and Falling Thunder we started with. And as far as the weapons are concerned, let me see like which ones can't be used with that then. If you look at the... Whoops, I keep hitting that. My mistake. Wait, which one opens the thing again? The... Whoops. Character screen is C. Okay. What else do we have here? Passive skill tree, skills panel is the gems. You can't use Falling Thunder, but you can use the other two with this. So let's see what Unearth does. It might be just a situational thing that'll unearth some treasure, but that doesn't... Or, oh, you can maybe use it on these. But I don't really want pets. I thought I didn't play a witch specifically for this purpose. How many can you even have? 7? Oh, shit. Did anything respawn actually too? I love how the witch looks undead, like... Looks at undead like, I could have done this better. I don't really want to even use that ability, to be honest with you. But, yeah, because I even said I don't want to use pets and summons, but I guess I'll allow it. Because, I mean, if the character can... I didn't play a witch for that reason, so presumably it'll be weaker or less effective, but I guess it should be allowed. Right, it's no fun if I just limit things arbitrarily like that, even though I'm doing that in other ways, in many ways in the playthrough. Okay, another checkpoint, which of course is not meaningful to us at all. Forest of the Old Magics.
Place as of late. I am called forward.
Okay, let's see what we have in store. Oh, what the fuck is that, dude? Why am I like getting stuck so much? What the hell is going on? Okay, I think I need the other ability because that's so much easier to use sometimes. So let me use it with no shame at all because I don't really get it, but you can have a ton of these at once too. I don't know exactly what they do either. Yeah, let me use this because the other ability is very important to me. Unfortunately, you can't use it with a shield, or they die pretty quickly too. Yeah, I don't have any inhibition about using it. Like, whatever this character can use, I'll use. That's fine with me. I just broke my format. I zoomed out for a millisecond. I'm not allowed to do that in the middle of a boss fight, especially. Or maybe I shouldn't be allowed to do it in combat, so I have to do it after combat, and then I can take them with me into the next encounter. Everything is kind of squishy, though, so far, even if they hit you pretty hard. Everything is squishy, including myself. Let's see what they do. They'll at least keep them off me and distract a little bit, which you know, now we justify the RTS game style that I talk about with respect to, like, oh, if you control multiple units, then that justifies the zoomed out perspective, but I guess we're not zoomed out anymore. Look at them just standing there almost bugged out. We zoned them out, literally and figuratively, like the zoning mechanic of, whatever. If you go too far, it'll mess something up. Like, they're not meant to go that far. Just spam that. That's the one most reliable ability that we have so far. And let's see what we have. This is a dead end. Yeah, we could do this. I literally became a necromancer all of a sudden. But again, I'm sure it won't be as good for all those purposes, but it's okay. Even if it just keeps them off me for like a second, it's fine. Even if you, you know, you decide to... You know, it'll be over by then. So just as a distraction alone. And you seemingly don't have a limit of them. They just die like really fast. Werewolf Prowler. You know, isn't this so fun that you just kind of face roll everything and it's like everything's dead before you even know what happened. Right, but whatever mechanics and nuance there is doesn't even matter. Sometimes you'll get stuck a little bit, and that's what's going to be the death of you. Kind of just as soon as I say that, too, that does indeed happen. Holy shit, dude. You'll never be short on corpses to use. I said that as a necromancer in the first game, too, or I mean the witch. Good enemy variety, but does it really matter when they all kind of just do the same thing? Right, it'll be over before you even know what happened, so it doesn't really matter. Now, of course, you're summoning the same thing from them anyway, so that's what's maybe generic about it. It's not like you're raising them in their prime form, as far as like what they actually were in life.
Feel the shock.
Feel the shock. Why do you suddenly say that now? Bro finally felt like voice acting. Or no, I broke my thing of having to do it only in combat. Yeah, this almost makes it too easy, but I'm not going to show any remorse because I played a monk so that I wouldn't be using ranged or summons, but if it allows me to do it, I'm not going to avoid it. There's like a rare spawn or something. Fungal Zombie of the Tempest. It's like the trope of me saying like, oh, I killed a boss in Diablo or something without even knowing it's a boss, because everything just sort of blends and blurs together and it's over before you know it. So like, it doesn't even matter. Or maybe they're all just sort of elite mobs together. Never mind.
No mana.
No mana. That almost hasn't happened at all yet. Completely new to PoE, started new year. So far I'm in the middle of Act 2, so any progress is good for me. Yeah, just don't post a video to YouTube or everybody will lose their fucking shit. Even over a new game, relatively, that everybody... Oh! But how? How did you break the laws of math and hit that much? What the fuck? Sometimes I get too lazy and I just go for it. He went in like some enraged mode because of how long I'm taking doing this. What the fuck is that damage value, dude? Orb of something, augmentation, don't really care. Once again, people are going to get triggered by this one. But again, when I'm laying out the format of what I'm trying to do or what I'm not doing, then that speaks for itself. Those things look kind of scary, actually, my own summons. Welcome to PoE, don't mind the toxicity, it just happens. Oh, really, dude? And I get it, it's a byproduct of being passionate about something, but you know what I mean? Like, there's a certain self-awareness. Not everybody is going to be a try-hard god-tier gamer like apparently everybody who talks shit, even though the majority of people are probably garbage and average too, and they need to feel superior to something in some mundane way. Like, they're not actually that good. That's why they have to bottom feeder pick on low-hanging fruit, basically, of people playing the game for the first time and stuff. I'm not going to play a Necromancer, I swear. Also, summons go brr. Where the fuck did they go? This is literally the only ability that I trust so far. I like the contagion, but it doesn't matter unless you're fighting like a boss, seemingly. So many times it feels like they should be hitting me, but they just miss anyway. Like, that guy's just running into me 100 times, and nothing's even happening. No, but this kind of gives you the vibe of, oh, I guess I'm not really doing anything. Of like a single player MMO type of experience. Like, how much gameplay could you really get out of this? And the answer is probably a shitload. And so in the same sense as how I like open world games or whatever, I definitely like these kind of things. This area is so fucking massive. Holy shit. No wonder this guy went insane. I'm going to go insane as a completionist, just trying to explore every nook and cranny. Okay, this guy's got to be an elite type enemy, surely. Or he had like a temporary aura around him at least. Broadhead quiver. Or at the very least, my lightning thing won't be very effective on him then. I got to use the rolls more. I keep getting sort of complacent with not doing that. Or this could be a good use of the contagion because I'm not seemingly able to do anything else. Okay, dude, we get it. You're very strong. What the fuck is this? You're doing it the wrong way. Okay, dude, okay. I heard you like lightning. Fuck me. What is this guy's deal, bro? Oh my god. Now, when you bring it back to life, it won't be anything special. Like, obviously, it's just a generic thing, but... Oh, my God. I got threats on... What the hell? Chill out. Dota, you need to constantly toxic and really bad get punished. Just disable the chat, then, if you find it toxic. But that guy chased me basically back to the town. The one guy we just fought with the electric aura. League is worse at banning. I remember seeing Tyler 1 get banned from League. I'm not sure why. Probably for some toxic nonsense in chat. The Grim Tangle. Wasn't there another area that I missed that I could have gone into in the earlier... Aw, damn. Now I'm going to want to go back there. There was like something at the top and then I forgot about it. So whatever. Well, let me see what the end of this is, though. Like, I can come back for the Grim Tangle, but I can also come back for whatever is further in this direction, because we kind of cleared it out. For the most part, it seems like. Or maybe I can go down. I can't tell if the blue is like a... No, blue just means you haven't been there. But no, the aura and atmosphere of this almost gives like a horror vibe, which I kind of get, but that's how these games always are, that there's kind of a... The subject matter can just be a little bit disturbing that way. And especially with how intense and difficult they can sometimes be. Although they can also be sort of face roll, so it depends on how you look at it. Or I guess you don't have to do it once for each individual one. It's kind of doing it as a... in a certain area. Like, it'll, you know, suck up everything in that area. That's fine. This area is absolutely mind-boggling, and I will probably have to clear through it again, but I just want to remember to go back to that thing at the end. There was an area that I missed in the earlier part. Right, like a little dungeon I could have gone into. I was doing that a lot in my in the first session of the original PoE, and people were saying not to do it, do that later. It's like a challenge room or something, but it doesn't really matter to me. If I can do it, I'll try to do it. Just like the bro really thinks he can hit me. I've got that Matrix Riz over here. Like I'm literally just sidestepping him and everything. Figurines, gold, everything like this. Looting is obviously mind-boggling in these kind of games where it's a little bit too much sometimes. Which again, even people who love the games will acknowledge that can be an issue. Right, just use an add-on as if, again, I'm not saying not to use it, but as if you should feel like you always have to do that every time. So there's a checkpoint there. Yeah, I feel bad for using the summon, but I actually don't really feel bad because, again, I didn't pick a class that was based around that, but that doesn't mean you can't still have the ability to do it, period. You can just go in face roll and just do that, and it doesn't even matter. Again, it's too early in the game to judge it like that, but I'm just saying, like, it doesn't require much. 29.19. Because there's always going to be quantity over quality. That's just how these games work. Right, you can't blame me for thinking like that. 45 armor. So there's some blue lines here. Rusted great helm is okay. Is that the same thing I just... Yeah, okay. How have we not explored the bottom here when I was just there? What the hell? Well, I'm making a mistake by aggroing that many together. They could just one-shot my dumbass. Ugh. You always get stuck somehow there. Yeah, why did I aggro that many at once, by the way? That's cool. I can see a cool AoE effect, but that's not really a good idea. Yeah, what good would meleeing one at a time do in a situation like this anyway? Yeah, I mean, that could be it. You could just die there if you get stuck or body blocked or trapped in there. Is there any way to see how much damage my spells do? That would be interesting, actually, but I don't want to see what people are saying in chat either. That would give me too much advice. No tooltips, no chat, anything. Okay, let's adequately explore this area fully, and then I'll try... Oh, God. Let's explore this area fully, and then I'll look at... maybe we're getting respawns, even, if we spend so much time here. Okay, we're kind of overusing the potion now, where I'm not getting it back as much. Oh, maybe I could have gone down from even that side, too. I'm underestimating, because this is like the beginning where you enter, I'm pretty sure. That's so weird. I somehow didn't think you could go down here then at all.
What foulness dwells here?
There's like a hut that you can go into as well. Oh, shit. Does that hit both, I wonder, in that? I don't know how much that would be doing to them anyway, considering they're already made of lightning, but gotta sort of predict their movement a little bit, and the more you run around like this, the more that you're going to, what? What am I, out of stamina or something? Why are they catching up so easily like that? They can, like, outpace me so easily. What the fuck? What is this? What is happening? Okay, there's no rule that I can't just run away and leave. Okay, that's the scariest thing so far, that they can just do whatever they want, huh? I am so confused by how they're doing that. Bro, what the fuck? Now, did I accidentally hit respawn at checkpoint or something? Or did I actually not die there? Or what happened? I have no idea. And so when I did this in the other game, I was able to 10% increase mana regen, evasion, energy shield. Yes, just keep spamming that. It allowed me to still, the enemies were still out there. Like, the roots are impassable. Yeah, it's exactly as I said. The roots are impassable. So what? I just can't go here at all then? The sickness spreads forth underground. Okay. We just wait here for a minute for them to despawn, or again, I'm gonna lose to some weird interaction there where it's like, like we'll just wait as long as, because I'm choosing not to use waypoints either. I'll lose to some. Routes are impassable for now. It's funny that you can be in a guild as a SSFHC. So after a while, they may reset, and those things are very bothersome because they can catch up to you even if you're just running away, like everything else can't seem to do so far. But you have to roll out of the way in addition to running away full speed, which you're not really running, but if I go out there, I could be in trouble. Let me actually use this. I don't know how long this is gonna go on for. Bro, like, I maybe would make an exception and say I'm allowed to use the waypoints, but at some point they'll leave me alone. Sickness spreads underground, so the routes are impassable for now. Search the Grellwood for evidence of the Count's activities. Search Clearfell for an entrance to the mud burrow. Slayed the Devourer in its lair. So there was that other place. There was the hut, and then there was the other place at the top, and then there was another place actually back a little bit too. So let's actually test this mechanic though. How long would it take for them to despawn? And the answer is, I guess it was sort of the opposite with the first game. I went into a dungeon and there was a bunch of shit that spawned, and I ran out, like, and then I tried to come back in, and the entryway was blocked by a bunch of enemies that had chased me as I was running out. So in this case, it's the opposite, where they're still gonna be there. I mean, what is this, dude? What is this? I don't want to use it, but oh my god, I really just want to wait here and see. But I should almost be allowed to do it, right? Because there's nothing I can do. It's even trying to tease me with this here. Create a town portal. You can use a waypoint. You can use a checkpoint. But oh no, I'd rather die here trying to deal with these fucking werewolves. Isn't that kind of a weird mechanic that they wouldn't let you just walk out there? Don't know if this is good, but it looks sick. Doomgate Brace Tower. Oh, the way they make it look is like they're linking it, but no, I don't know if when I hit that, I accidentally, I guess I was still at the same amount of health, so it felt like maybe I'd done that by accident, but you know, I'm panicking and just mashing everything. This is so dumb, bro. If I go out there, I'm just gonna die instantly. Like, there's nothing I can do. Okay, I really want to test that. How long would I have to wait for them to go away? Assuming that you're not using all these other cheese mechanics. So there was nothing I could do in here. Okay. Okay, dude. Okay. So maybe I should be allowed to do it there, but it's almost like a problem that I should have to solve, or I should have to suffer for it or wait, you know, or I should have to at least use an item of a town scroll. Like, I should have to use an item to do it. Not just like, oh, I can do it whenever I want as like a Hearthstone type of mechanic. So I guess you don't have to log out in a... Yeah, I wonder about that. Maybe I could log out and that would count. I'm really curious almost to see how this would work. What if I say this is a safe zone and I choose to log out here? But typically the rule would be I have to log out in a town in like a safe zone, so you can't somehow cheese or exploit it in some way here. But those things are never going to leave, and I'm actually going to die. Like, I go out there for a second and I'm already at low health, like we saw. So I have 78 health, 11 out of 11 shield, and I keep trying to stack up the shield. Maybe we should test it like that. Like, let's say I... Engineering character select, so I'll allow myself to log out in other areas. Let's see if this will bypass that, which in a way that could be considered a cheese, but rather than having to teleport back to town, right, which that I'm trying to avoid using as a mechanic. Let's see if this is going to work any differently. Oh no, we broke the format of the camera. They're still going to be there. They're still going to be there. See, because I'm hitting them instead of the thing, I could end up dying there. I mean, I guess I have no choice but to use it then, honestly. At least in that sense, I'll say I'm allowed to... Wait, or does this not work the way I think it does? Mud Burrow. Or no, it does. Okay, clear file encampment. So I'll allow myself to use it from the waypoints if I really want to, but not from my own innate ability, so it doesn't feel like it can be abused over the top too much. So let me go back to the earlier area of where I want to see where the other little encampment was, like at the top. I don't know if it was before or after. No, it must be after this. Let me put all this shit away again. I'm not even worried about selling it, or maybe I should be. So like, let me just sell everything I can't use and try to buy something nicer.
Yes. I've collected these over
So my type of thing is going to be along her lines. Although this doesn't really give you any meaningful stats to indicate what you should be trying to do. Level 2 Firebolt, Grand Skill, Scepter, Warrior Skeletal Minion, Twig Focus, spell damage, increased mana regeneration rate. I don't know.
It's beautiful. I accept.
Okay, that's all fine. I don't really even care about these, to be honest with you.
I like this one.
Alright, let's just leave all this Scroll of Wisdom, Uncut Support Gem. That we can just use actually to get an ability right now. We have 274 gold. So what would be something that makes sense for me to use? Let me look at the blacksmith guy too.
What have we got?
Buy or sell items.
Fancy?
This would work for me actually. But the problem is these aren't going to be usable with certain abilities that I have. In fact, the main ability that I want. So by that logic, I should use one of these. The Pugilist, but Pugilist is supposed to be using your fist. So why would you be using a staff then? That's kind of contradictory. 265, 7 to 12, 9 to 18, 11 to 21, 324, 89. I guess I'll do this just for the heck of it.
Oh, that'll pack a punch.
Get rid of that, then we'll just use that, and the Grellwood.
This used to be a kind and warm wood. I even played there when I was young. It's a dark well now, with no way out for most. I'd go with you, but I got people to protect here.
Oh yeah, he'll really be some help to me. So we bought that. Let's see what he has. It's gonna be more like range stuff, and then, but he had like a staff too. Let's see what else we have in here. Let's just sell all of it. Actually, I don't really even care. Again, the loot kind of comes and goes in a way that's a little bit stupid, but just how this genre works. Okay, fine. I'll make another trip. But no, you should sell it in like Bethesda style, where you can only sell it to people that it would make sense to sell it to, even if that doesn't. And even here, it doesn't necessarily fit. Some of those things wouldn't fit in the space there, but whatever. Or did they have stuff to say about it too? Count Yeonor?
Was the first to notice the Mad Count's fist closing around this land. He kept rounding up people like me for reasons that smelt like wolf droppings. I'm a bit of a slippery fish, though, so I dodged his nets. Then his mercenaries started coming for people I actually liked, and that's when I knew something was up. The village folk kept defending his actions. I don't know why they couldn't see it. Maybe they didn't want to see it.
Oh, wow. Sounds like an analogy to real life that they supported at first. First, they come for the bad people, but then they'll come for you one day, and you enabled it.
Hold on to bits and pieces.
You can hold on to my bit and piece, haha, anytime.
Hounds ran wild through the Grellwood of old, hunting and brawling as they saw fit. It is said that the spirits of the forest would watch them and be entertained. Over time, the forest became abundant with the joys of those spirits and their old magics. It was a haven for the unity of life and spirit. That place of beauty has now become shadowed and deadly.
Oh, you don't say it, like how I was getting backed into a corner.
Parts of the Grellwood twisted and treacherous, so much so that we can no longer even reach our home.
I love how the one condition for me potentially dying would be the fact of that. Like, I'm trying to click to move into, and again, the WASD thing would be there, but I'm restrain myself. Like, I'm trying to walk into the burrow there, but I'm accidentally clicking on the enemy to attack them or somewhere else. Like, bro, that's actually how it would end. Getting stuck, trapped somehow like that. Okay, get rid of this, get rid of this, get rid of this. I don't even care. Who sells the identify scrolls, though? Come to think of it, this would be Scroll of Wisdom. Oh, for some reason I thought it was called an identify scroll.
Thank you.
I guess I already have those. I mean, that much I should be able to read, I guess, but I should just have to more so guess and assume it. So let me try to use these things. Augments a magic item. Let me just use this. Now we can take, we can magnify an effect of something, since this is the only ability I'm actually using. Innervate, Lightning Fusion, Perpetual Charge. So again, I'm not even going to necessarily look at what they do. I'll just guess based on the name. Innervate will give you mana back. Lightning Infusion will infuse you with something. Perpetual Charge will probably allow you to use it more or something. And again, I'll figure it out as I do it. A true blind experience.
Hey.
Okay, let's just put this in here. Unidentified, which we could just identify right now. Let's just do that, and then we'll equip it. Just trying to fill up whatever slots I'm missing. I'll just keep that on me for the heck of it. Yeah, let's go back and actually see what we have. We missed, like, or no, I don't think it was here, though. It was in the next area before the woods. Right, where there was, like, a little dungeon to go into. Oh, did I go in that by mistake? Okay, but that was just right outside here anyway. What the hell? Wait, why did the map, like, reset, too? It's going to be that randomly generated element that's kind of like... Oh, yeah, like I said, I kept trying to do that in the wrong way. Like, it won't be exactly the same area. No, I like this as a melee class that feels kind of like very dynamic, but also still limited in a way. Kind of unusual, actually, because I think of monks as being able to heal and do all kind of other weird stuff that maybe you can do, but only thing I don't like is that my shield replenishes too slow. I want to abuse it even all the more. Yeah, those things hit pretty damn hard, the wolves. They do make me nervous. I should walk around with these things at my disposal as it is. But no, I can't use it during combat. So I thought there was a burrow like up here, but now it'll be in a different spot, I bet. Because this map is totally different. Oh yeah, mud burrow. Okay, this was one I wanted to see. Let's check this out, and then I'll go in the other one. Or there was nothing in the other one.
A foul lair for a foul creature.
Mud burrow, the tunnels of a tormented creature. What kind of a camera angle is that, dude? I can't see shit. Oh, shit. Quantity over quality of enemies. What a surprise. Even as a melee class, you're going to have AoEs and things like that to worry about. Never be short on stuff to summon either. Just turn it into an RTS game by giving you an army of stuff to always control. Fresh larvae were poisoned, I guess, which didn't seem to really do a whole lot. But no, those things die super fast. That's the only problem with them, the summons. I don't like this area because you somehow can't see anything, or I don't know how you can rotate like the angle of it. Even though I'm zoomed in this much, there must be a way to still rotate, as in what the hell? Just keep spamming it. Play like I'm a ranged character because it gives you at least a little distance that way. Oh, it looked like he was dead. Can't even hit me once. I don't know if you can do like a back step. The way that you can roll, but like not, you know, do the old Alucard maneuver. I think he was one of the first ones to introduce that, where you hit like L or something in a Castlevania game to do like a little back step. I always like that. Or people use that as a speed running technique more than anything. Yeah, those are pretty easy to kill. That's fine. No shame in using that. Yeah, some of these areas are so goddamn big. Okay. Almost died to a trap. That was pretty creative. Very clever. Yeah, I'm not using Contagion even very much, and the reason why is because I feel that fool me once, shame on me, but now I'll be careful around every corner, or I'll send my little summons ahead, I guess. I keep doing a W when I mean to do E. Horn gloves, everything's good. Okay, he tried to get me with that cheeky thing again. All right, let's look at this. We have torn gloves. Worse than mine. Okay. I have a bit of a contradictory tendency that on one hand, I don't want to overburden my inventory, but on the other hand, I want to pick up everything because I'm just like that. Inventory management is one of my favorite things in RPGs, but also it's a case where you just okay, fool me once. It's super effective because you're standing in the mud, so that should work as a water effect. I always said that in Skyrim, like how the oil makes fire more effective, or it makes, you know, it starts a fire and does a certain amount of damage like a trap. You should be able to use lightning anywhere that there's water on the ground, like in those caves where the ground's a little wet. You should be able to use that, and if you use lightning on it, it should do super effective damage, like in a similar way to how fire does it with the oil and stuff. Right, that might seem abusive, but there's not that many areas where there is stuff like that. And of course, every wild thing in the universe is aligned with each other. I always love that in MMOs. Like a wolf and a bandit are both attacking you, but they're not attacking each other. And even when they kill you, they won't attack each other. Like, why does a Defias bandit have an alliance with a random wolf in the wild that would be trying to kill it too? Like an Elven Forest or some shit. A lot of these things here, the little disgusting bugs, you get a lot of room for Lovecraftian type enemies in these kind of games, I guess, which I at least prefer that to the typical demonic stuff. It doesn't that get old for people who like this genre. Like, I'm not denying the gameplay and stuff can be good, but like, oh, another demon, another witch, another, you know, we get it that subject matter is very tied to these kind of things, but it doesn't always have to be that. Vile nest, so this must be where you fight the boss, or oh shit, we're already here. I should have maybe come in here with a bunch of summons. This is a good opportunity to use the W. And let's see how much that actually does. So far, these bosses have a jacked out amount of health, I'll tell you that. Okay. Just keep spamming that, and we could eventually kill it like that alone, but I don't necessarily want to rely on just that, or sometimes that will happen where I try to do that too much. Okay, stop doing that. Or maybe I could attack the tail without needing to come in direct contact with the... See, like there, I'm trying to walk, but it does that. It's okay. I gotta abuse the shield. You're starting to take up a significant part of the room with your body. I don't know what exactly to make of this mechanic. It maybe just makes you more of an easy target, but I do like this dot damage. That can carry me a little bit. Who needs ads when you are the ad here? Like, okay, bro. Or it could stop you from trying to run away. But it seems like it would just make you very exposed. Bro really thinks he's gonna hit me there. I don't know actually if that's hitting him. I couldn't tell if his health went down there. Okay, I haven't had to use the potions much. I swear that's my biggest weakness though. When I keep trying to, I'm spam clicking to move, and again, just use WASD, but I'm doing better with this, so I'm fine with it. I just have to get better at the angles here where you do that. That would have poisoned me the way that we saw that effect earlier, I guess. And go like that. Again, without the shield, I don't know where I would be, so... Dude, I totally saw that, but I guess I should have rolled. For now, you're going to have ads to contend with. Which could refill your potions and stuff, and... What? Even the character's trying to give me advice, but... I don't really get it, like the tail. What about the tail? Just hit that instead of hitting him. And again, normally you could summon stuff, but I'm not going to allow myself to actually do that for whatever reason. Okay, okay. I can't tell if I'm hitting him with that now anymore or not. But no, this at least lets you refill your stupid ass potion. The mass number of enemies. Okay, the tail, dude. What the hell is going on? I swear there's so many times where you get stuck on stuff. Like how you only occasionally will bring out a voice line every once in a while. Okay, dude. Okay. Yeah, these ads will keep my shit fresh at least. The whole aspect of the potion. You can get his hit as much as you want as long as you have the ads to farm potions out from. I'd be fine with that. They're giving you a lot of bosses though very early on here in a way that... Okay, fine. These infinite ad kind of things are a little bit cheese though, I must admit. Right, you might think it makes it harder, but it arguably just makes it easier. And especially, you have other abilities, like it'll heal you for 5 every time you kill something, which actually was the thing I just equipped. Okay, these boss fights just go on for a while, but I'm okay with it. They're actually pretty well designed so far. I do like them. Something to do with the tail that could be doing damage, or maybe not, or that's just part of the body. We need more larvae to farm stuff from, I guess. Or he's just kind of taking a break from some of his mechanics now. He's about half health. I mean, again, I could do this forever. He could have 100 times as much health, as long as you keep doing some of these other mechanics. The biggest detriment to me would be if you don't do that. If you don't summon the adds, then I'll be in trouble, because you get to deny me of my potions. It seems like he's going to do an animation where he just eats you there, but get a good hit there. I'm being like deliberately passive a bit, but sometimes you can circle around them. That's always like a secret. Although the fucking poison makes that a little bit less than desirable. He's kind of given up with the adds, I guess, for now, which actually kind of hurts me. But no, putting on. How is he hitting me now when I'm always? Again, the shield is my biggest ally here. Okay, the tail, dude. Yeah, now you get the larva again, just what I asked for. Yeah, and people were saying I can't abuse the potions. Like, bro, literally, maybe you're meant to in this sense, but that makes you effectively invincible in a way that, oh shit, I'm talking shit, but yeah, and I have no interest in using the mana potions and stuff like that ever. The tail just has a mind of its own. But no, you should have like a fixed number of potion uses, like a Estus Flask type of thing. And you just have to make the most of it and deal with that instead of being able to spam it infinitely. Because that's what these adds really allow you to do. I interrupted my own attack with that because I'm too much of a coward. Again, the dot doesn't do a bad amount of damage. These bosses just have a lot of health. And I maybe should be optimally building my character a little more, but I guess I don't need to because I'm just too good, clearly. Getting stuck on his little body there. I don't really care too much about the tail either. I kept trying to hit it, but it didn't seem to really be doing a whole lot. And even the other parts of the body don't seem to do much. Okay, I'm getting stuck in sort of potion purgatory a little bit here. Why am I stuck? Why am I stuck? That's my most hated thing that always happens, is I sometimes will get stuck like that. Combo between that and the thing could definitely kill you. The tail and the head and the poison and the adds. Although the adds aren't really doing a whole lot, again, aside from giving me fodder to just farm potions. If you deny me that mechanic, then I'm screwed. Gotta just keep abusing the adds all day. Okay, he's staying a bit too active here. Okay, we're doing fine. I mean, you just gotta be patient. Okay, we get a little poison which cuts through my shield, but it's okay. I feel like, shouldn't the tail have hit me there? I wasn't even doing anything to really deserve avoiding it, but sometimes you just do it by sheer accident because you're always moving and spam clicking. Yeah, the tail didn't really bother me too much. Okay, I'm getting cocky at the end once again, that I always tend to do that. Right, I try to face roll, and then that gives me the best chance of dying. Right, I get a little overconfident, so if they have a second phase like before they die too, that could be problematic. I should finish you off with the fucking curse, actually, just in principle. Yeah, I actually finished you off with the fucking thing. What's it called again? The contingent.
Power against the light.
Bro is a druid role player, like the Emerald Dream turns into the Emerald Nightmare. Is exactly his vibe, but he's a monk. He's an identity confused monk who thinks he's a druid. If we're using WoW logic, at least. Yeah, these have been pretty hard, mainly because of their health values. It could be that, oh, you're not building it optimally, blah, 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 but I kind of like it, too. Yeah, that was kind of cool. I guess I sort of skipped this when I had the chance to go in here earlier. Checkpoint, but shouldn't that be it? Like, what more could you have in this dungeon? Like, literally, that should just be the exit. Was there going to be another boss on top of that? You know, it teaches you kind of bad habits, the fact that you have this, and I could have used this too, but like I said, I'm trying not to use it in the middle of combat like that. I like that little trap that the guy, the mud golem does, where he's able to, basically get me in a corner where I'm not expecting it as I'm just walking through. Yeah, this is where you always get to use their vast numbers against them. Like, you want to spam me with millions of enemies, then this is what you get, where I get to summon stuff back and use it against you like that. We've been through most of the area here. Trying not to use the bigger map really at all. Okay, we can use this again. Everything just feels like sort of so face rolly, though, even if it can be difficult and stuff. That's just how these games work, you know? That's just how the genre is. That it's quantity over quality, enemies, encounters, items, everything. And this place is pretty damn big, but I already beat the boss, so oh, here we go. We fall for that shit again, dude. Should do more damage every time, so if I fall for it 3 times, it's just gonna one-shot me. So many checkpoints, bro. Like, I'm not gonna use them. But this ability so far is my favorite, or it's just the most consistently convenient and usable. Wherever would I be without the spammable potions or my shield? You know, even spammable in the sense that you can get it back every time from killing stuff, and the fact that they always give you ads to work with. There was another golem here, wasn't there? Oh, there he is. These kind of larva enemies are there almost just to help you refill your potions. So there's really going to be more to this place? Like, what is this, dude? Not that I'm in a hurry or anything, but I was satisfied with just killing a couple bosses. I wasn't trying to make this too crazy long of a session, but we beat at least 3 bosses. Didn't really need to do it the last time there. Horn gloves. So this had the hatchery here, but then what was the point? Like, it was just a little treasure area. Like, it would make it seem like it's somewhere deeper in the dungeon that you can go. But that was that. And they even put a checkpoint there for some reason. So I believe I've explored the whole area now, but that was kind of insane. And I like if and when they don't give you respawn, so you can know that for sure. If you want 100% the area, you know, I feel like I basically have. I kind of stumbled upon the boss before I really meant to. Oh god, there's more. Unbelievable. I like it, don't get me wrong, but this is the first dungeon in the game, so they're kind of really overdoing it, huh? You wouldn't expect this to be that long, that big. Okay, he's trying to do his little trap there yet again. I mean, how stupid do you think I am? Not that it matters though, because you're kind of conditioning me that it's not a big deal, because you can just get away with getting hit and doesn't even matter. You know, the older games in the series wouldn't have had like the shield mechanic to hide behind. What is that? How could there be one here if I've already been here? Must just not have gone in this aggro path there. There's a checkpoint even here. That part I hadn't explored, apparently, the bridge between these two areas. And I'm not holding it down either. I'm always like spam clicking, which maybe is my mistake. This is where you fought the boss. I know you can't change actual. I don't want to read that, but it's too tempting. Okay, there was one area that we still haven't explored that we were just at a second ago. What the hell? Yeah, this is where I'm failing 100% it because I keep missing those guys hiding in the corner. They're supposed to ambush me, but I'm having to seek them out almost. Where was it that I just gone? Oh yeah, here. There's even more that I haven't explored. And again, there is like a randomly generated element maybe to these games where it'll be the same basic effective dungeon, but it'll be different in terms of the exact structure, and like the pathways will be a little bit changed. I think we even saw that with like the starting area, since I died on the first character. Of course, I died on purpose just to display that. Yeah, that was quite the epic dungeon, and this is just like a mini optional one, I think. I mean, there was a quest, bro. Okay, dude. Okay. You got me. Little does it matter, though. But no, my biggest weakness is like towards the end of a boss fight, or I get impatient or cocky about something that I think, oh, it's not going to do anything to me. So I'll upload these two sessions together, and that'll constitute the first episode of what was a very fun thing, but I was just disappointed by the fact that I died, obviously, there on the first character, but this one I'm definitely not going to. And what was really the difference? I mean, honestly, moving with the clicking of the mouse somehow actually seemed to help me. My tendency is always to hug the walls, actually, because I'm always looking for if there's like a pathway there that sometimes is hard to see, and I tend to avoid looking at the map as much as possible. Attuned wand. Okay, now I think we've 100% explored it. It should almost tell you that too. But I'm satisfied with that. So that was like our first little mini dungeon. I also fought the first boss, obviously, again, and I beat him this time. What was he called again? I forget. The Miller. And then I also fought I guess you could call him Miller the Killer for the first encounter, at least. I always click on that, my mistake. We had we beat the Miller, we beat the one chick with the wolves, and then we beat this guy, the Devourer, for which we did have a quest. See, like here, even the map is resetting. So on one hand, that's cool that it might have a randomly generated element, but on the other hand, it might be, why is PoE 2 Early Access better than Diablo 4 Ultimate Edition? Because Diablo games suck. Even though when I say that, I'm referring to the genre overall, and I don't actually say that they suck, but I just criticize the genre. They're both great games. Don't be tribalist, Andy. He's just asking a question. He's not trying to be tribalist. But no, I honestly, you know what I'm more curious about after playing this than anything else? Not that it's the game's fault, but like, I'm curious about, like, show me a hack and slash game like this that has like all kind of cutesy stuff. Like you're playing as this cute little thing, like a bug, you know, like Hollow Knight. Even that's kind of more serious of an art style. And you're fighting like, oh, little roses and flowers that come to life and little cute stuff. Like it doesn't have to always be this hellscape kind of, you know, subject matter that we're dealing with. I prefer PoE 2, but I had fun Diablo 4 as well. Maybe you just prefer it because it's new, recency bias.
Yes.
Wasn't she the one who asked me to do that?
The Devourer is just another victim of the sickness infecting our precious land. Many of Ogham's beasts are fearsome and dangerous, but not like this. The infection in the soil, water, and air is changing them. All of them.
Reminded me something out of Metroid, actually.
Creature slain. But it was no longer what it once was. I suppose it had to be done.
Wasn't that a quest I was turning into you, or what?
If you can.
Routes are impassable. Or I guess Renly's giving me the reward.
Oh, finally! Took down the Devourer, did you? Oh, that's incredible! This is the first real success we've had against the darkness. We can breathe a bit easier now, perhaps even go out and gather food. Now, this won't cover our debt to you, not nearly. But take it as thanks.
What if my inventory is too full to even hold this shit? It wouldn't let me complete the quest, I guess, then. Okay, whatever. That's good enough for a session. I just wanted to make a substantial thing. It is very fun, and I do like it, so don't hold the formats against it. Again, I'm deliberately not reading tooltips, flavor text, anything besides, you know, the most basic aspect of it. Like, even with abilities, I want to figure them out for myself, and obviously even, I guess I even tried to cheat it by quitting out to get that stuff off my back in terms of, but no, just think about a gaming philosophy where you can really take your time and soak it in. Not everything has to be a rush. I know people might say, oh, they're too busy to do that, but I never compromise the two. Like, you might be busy, you might work 5 full-time jobs, whatever, but like, it's one extreme or the other. Either enjoy it and take your time or don't bother. On the flip side, people would say, oh, well, you're not reading the tooltips, but that's just more like a true blind experience that I want to have. Like, I don't want the game to spoon feed me anything. Okay, see you later.